Good afternoon and welcome back to Southeastern Esports. I'm Nano,
And I'm Dark Fox.
and this afternoon we're bringing you a spectacular series of grand finals from 3 different games throughout the entirety of the OACE, from Overwatch, Valorant, and Rocket League. Tonight, or this afternoon, we're going to be starting it off with Overwatch, Tulsa University going up against Rogers State University. The first map we're headed is straight into Nepal, and this is going to be quite an interesting kickoff based off of the regular season. Now, we can take a look at our compositions here. We can see Mr. Nutcracker hasn't quite decided, but most of the roster has been decided for both teams. Why don't you tell us a bit about the roster picks and why they picked it?
All right, so it looks like we're going Ramattra versus Reinhardt, so this is going to be a pretty big brawl map. Nepal in general is usually pretty favorable towards brawl. If their team is able to follow up on it, Nutcracker and the Ramattra plays might be able to break through Reinhardt, but Reinhardt's a pretty good tank for brawl right now. So it's going to be an even fight all the way through.
Right, and we can see here the first good fight of going back and forth between Tulsa University and Rogers State. Not a whole definition or fix from either side. Very low health on Dino. Might be able to hold out. We can see 2 support drops, so Race with a double kill.
Oh yeah, that's going to win the team fight starting off.
Yeah, and that's 4 down for Tulsa University. You can see Sojourn tried to make it out. T-Shop not quite able to get there. Lucio playing passive, waiting for a regress with Tulsa University. After a first mid-fight loss, Rogers State's going to get the first early advantage with 10% on the board.
And 10% the long way to go.
Mid-fight here. We can see about 3 ultimates, almost ready for Rogers State's side, and 2 ready for Tulsa University. And Annihilation kicks off from the Ramattra, but gets the pin. Mr. Nutcracker comes down. Immediately we can see, followed up with just carnage everywhere as Dino creates so much space in the area. There's the shadow under.
Oh, huge slam!
Going for a third one, but gets taken out after dropping Hadwed. Rogers State loses 3 members as the point gets captured by Tulsa University. Very incredible display there from Dino and the rest of Tulsa University. We can see attempts to hold in the back site here as Rogers State starts to trickle back up. Mr. Nutcracker still on Ramattra after losing that Annihilation. A very significant blow to
It's walled off.
Rogers State. And there's Race trying to get some damage off. Has to play passive as a result. Ripsy and Race playing passive with the High Noon. This could be a very interesting play. High Noon has been very finicky throughout the entirety of Overwatch 2. What do you think Race will be able to do with this ultimate?
Well, it's really interesting to think what he can do because they are running Reinhardt, May, and Baptiste, so there's going to be a lot of shutdown potential. So I feel like it's going to be hard for Race to get a proper High Noon off for pick potential. Might be able to use it as a zoning tool, but we'll just have to see. A pick off of the May.
And there's the High Noon.
It goes in. It goes into the shields.
Rogers State loses Race. There's the sound barrier going off from Ripsy, trying to create some contention, but Rogers State is falling all the way back. 63% on the cap time for Tulsa University, trying to hold things down. Mr. Nutcracker actually pops Annihilation, gets left and immediately taken out. Rogers State has to go all the way back to spawn with that one at 75%. They've got maybe 1 or 2 pushes left here.
Yeah, going into these last few pushes, looks like they have Baptiste window. Not a whole lot to work off of, though. But the other side doesn't really have much going either. So it's definitely going to be a bit of an attrition fight here for the last one going in, just trying to build ults. Nutcracker's been very aggressive on Ramattra, kind of going in without the entirety of his team. Gets walled off. That's going to cause a few seconds going off.
By the pin. Very interesting pin angle there. At less than 200 health, trying to hold things out, but it's just pure carnage on the point. Rogers State loses Alec. They're down a support, and 1 damage goes down, but Rogers State's barely holding out, able to even things just a little bit here. Contested on the side.
With the beat goes out.
Dino just slamming back and forth with the hammer here, goes into the charge, back and forth. Rogers State still unable to take the point as the overtime ticks down, and map 1 goes to Tulsa University. So very impressive display there on the first round of Nepal. we can see that Rogers State, despite being #1 in the regular series, definitely has a strong opponent to go up against in Tulsa University. And we can clearly see their expression of skill here on Nepal. With that very dominant hold after Rogers State's first cap, they lost it at around 40%, and Tulsa University came in with just a clear hold from there on out. How do you think this second point is going to affect their playstyles?
Well, so for this second point, it's actually usually favors Ramatra more than Reinhardt here if they're able to take that high ground and just get a good foothold on it. The first one was a bit more Reinhardt dominant because they were able to just set up on that point and play around it, and they weren't able to get good poke damage against it. But it looks like they're going to point first, sacrificing the high ground.
Right, and right at the start of the round, we can see Mr. Nutcracker already on top of point, trying to create a lot of space, but Tulsa University went to the backside and is actually creating a lot of pressure from behind, which could be pretty disastrous, considering that Tino charges straight in. Hadwad goes down to T-Shop. It's a bit of a cataclysm effect. Richie has to boop Baptiste off the top here. Although Rogers State had the first point held down, they're immediately forced off by Tulsa University.
Roger's looking very spread out here. It's an interesting way they're trying to create pressure from different angles, but it doesn't look like it's quite working to the effect they want.
And Mr. Nutcracker does come in with the help of the rest of RSU and get a lot of pressure off of 4K, actually, hitting a team kill. Rogers State's going to be able to get the control point here. They have to hold this for a decent amount of time. This point is really important because if Tulsa University takes this round, they will take map 1, and that's very influential in the grand final. We can see Rogers State trying to create a spam angle here. This is a very common hold on Nepal. Mr. Nutcracker pulling out the Nemesis form, trying to create a lot of pressure, being constantly forced out by the entirety of Tulsa University. In fact, Tulsa University able to push RSU out of the forward there. We can see a bit of passive placement despite all of that. Why do you think that is?
So RSU has been looking very aggressive for the whole map, and now that I think that they have a foothold, I think they're going to try and just keep that clock down as much as possible. They might be playing for ult charge here, because it looks like they're close to Baptiste ult. Might go for an annihilation play if they're able to, but Hanzo gets picked off there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Hadwatch getting picked off is going to be a massive blow for Rogers State, but knocking off Loftus with the boot there is going to be massive. We can see the amplification matrix going off from Tulsa University as Mr. Nutcracker scrambles to create an angle onside point. Rogers State still has all this time, but Mr. Nutcracker gets pushed off with annihilation.
That's going to be devastating.
Absolutely insane plays from Tulsa University there. Rogers State trying to hold out. They actually get Dino, but all that's left is Race Ace on May being cornered out by the Lucio, and eventually Rogers State falls. The point is going to be captured by Tulsa University. Rogers State, though, 76%. This is a very solid hold and definitely something they could retake, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
They've definitely got a few fights left to go. It looks like Nutcracker switched on to Ball. Well, it's interesting to see what he's going to do with that.
The ball pick is definitely interesting, but I think he got tired of being pushed off the map by Dino's amazing picks on Reinhardt. Immediately, we can see the Blizzard going out from both sides, hitting some freezes onto Race Ace and Dino. However, Dino gets out scot-free, and they're able to hold the point against Rogers State. Mr. Nutcracker dancing back and forth on ball, but almost gets pushed off again, but down goes the Rogers. Rogers State creates a domino effect and retakes the point, 70-80% now.
Really good counter ult by Loftus there, but it just looks like it wasn't able to pay off. They were just able to close in on them.
And we can see they're trying to rally back up. And,
also definitely going to have to shard here.
Just a little bit to create some space against Rogers State. They go back in for another collapse, trying to hold things down. However, Rogers State is going to end up taking the second point against Tulsa University, which is actually going to put us at a 1-1 tie. We can see here Rogers State doing very well on a comeback. However, this third point will be the decider for both teams. We'll see if they'll be able to pull ahead or if Tulsa University will get that last round they need to secure map 1. What are your predictions for this third point? Obviously, it's different from the other two. It's got a little bit of an enclosed off area, but there's a lot of high ground potential as well.
So going into this next map, I think it's going to be very dependent on who gets there first. Obviously, Tulsa's might have an easier time getting there with the Reinhardt charge. If they're able to get a foothold, then they might just be able to keep RSU off. But RSU's been playing very aggressive. If they're able to surround them and get pressure from multiple sides, they might be able to, get the walled off with the Ramatra. But an anti on the tank.
Yeah, a lot of
This could be an interesting fight.
Interestingly enough, Mr. Nutcracker is going to go back to Ramatra after a lot of unfortunate plays due to Dino's just impressive hold with Reinhardt. Immediately, Dino charges on the point, trying to create some pressure. Already starting to catch the Tulsa University. Very strong offensive. We can immediately see Mr. Nutcracker goes down. That's going to be a butterfly effect. Race Ace follows suit. The rest of Roger State going to play passive as the point gets captured for Tulsa University.
Looking very good for Tulsa here. Getting that first fight is huge on this rotation.
Right, and especially since this third point is usually very vertically played, you can see Tulsa University is really playing around the high ground here, trying to create that advantage, especially with the Sojourn and the Baptiste, being able to really capitalize on that high ground here, and then just immediately collapse. Rogers State can't even stay on the point as a result. We can see they're trying to create some space and pressure around here, but Tulsa University has the site completely on lock with 40%, while Rogers State has barely had any ability to cut. And there's the shatter there from Dino, creating a lot of downs, but the Maywall actually coming in the clutch there from Race Ace. Here comes the amplification matrix from Alex. Get some kills off. There's 3 down on Tulsa University's side. We can see Cheese Shop just holding around the corner, ends up getting taken out. Rogers State's going to be able to cap the point at 55% for Tulsa University.
Very good fight here for Tulsa and for RSU.
Yes, and we can see there's about 3 ultimates in play, almost 5 actually. So this is going to be a very interesting mid-fight. Looks like Tulsa University decides to take main instead of going through high ground here. You can see they're pushing up to the left side. They're going to have a decent amount of ultimates, but immediately get walled off. We can see Hadwan waiting to pop that tack visor, rounds around the corner, tries to get one, but gets beamed all over the place. Here comes Annihilation from Mr. Nutcracker. Sound barrier from Tulsa University going all over the place. Lopus gets the kill onto Mr. Nutcracker. T-Shop follows up with the kill onto Race State. Rogers State loses so many of their numbers, and the point is recaptured by Tulsa University, while Alex tries to get away, but is going to be caught out in the crossfire. Now at 70%, Rogers State has one final push they can make against Tulsa University here.
Rogers State used a lot of ults to try and get that fight, but just didn't quite pay off. Tulsa used a lot of ults to counter it as well, and it looks like going into this last fight, there's not going to be a lot of ult economy going in, but it could prove to be a long fight. Sojourn ult popping off pretty early here.
Yeah, and this is 75%. Rogers State has to pop the sound barrier here. There's no other options. Trying to hold as long as possible. Race Ace is going to throw that Blizzard immediately. We can see it on point. It actually freezes Dino. Is it enough to get the kill? It is. Rogers State contesting, trying to hold things down. Mr. Nutcracker creating a lot of spam. RSU trickles in, forcing Tulsa University off the point. Rogers State still unable to get the cap as all 5 members of Tulsa University go down in overtime capture for Rogers State.
That Blizzard was definitely the winning play there.
Yeah, it really held things down for Rogers State there, and they now cannot let this point go. I mean, you saw they got to overtime. If Tulsa University caps even once, it's an immediate game over for Rogers State, and they really want that map advantage in the grand finals. This is where it counts the most. This is what it all comes down to. And
yeah, they've got...
We can see the amplification matrix going off, creating a lot of pressure. The other one comes out from Tulsa University with the shatter. RSU loses a lot of ground. The point's been captured by Tulsa University. The ice wall is up on both maze here. We can see Rogers State still contesting. Alex is trickling on and off with Race Ace as well, but they all go down. Alex has to touch, but it's too late. Map 1 goes to Tulsa University. So that's going to wrap up the first map, but we'll be back with more coverage here on Southeastern Esports. Stay tuned for the OACE Grand Finals as we head into map 2 right after this. Welcome back to Southeastern Esports. We're headed into Map 2 of the OACE Overwatch Grand Finals. Rogers State started off on a bit of a back foot, losing the first map, Nepal, on control. But this time we're headed into King's Row, which is a very classic Overwatch hybrid map. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Well, so for this map, we're going into hybrid, as you said. And it looks like we're running fairly similar with Reinhardt and Ramatra, but switching it up with some of the supports and damages here. It looks like going with the Ramatra, they're going to try and go for what looks like a poke comp, trying to just get some damage from a distance, staying away from that Reinhardt. Going to be a good idea. That Bastion is... Oh.
Looks like they're having some technical issues real quick. They're going to swap things around. But, yeah, King's Row, what is hybrid exactly? Can you tell us a bit about how hybrid works, what the rules of it are, all that?
So the idea of hybrid is it combines a couple of the game modes from Overwatch. So it starts off with a control point where there's a defending team and an attacking team. And the attackers essentially have to kick the defenders off the first point and capture that. And then for the rest of the map, they have to escort a payload to the final objective.
Right, and we're going to see Rogers State starting off on offensive this time around, which means they are the ones that get to set the time and potentially cap all 3 points. But it will come down to if Rogers State can beat Tulsa University's defense. We can see their compositions are kind of interesting. What do you think about the Sombra pick on Rogers State's side?
So Sombra could definitely be an interesting pick here. Sombra has big potential being able to shut down Reinhardt with his shield and just opening up for massive damage there. But on the defensive side, the Bastion Mei combination is going to be lethal if they get a wall on the tank, for instance.
Right, and we can see the round is kicking off. Rogers State starts their offensive with Mr. Nutcracker once again on Ramatra. Gonna try and create some space by going through the house here. Actually going for an immediate flank play, which is kind of interesting. Flank plays don't always work on King's Row, and in fact can be pretty difficult because getting through that tight, narrow area can result in your team falling very quickly. However, Mr. Nutcracker popping out that Nemesis mode and getting a lot of damage off. Still no kills from either team, but it's enough to force Tulsa University to play a little passive, which gives Adwad an opening here.
OACE is definitely putting a lot of pressure on their backline as Sombra, diverting the attention away from the tank, and the Bastion pick's going to be huge.
Yeah, and Tulsa University, despite losing 2 members, is actually doing a decent hold here. It looks like they're going to get wiped out, though. Dino and the rest of Tulsa University falls. Rogers State with a, 30-second time to cap here. That's very, very fast, and it's going to give them a massive advantage, going from 2 minutes and 50 seconds to 5 minutes on the clock just to capture 2 checkpoints. So that's a lot of time for Rogers State headed into this next fight.
Getting the early capture is definitely going to help them out in the long run.
And Rogers State desperately needs a map here because this is a best of 7. So Rogers State needs to start evening some things out unless they want to be caught on an even deeper back foot and spend even longer trying to catch up. There's the annihilation play from Mr. Nutcracker with the amplification matrix coming out at the same time. A lot of pressure created, but Mr. Nutcracker goes down to Dino. And immediately after, we see Race Ace fall as well. Rogers State having to go all the way passive now, waiting for a push from Mr. Nutcracker to come back up. That respawn was pretty rough, and so were Rogers State's ultimates.
That amplification matrix is very good with Reinhardt's fire strikes. Just does a lot of damage downrange.
Do you think Mr. Nutcracker could have made it out if he had played passive there the moment he saw the amp matrix, or was he already in too deep?
Usually when you see a matrix, you want to get out of there as fast as possible. It's possible he could have made it out, but he was in there pretty deep.
And that was most definitely what caused his downfall there, as Roger State loses another respawn wave, almost burning themselves back down, 1 minute away from burning themselves back down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Here comes the ultimate out from Hadwa, trying to create some damage with Bastion. Does get a little bit of damage, but no kills. It's very predictable for Tulsa University as they ease their way out of the ultimate. Roger State coming in for another respawn wave here. They're having a lot of difficulty getting through this choke. Why do you think getting through this choke is so difficult for Roger State?
So this choke's definitely a hard one in general. They're playing a very poke comp, which they're gonna thrive in more long-ranged encounters. This is a very enclosed, close-range arch right here, as they've not got a lot of space to move through. They either have to commit to a flank or go right down main, and it looks like they're going for the main approach.
Right, and we can see here Roger State starting to hold things down a little bit more with Mr. Nutcracker popping out another Annihilation, but there's a Blizzard in a window, and Mr. Nutcracker goes down again. How unfortunate. 2 Annihilations down the drain with some amazing ult timing from Tulsa University.
Also doing really good with the counter ults here.
And, I mean, yes, this is the second time we've seen the Amp Matrix. The Blizzard might have been a little unnecessary, but it was just enough to finish Mr. Nutcracker off. And whatever works, especially in this situation where they have to prevent Roger State from setting the record. Here's the Shatter going out. Mr. Nutcracker gets knocked down. Down goes OACE as well. Roger State losing numbers left and right on the back foot here. We can see Mr. Nutcracker trying to spam out the angle around here. The wall from the May blocking a little bit of the sightline, but Roger State's starting to burn quite a bit of time. What do you think Roger State needs to change in order to push through this angle?
Well, the first cap was really good. Going into this choke, they've wasted almost 3 minutes going in here. Huge EMP. They might be able to play after that. Oh, but the beat goes out. I would definitely think that some swaps to different characters would be advisable here. Possibly an Orisa would be able to handle that Bastion and be able to contest the Reinhardt.
Right, and there are some damage swaps from Roger State, but I think to make a fair point here, the Reinhardt is creating a lot of pressure, and Mr. Nutcracker isn't able to do anything against it. You would assume that Nemesis mode is able to crush Reinhardt enough, but he can't even get in long enough to actually deal enough damage, especially with the Maywa almost walling him off. He's going to probably die for the Annihilation here. We'll see if this one works out, as Dino is holding very forward. There's the Annihilation pop, but the Shadow pop at the same time, as well as the Blizzard. 3 ultimates popping out. Roger State loses 3 members and has to go back again. Very unfortunate plays on Roger State's side. So close to holding things down. But once again, just as you mentioned, the counter ults from Tulsa University are on point and absolutely devastating for Roger State to hold. However, they did end up losing their tank, and we can see Roger State, despite losing that push, is going to be able to push around the corner.
Yeah, giving them this extra bit of space is definitely going to help out Roger State University. But going into 40 seconds left on the clock, it's going to come down to this last team fight. If Tulsa's able to play for their ultimates, which it looks like they've got a few coming up, they might just be able to all just press Q and win this last fight.
Right, and 20 seconds on the clock, though. They're going to have to push pretty quickly. There's 3 ultimates on Tulsa University's side that are extremely oppressive ultimates. Down goes the Sound Barrier, soon the Amp Matrix, and then followed by Bastion's ult, but it might not even have to come to that, as 3 kills on Roger State's side leaves just poor little Hadwad in the corner here. I don't think anybody sees him. He's just chilling around in the corner, sneaking around. He touches the cart there. 0.5 seconds on the clock. Has to touch again. Contested by Roger State, but there's the Amp Matrix, followed by just a massive amount of damage as Roger States get annihilated off the cart and the time expires, which is a pretty difficult first half for Roger State.
It definitely looks like Rogers is sticking to their Ramacher comp. It might be that's what they're most comfortable with, but I think going against this Reinhardt comp, it might be better to switch.
And we'll see if Mr. Nutcracker follows your advice. We did see him draw up the ball right there at the end, most likely as a panic pick, you know, rushing over to the point in order to contest fairly early on. But this time, Roger State is going to be on the defending side, and we're going to see Tulsa University's take at playing the offensive. Now, Roger State was only able to capture 1 checkpoint and went about 88 meters, which means Tulsa University just has to go 0.01 meter further than Rogers State did, which means Rogers State's going to have a phenomenal first point hold, considering how quickly Rogers State lost all that time. They need to be able to hold first point basically near to the overtime, don't you think?
Yeah, if they lose first point quickly, it might just be over for this map. But if they're able to successfully just hunker down and hold this point, they might have a chance here.
Right, and we can see kind of an interesting composition. We see the Mercy and Widow on Tulsa University side. This isn't foreign, but the damage boost is going to be a real menace if T-Shop can hit their shots. In fact, as the walls fall, they switch off to Bastion. It was a complete bait on the Rogers State to make them think that was the play. Very smart move overall. You don't want to give too much intel away. T-Shop immediately switching over to the Bastion, getting a perspective of that here. We can see a peek over the corner with the help of the Reinhardt. Tulsa University just creating so much space right off the bat without any contestment is a real achievement here. Rogers State's going to have to fumble around the area, and this pillar can be really difficult to play around.
Yeah, we're looking at a mirror matchup almost here. The only difference being the Lucio versus the Zenyatta, which I think is makes sense here for the sides that they're going against. Zenyatta's going to be oppressive with that Discord orb, but having the Lucio speed boost will help Tulsa get into the fight.
Oh, but they do just lose the Lucio and Dino as well. Rogers State gets a 4K, cleaning things up. Going to be able to hold things down. The May just goes into the little ice cubicle and backs out into spawn. So Rogers State was able to hold first longer than Tulsa University, but Tulsa University held second, the second corner here for about 5 minutes. So Rogers State's going to have to really hunker down and not let these ult plays stop their defense. We can see several ultimates charging from Tulsa University's side, of massive mid-fight on the area. Two members of Rogers State going down, with Alec and Ripsy very weak as well, backing out of the site. Rogers State's going to have to play passive around the corner, which is going to give the checkpoint cap to Tulsa University, which this could be very disastrous if they're able to get through this check immediately after. And we can see as the objective gets captured, Rogers State is playing passive, with Tulsa University just going for a complete collapse onto Rogers State. Ripsy and Mr. Nutcracker falling as well. That's a tank down. Rogers State has nowhere to fall back on. They're going to have to fight this offensive here. Hodwad goes in but gets shattered. Shattered from the Dino on Tulsa University's side. We can see immediately Hodwad falls. Now, they just have one person on the cart here, which isn't the fastest it can go, but this might be all Tulsa University needs in order to secure the round.
So this is a fairly standard play, but one that's very effective. Them pushing up and taking all this space is going to keep the pressure away from the payload and push the defense way back. Much further than that choke, so they just don't have to worry about that. And just one team fight here could be the deciding factor.
Right, and we could see the Blizzard going off after Rogers State gets a double kill, but here comes Dino with just an absolute destruction followed up to even things out with the sound barrier. However, so much damage comes out that Dino actually goes down. Rogers State starts the re-collapse here despite being down several members, but the death of the tank is going to be enough for Rogers State to hold a little about 20 meters away from the objective. Rogers State has 3.5 minutes to hold this one corner here. Very difficult fight. But the fact that they were able to take out Dino there means that they do have a chance of holding this second map. And here comes the second engagement here on the site immediately after. Mr. Nutcracker goes diving in. There's the Ant Matrix, tons of damage. The Immortality Field barely keeps him alive. He gets the kill onto the Baptiste here. Rogers State continues their collapse. Here comes the Bastion ult. Almost domes Mr. Nutcracker, but barely going to be able to survive. Backing out. Dino does have the shatter here, and depending on when that shatter is used, we could see some absolutely insane plays. So let's see if we can capture that as Dino starts the rotation back over, only 2 meters away from capturing the objective. This could be the final fight for Rogers State, especially with 3 minutes on the clock still. This is an extremely difficult hold. Mr. Nutcracker now having the shatter as well on Reinhardt. Here comes the Blizzard from Rogers State. Very good play using the May wall as cover on both sides. Dino goes down, and it's a team kill for Rogers State. And an amazing play there for Rogers State, being able to hold this down. I mean, this has been an extraordinary hold, all things considered. Taking a 4-minute time down to a 2-minute time. There's still plenty of time for Tulsa University. They didn't use the Shatter, and they were able to farm some more ult charge now, as you can see. May and Lucio very close to having their ultimates going in for the second fight. This is going to be a very interesting encounter. Dino almost immediately rushing in. We can see Loftus trying to create some space, but there's the pulse bomb from Hadwad. Doesn't get any kills. Very unfortunate for Rogers State here. Trying to push a little bit more forward. May having some difficulty getting in due to just the constant pressure from the Bastion on Rogers State's side. However, Hadwad does go down. There's the Amp Matrix, but Dino Shatter gets the kill onto Mr. Nutcracker. It's an absolute domino effect. Rogers State loses member after member with the Blizzard coming in to seal the deal, and map 2 is going to go to Tulsa University, which puts Rogers State at the back foot, but that's not the end. Stay tuned for map 3 after a short break. And welcome back to Southeastern Esports. We're headed into map 3 of the OACE Overwatch Grand Finals. Rogers State has had a very rough run of things in the first 2 maps, so we're headed into the 3rd map so far to see if Rogers State will be able to secure Junkertown, which is similar to Hybrid but without the initial checkpoint. And real quick, I'd like to say that OACE is powered by Taco Casa. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of the OACE today. It's very great to have you working with us, and we appreciate all the support. But let's get into the match. What would you say is very good for Junkertown, knowing that it has a lot of verticality?
So Junkertown is actually a map that is notorious for its long sightlines, and as such, this is one of the best maps for poke comps on either side. So Sigma is definitely a good pick here, along with Widowmaker, as you see from both sides. Running almost into a mirror match, aside from Hadwad and Loftus on Hanzo and Torbjorn respectively, it's definitely going to be a matter of who gets a good pick first.
Right, and we can see as the gates open up, Rogers State trying to get an early offensive, but they are actually able to force Tulsa University back a pretty decent ways. One thing I'd like to point out is some composition differences. Dino and Mr. Nutcracker are both running Sigma, which is very out of character for both of them. We've seen a lot of Reinhardt and Ramatra for these tanks, so it's very interesting to see them play something different headed into the map, as well as the Torbjorn pick from Loftus. Why do you think the Torbjorn was picked here?
So going into the attack, if Torbjorn's able to get a good turret, he's able to create a lot of space, and even just some spam from his primary attack is enough to take out some of the long-distance characters like Widowmaker or Hanzo with just a couple of shots.
Right, and that can be very effective with a lot of the hit scan characters that we can see on Rogers State's side, Ripsy and Race, of course. But the Hanzo pick is actually very interesting as well, because the flurry of arrows can be very, very destructive if used at the right time. We can see a bit of an encounter here. Mr. Nutcracker at a very difficult position, being cornered out by Dino and T-Shop, having to play a little at an awkward angle in this cubby here. Trying to peek back out. Looks like Tulsa University backed off, especially with Hadouat getting the kill onto the Torbjorn here. We can see a bit of a rotation over from Dino, having to go backwards to play against Mr. Nutcracker here. There goes the Rock with the Immortality Field. Dino actually gets completely shut down. Very unfortunate, as Rogers State is going to capitalize on that ability and almost take things all the way home with a very quick first point cap. How do you think Rogers State is doing so far?
Rogers State is doing really good here. The first point especially can be an absolute slog if neither side is able to get a good pick. But getting that pick on the enemy Widow really early was huge for them, as that opens up a lot of, or that takes off a lot of pressure.
All right, and we can see Gravitic Flux is actually in both tanks' hands here. We can see Mr. Nutcracker pulling that out right now, trying to get some damage off, but no kills. And in fact, we can see Baptiste getting those crit heals with the Amplification Matrix, doing a massive amount of suppression and actually stalling the Mr. Nutcracker's ult altogether. Very impressive stuff from Tulsa University, being able to hold things down there with a 3K onto Rogers State.
The ult economy right now looks very interesting. Going in with 2 ults for Tulsa, but 2 ults as well for Rogers State. Might have a high noon soon, but with the Sigma, it's hard to say if it's gonna be able to do much.
And we can see Dino here playing around the area, popping off the Gravitic Flux again here, getting the kill on the Ripsy, trying to slam down, no follow-ups, but a lot of good kills there. I mean, getting Ripsy is a support kill, so Rogers State's going to have to recover from that very quickly. We can see Mr. Nutcracker actually in a very stealthy position, ends up taking out the Zenyatta, maybe going for the Baptiste after, but looks like just going to go for a lead here. Actually a very surprise pick. You know, usually you don't see tanks playing that far in the back line, but the fact that he was able to get a kill on the Zenyatta is very helpful for Rogers State.
It definitely seems that Sigma might not be their most comfortable tank, as they're playing very aggressive, but it seems to be kind of working against each other in this weird way.
Right, and Mr. Nutcracker seems to have a pretty decent amount of experience on Sigma as well, which isn't helping Tulsa University or giving them any favors. However, these amazing kills from the Baptiste here have been on point and really keeping things in check for Tulsa University overall. We can see Dino going into another fight around the corner. Hadouat almost getting entirely taken out, followed up by Dino getting taken out as well. So Rogers State's still going to be able to hold surprisingly here. Tulsa University ends up losing the second point, which is going to put things down on a very low point for Tulsa University. They still have 3.5 minutes on Rogers State's side, which is not an impossible wall to climb. However, we'll see if Rogers State University will be able to close the gap and finish things out, or if Tulsa University will be able to close the gap as on their end and run the timer all the way down. Of course, this is a switching sides map, so even if Rogers State does cap all 3 checkpoints, there's still the chance for Tulsa University to do it as well, which will just take us into overtime. With the way things are going, though, it looks like Rogers State's going to get a pretty decent foothold with Mr. Nutcracker throwing out the Gravitic Flux. A very good Immortality Field from the Baptiste there on Tulsa University's side, creating a lot of pressure and, in fact, denying Mr. Nutcracker any kills, which causes a trade out from damages on Rogers State's side. Despite this, Mr. Nutcracker is going in full force onto the final point.
Looks like going into this next fight, Tulsa's going to have a lot of ults coming up. They're going to be able to get all of them pretty soon. Whereas Rogers is down their Sigma ult and not quite close to their support ults either.
Right, and that's going to put them at a very massive disadvantage. OACE throws out the pulse bomb, unable to get any kills. Here comes the Twin Dragons out from Hadwad. Mr. Nutcracker is able to take out Dino, though. Followed up with a kill in the
Big work here.
Massive kills. It's a 5k kill streak, and leaving only T-Shop to fend for themselves. The pulse bomb takes out the immortality field, weakens Mr. Nutcracker, but it's not enough. Rogers State at the finish line. Will there be any last second plays?
This could be
Dino
it.
pops out the Gravitic Flux. It slams down Mr. Nutcracker. Ripsy is down. It's a scramble for the point. Mr. Nutcracker falls. Alec is alone with the Transcension.
Unable to get the Transcendence to save the tank. That is unfortunate. Heartbreaking.
Rogers State 5 meters away from capturing the final objective. Barely loses it to some amazing ult plays from Dino and the rest of Tulsa University, which is going to put Rogers State on the back foot. Of course, they still have 80 seconds on the clock, so there's still a decent amount of time, but they aren't going to have a lot of opportunities for other pushes here, and they need to be using their ultimates very conservatively, looking at Race Ace and Ripsy here.
So it looks like we got a couple of hero changes on both sides. T-Shop going in on Tracer, just trying to contest the point, and Race Ace and Hadwad going for a Tracer and Hanzo, trying to create some pressure on each side, it looks like.
And
but we have a Torbjorn
ult.
ult.
Getting the kill on the Ripsy, collapsing even further as well, trying to get Mr. Nutcracker. Mr. Nutcracker having to play all the way passive here, 40 seconds on the clock. Race Ace follows up with a double kill, though. Very good stuff on Tracer. That's going to put Tulsa University in a difficult position. Rogers State goes back in for the collapse. Mr. Nutcracker trying to step onto the cart here. We can see, however, Tulsa University gets the stick onto Mr. Nutcracker with the pulse bomb. Dino goes back in for the collapse, and it's just an absolute massacre. Rogers State trying to hold the line, but 17 seconds on the clock. Ripsy has to pop that amplification matrix. Rogers State goes back in for the collapse. Dino goes down. It's all coming down to this. We can see the amplification matrix from the Baptiste as well, but it actually gets saved by the immortality field from the pulse bomb. Here comes the Twin Dragons trying to create space. Rogers State caps it in the overtime. So a very, very close round there for Rogers State. They desperately needed that overtime cap. This is going to put Tulsa University, honestly, at a pretty solid spot. If they're able to cap any faster than Rogers State was, and they make it all the way to the third point, overtime could be pretty disastrous if Tulsa University has more time than Rogers State.
Being able to cap all the way to third point definitely helps them, but going all the way to overtime is going to leave them with a lot more time to hold.
Right, and we can see as the timer ticks down if we have any changes in composition here. However, it looks like we're going to see some fairly standard plays overall. We can see Alec and Ripsy staying on the Zenyatta and Baptiste, and that's going to be mirrored pretty much all the way. The only difference here is Tulsa University side playing Sojourn instead of having Hadwad, which is playing Hanzo here. Why do you think they decided to go with Sojourn over Hanzo and vice versa?
So they were playing Torbjorn before. I think the switch for Sojourn, they might be trying to play around some one-shot picks. If they're able to take out the Baptiste or the Zenyatta, that's going to take a lot of pressure off. That's going to deny them of healing, and it's going to allow Tulsa to push forward very strong.
Right, and those one-shots can be massive. Also, that deny on the boulder there was actually pretty phenomenal to see. I don't think I've ever seen a Sigma use the barrier to just deny the boulder straight out of spawn. Very nice early shot there. We can see Dino creating a lot of space and almost taking out Mr. Nutcracker. That's a takedown! Rogers State is on the back foot already. Very good early start for Tulsa University, as Rogers State has to play very passive now near the backside of the first checkpoint. The cart's rounding the corner very quickly. We can see practically just Ripsy and Alec trying to create some space. Both supports here. Of course, that Widowmaker, though, almost taking out Ripsy, forcing off the point. 9 health! so close from dropping a support on Rogers State's side. Rogers State getting very lucky with the survivability there. Mr. Nutcracker going back in. Rogers State has to salvage this. I mean, it's 3 minutes on the clock, and this is a difficult hold for Rogers State.
Tulsa definitely has the upper hand here playing that corner. That corner is going to deny sightline quite a bit. And with the strong start that they got, it's not looking too good for Rogers here.
And especially with T-Shop getting that kill onto Hodwad, we can see Mr. Nutcracker trying to salvage as a result, losing a damage. It's going to be very difficult, though. Oasis and Mr. Nutcracker follow up with a double kill, though Rogers State salvages it anyway. We can see a boulder going out, but the Immortality Field doing really good work there. Once again, that Baptiste just on a roll on Tulsa University's side, trying to even things out, and in fact they do so. Rogers State has to play passive as a result. They can't go back to the forward aggression on Junkertown, and we can immediately see a re-aggression from Tulsa University as they start to round the corner.
And that early pick was pretty good, but unfortunately Tulsa's just able to get back into the fight much sooner.
Right, and we can see Zenyatta here with the Transcendence. Not going to use it yet, a little too early in the fight, but Races does get the kill on the T-Shop, and unless they want to risk some more drops, because they already lost the support, it might be time to pop the Transcendence, but it's too late, as Alec pops theirs first, and that's another basically team kill for Rogers State, as the only one up is T-Shop. Very good stuff for Rogers State. A minute and a half on the clock, and this is starting to be pretty difficult for Tulsa University. Of course, they are headed into this next fight with 4 ultimates, so it's still very, very close, and Tulsa University has a very good chance of taking this, but this could be their last team fight as we head into the last 80 seconds.
Well, the Widowmaker ultimate might not do much for them in the team fight. The other 3 ults could be very strong if stacked up well. And it looks like we're getting a Sigma ult.
Trying to use the Gravitic Flux, doesn't actually get any kills. Mr. Nutcracker uses theirs and shuts down Dino. It's too late on the Transcendence. They weren't able to save the tank. Absolutely tragic. Mr. Nutcracker follows up with both supports dead. Time ticking 50 seconds. This is going to be an all or nothing push. We can see Sojourn popping out the overclock, trying to get any damage, but being taken out. Tulsa University, no ultimates, 40 seconds. Gonna have to push into this by nothing but brute force and sheer skill. Will they be able to do it? This is a very difficult matchup. Of course, Rogers State only has 1 ultimate as well, and Ripsy is still rotating out of spawn. So there's a very good chance if Tulsa University is able to get some good kills, they might be able to take the first point. Mr. Nutcracker actually being forced to back out. Ripsy just now arriving to the scene. Dino with the kill onto Races is a damage down as well. We can see there's a complete collapse. Here comes the amplification matrix, but is it enough as Ripsy goes down immediately after? Mr. Nutcracker goes down. Looks like Tulsa University might be able to close the gap, and they capture the objective. Not quite. They capture the objective with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Very devastating fight previously for Tulsa, as they had very strong ultimates but almost wasted it, but they were able to come back in an upset.
And that is really an astounding push for Tulsa University. No ultimates, but pure skill and a dream with 40 seconds on the clock, and they were able to pull through. Rogers State having to default with 2.5 minutes on the clock against Tulsa University. This is looking to be a very difficult fight now, as that additional time could really hurt Rogers State, especially with this Gravitic Flux. However, Mr. Nutcracker is going to survive despite the Gravitic Flux. Alec does have Transcendence, and here comes Mr. Nutcracker's Gravitic Flux actually trying to get some damage off as well. We can see does actually take out the Baptiste, and since the Zenyatta is down as well, it's just a domino effect. Alec actually popping the Transcendence to prevent the Pulse Bomb from getting himself killed, and we can see Rogers State gets a very solid hold, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Will Tulsa University be able to salvage up with the Transcendence ult, which is almost in their arsenal, or will this spell the end of Map 3? We'll see. This is starting to come down to the wire once again. Tulsa University has put up a spectacular fight, though, all things considered. Dino rounding the corner here, trying to go up and deal with Mr. Nutcracker. Mr. Nutcracker has been a menace on this objective. Just been absolutely in the deep backlines. However, that might cost him at very low health. Tries to scamble for a health pack. Rogers State loses their tank. Dino's just going to push entirely with the rest of Tulsa University as Rogers State loses their tank. Absolutely devastating.
It definitely seems that Nutcracker is more confident with the Gravitic Flux, but it seems Dino's giving him a run for his money for just the overall Sigma plays.
And once again, what was a very, very difficult push for Tulsa University has been won off of a single tank kill. So another spectacular display of skill from Tulsa University, pushing Rogers State all the way back to the final objective with 2 minutes on the clock. And
this last point's definitely going to be a hard one to take control of. It's possible we might see some switches here, as this last point is definitely has less sight lines than the previous two, but still it looks like they're still going to stick with the Sigma comps, and this might be a very big fight we're going into with all these ultimates.
Right, and Dino might pop that Gravitic Flux. Dino desperately has to get a good kill with the Gravitic Flux, because if so, that could be massive. However, Race with the Pulse Bomb, that's a takedown. Rogers State is going to be able to hold. There's a minute on the clock now. Tulsa University having to play passive as a result. We can see Mr. Nutcracker pushing up through the angle. 4 ultimates on Tulsa University, though, with almost all 5. This is going to be an absolutely insane final fight. Mr. Nutcracker does have the Gravitic Flux. Out comes the Amplification Matrix, followed with the Overclock. Here comes the Transcendence. It's ult after ult after ult. Will Tulsa University be able to get enough kills to secure it, though? Ripsy and Alec extremely low health. Down goes Ripsy immediately after. Dino gets the kill with the Gravitic Flux. Out comes Dino as well, following up with the destruction of Hadwad's Riptire. And it's just a domino, with Tulsa University being able to almost close the gap. 20 seconds on the clock. Absolutely insane gameplay.
But they are down a tank. It's going to take them a bit for the Sigma to get back. So Rogers they're actually able to push them back here.
And coming down to the last 10 seconds, looks like the Zenyatta is going to have to brute force their way through with the Tracer. We can see Dino pushing through the area, trying to get onto the cart. 4 seconds. Dino goes down. The Zenyatta's down. T-Shop touches with the Tracer. Will they be able to hold long enough for Tulsa University to make it? They go down. Overtime is ticking, but Baptiste gets killed on the way. And map number 3 is going to go to Rogers State, putting us at 2-1 in Tulsa University's favor, but there's still plenty of time for Rogers State to secure the victory here, or Tulsa University to bag another 2 maps. So stay tuned for more of the OACE Grand Finals in Overwatch after this.
together, I can't run any faster. It will end before it starts. I'm up against a wall. How can it be growing taller? I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning in a vision. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Feel it in my veins, no drugs can do the same. Blood in the wind. Is this what we created? Where have we started? Did I lose my mind? I'm up against a wall, on the edge, seconds till I fall. I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning from within. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster.
Welcome to Esperanza. Initiating match.
Yep.
And welcome back to OACE Southeastern Esports. We're in the fourth map of the Overwatch Grand Finals. Rogers State was able to gain one map against Tulsa University there after a very, very, very close game coming down to an overtime about 10 meters apart. But now we're headed into Esperanza, everyone's favorite push map, starting off with both teams at the same position. Explain to us a little bit about how push works.
So push is essentially this massive tug of war. You have a robot and two barricades, one for each team, and essentially you want to have one person take control of the robot and escort them while it pushes the barricade further. And it's, again, it's just a huge tug of war. Can go on for quite a while.
Right, and the map does have a 10-minute timer. Looks like we're going to be taking a brief pause, most likely technical. But while we're paused, let's take a look at our team compositions here. Fairly standard stuff. I mean, we've seen Dino play the Reinhardt all day, except for the last map. The one shrub is actually going to be on to Lucio. I like that pick quite a bit, as well as Ripsy. One thing I do find interesting is Mr. Nutcracker on Junker Queen. What do you think of that?
So usually Junker Queen is very good against dive compositions like Winston. She is a brawl character, so it's going to be interesting going against Reinhardt, who is essentially the king of brawl. Might be it might not be the best pick here for Nutcracker unless they're able to pull off some miracles here, and it's possible we might see a switch.
Right, and it'll mostly depend on how this first mid-fight goes. So we'll see if things pull off in Roger State's favor, or this first mid-fight goes pretty heavily into Tulsa University, as immediately we can see the robots starting to lean towards Tulsa University's side, an immediate pin with Dino there. The Immortality Field really coming into clutch for Mr. Nutcracker. One followed up very suitably to Tulsa University, trying to hold things down. 9 minutes on the clock. Roger State losing a bit of ground, but they are able to get at least one support kill here. However, everyone is really weak, and with the death of Mr. Nutcracker, this is most definitively going to give the first mid-fight to Tulsa University, which is going to hurt Roger State quite a bit.
It definitely looks like going in with the Tracer and Reaper. Very good composition with the Junker Queen for anti-dive, but it seems like it might not be enough to counter Brawl here.
Right, and we can see Hotbot pulling out with the Reaper here. I'd really like to see some interesting Reaper plays. You know, Death Blossom is one of the most powerful ultimates in the game.
Huge pick on the Reinhardt.
Yeah, and the kill on Ryan. Hotbot's just going in. I mean, he might be able to get a second one here. Follows up with one on the two shot, goes in for the Lucio here. Has to go out of faith. Actually, barely gets the third kill. Goes in for a fourth one. Oh my gosh, absolutely phenomenal plays there from Roger State, getting a 4K there from Hodwad. And Roger State going to be able to regain the ground that they lost just immediately. I mean, just as you were mentioning, you liked the Tracer and the Reaper, but that is extraordinary.
Reaper definitely is devastating against characters that have just larger body masses, and it looks like that is what we have from Tulsa here. Reinhardt as a tank is very easy to hit, but also Mei and Bastion are fairly large damage characters.
Oh, there's
it's like they're able to counter the Blossom with the Sound Blossom.
A little
Sound
too
Barrier.
late though, because Dino is down, stalling for time. Tulsa University is able to push the robot back a little bit, but Race Ace follows up with a double kill, cleaning things up for Roger State, allowing Roger State to re-hold the lead here. They have to push it 2.1 more meters in order to surpass where Tulsa University is, and they should be able to do that right now, which is going to put Tulsa University in a tough position, because one of the hardest and most challenging things about push is turning the robot back around to where you need to push your barricade, and that can take several team fights in and of itself, which is why the game mode has such a long timer. Race Ace with the kill onto Lucio with the pulse bomb here, switching over. We can see Dino pushing out, trying to be fairly forward onto the site, but Roger State actually went for a flank play. We can see the Junker Queen gets the kill onto Dino. That's a tank down, as well as 3 other members of Tulsa University. This push is actually going to give Roger State forward spawns.
Roger State doing very good here, splitting their pressure among different points. Very interesting. Usually you don't see Junker Queen doing as good against Reinhardt, especially in games like this. But I think that Race Ace and Hotwater are doing very good in their roles.
And yeah, this is a very different thing from what we saw in the first big fight. Of course, Roger State is losing a tank and Hotwater here. It's going to be very difficult to hold, especially with Ripsy going down as well. Roger State's going to be put on the back foot, but forward spawns might be able to stall them out just long enough to get back up. This is still a very good comeback, though, from Tulsa University, being able to reverse things. The Shatter in Dino's hands is going to be very interesting to see the plays come into action, as we can see Mr. Nutcracker trying to rally back over from the top side. Might go for a collapse off of the high ground, which would be pretty interesting to see. There's the anti-position matrix from Alec. Here comes the knife, followed by the shout. Gets a lot of damage off. However, the Blizzard traps Podwad, gets him killed. Ripsy is able to follow up by trying to even things out. Roger State's still able to advance a little bit further. However, with the stun going out, saved by the Baptiste, Alec, all the ults going everywhere. Roger State does end up losing Mr. Nutcracker, but it's not enough to slow them down as they push it past mid and start regaining ground.
Very good comeback from Rogers here. It looks like they're going to be able to secure this fight.
Yeah, and very interesting usage of the Blizzard ult there. I think it did get Hodwad, but it was kind of difficult for Tulsa University to use in that situation, especially since Mr. Nutcracker went on the flanking side, jumping off of high ground there. However, it wasn't to complete waste because, as we can see, Tulsa University is going back in for the collapse and should be able to hold things down for a little bit longer. We can see Race Ace trying to go back around the corner here. There's the antis, followed by the sound barrier. The sound barrier is going to be able to negate it just for a little bit, but those antis are still very devastating with the bleed coming off as well. We can see Lop just trying to get kills one after the other. Ripsy gets taken out, followed by Mr. Nutcracker, who's very weak but doesn't get taken down. Mr. Nutcracker salvages, and RSU continues their advance, stopping the rest of Tulsa University, pushing up with a team kill.
Very good work from Rogers State with their DPS play this game.
Yeah, this composition swap has been very effective for push. Rogers State feeling very confident here so far. We'll see if they'll be able to take it home or if there's another major push coming from Tulsa University. A very strong start in this next fight as Alika goes down nearly immediately to the Baptiste. Race Ace trying to get in position to hold. We can see there's a pin trying to go down but doesn't actually lock on any targets. Dino going in deep, gets Mr. Nutcracker. That's a tank down for Rogers State. Will Tulsa University be able to continue the offense? They have to get it to the midway point to stop RSU's forward spawns, which will be massive if they're able to do so, because it gives them a huge advantage in turning the fight around.
Looks like we have a swap from T-Shop over to Cassidy. Cassidy's going to be a good pick here, because if he's able to land his shots, he's going to be able to deal with Race Ace and Hadwad really good here.
And taking a look at that, we can see he gets stuck by the pulse bomb, but survives from the immortality field! Absolutely insane immortality field from the Baptiste on Tulsa University's side. Amazing plays. This is what a competitive Overwatch looks like. Absolutely insane gameplay from both sides. Dino trying to play forward, but the contestant from the high ground here on Hadwad actually slowing down the robot. Rogers State able to stall long enough. Here comes the Reckoning coming out from Mr. Nutcracker. High Noon coming down from Train Shop. Gets the kill on the Ripsy. Rogers State down to support and to damage. Still going in for the offensive. Having to play a little bit passive, especially with the tank still up. Rogers State ends up losing the fight, but just barely. Mr. Nutcracker is going to play passive as the robot advances to the other side. Almost... Actually, that was kind of interesting. I didn't notice that Race Ace was back behind on the robot, pushing it away. Almost C9ing Tulsa University there.
Yeah, that's going to waste a lot of time for Tulsa trying to get the robot back. A really good play by Race Ace.
And that, although could have been, although it's very difficult to go into a 4v5 like that, it paid off dramatically for Rogers State as they're engaging in the same position at another fight right at the crossbar here, which is going to allow Rogers State to capitalize on it. Hadwad pulling out the Death Blossom, gets a kill. Here comes the sound barrier as well. Race Ace, Mr. Nutcracker is walled off by the mate. Will he be able to take the fight? Trying to hold down the robot here. Goes for the slash. A lot of bleed damage. Here comes the rest of the team though, shutting down Mr. Nutcracker. Gets stuck, is going to end up going down. Rogers State without a tank is most likely going to lose robot control. Race Ace trying to poke around the robot here. A minute and 30 seconds on the clock. We can see that Tulsa University is going to have to make a massive push here, at least to the forward spawn, represented by the small shape here on the screen. If they aren't able to get there in a decent amount of time, it could really hurt them for their respawn.
Definitely a shout out to all the support players here, the unsung heroes of this match. There's been a lot of instances where people get very low on health, but Baptiste especially are able to keep them up, and this has been happening for the previous matches as well.
Yes, the Baptistes on both sides are absolutely tremendous players. Clearly some of the most supports I've ever seen and some of the best that Oklahoma has to offer. We can see Mr. Nutcracker playing fairly forward, getting ready to throw out that Reckoning with a lot of pressure. 35 seconds on the clock. Rogers State's going to regain forward spawns, which is going to be pretty rough for Tulsa University. Mr. Nutcracker actually soloing the card, but here comes the entirety of Tulsa University. Fortunately enough for Mr. Nutcracker, there goes the Shatter though. A bunch of ults going back and forth. The sound barrier saving the Blizzard coming out. Mr. Nutcracker is frozen, goes down to the High Noon. T-Shop on a double kill, triple kill. Rogers State down all 5 members.
That was an
Absolutely insane.
intense team fight.
Rogers State, 4 seconds on the clock. Tulsa University regains control of the site, trying to push the robot all the way down. They cannot step off now. If they do, that's a map loss. Rogers State's going to go in for one final fight here. There's the Reckoning. Gets a bunch of suppressions and antis off, but it's followed by Alec on a triple kill. Alec gets a triple on Baptiste, and that's the overtime ticking down. Rogers State ends up taking their second map, tying things 2-2, which is going to put us at a very interesting map 5. Stay tuned for more after this.
Welcome to Oasis. Initiating match.
5, 4. All right, let's get started. Welcome back to Southeastern Esports. We're headed into the Overwatch Grand Finals. After a very shocking 2-map win for Tulsa University, Rogers State brings it back with a 2-map as well. So it's now tied 2-all in the Overwatch Grand Finals, putting things at a very interesting position. We're headed into the 5th map so far, which is going to be another control point map, this time Oasis. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
So as a control point map, King of the Hill, Oasis is going to be very brawl heavy, especially on this first point, which Tulsa seemed to have an upper hand going into Nepal, and it looks like they're going to be trying a similar composition here. Rogers State sticking to what's been working, going with the Reaper, Tracer, and Junker Queen composition. This is going to be an interesting one, seeing that they were able to get a lot of value off of it last time.
Right, and starting off, we can immediately see Tulsa University take the high ground here, which I would say is actually a pretty good play from them, forcing Rogers State to play in this tight little corridor. Of course, being able to capitalize that themselves, we can see a lot of pressure immediately. Walling off, Rogers State is trying to get some space down. No cap or possession at the moment. Rogers State still starting to trickle out a little bit. Steiner with the kill on the Ripsky is going to do a lot of damage, though. We can see that trickling out now. Rogers State is able to get a kill to try and even things out. In fact, there goes the tank. That might be what seals the deal for the mid-fight, followed by a Cataclysm effect, leaving the one shrub to be the last remaining member. But Rogers State ends up taking the first mid-fight and getting the cap. This is fairly similar to what we saw in the first map, where Rogers State got the first cap and then got to 40%.
Definitely an interesting upset here. Rogers State doing very well with this Junker Queen comp. It's interesting to see this, as this isn't something that's usually played very often. But it could be this is what they're really good at. Huge ultimate here, getting a lot of antis.
Yeah, the Reckoning getting all 5, followed up with a kill from it as well. Rogers State gets a 4K, leaving once again the one shrub defend for himself. Ends up getting taken out. Rogers State with a second team kill here. Very impressive Reckoning ult from Mr. Nutcracker.
Tulsa's going to have to come up with something interesting to be able to handle with this Junker Queen. It definitely seems like they're giving them a run for their money here. Those bleeds and those antis especially are very heavy, and every Junker Queen ult that we've seen has been a game changer, essentially.
Right, and we can see they're starting to create some pressure. They decided not to go with the high ground this time, popping out that amplification window from both of the Baptiste here. T-Shop gets killed, but here comes the... Oh my gosh, the Reaper Death Blossom gets a 3K! Hadwad going insane! However, Tulsa University comes back with a 3K of their own, trying to hold things down. 73%. Rogers State loses the point just barely as Tulsa University starts to get their first cap time on the round.
Good fight, but Tulsa's down a tank. It could be really bad going into this next fight, as Rogers is going to be able to regroup very quickly.
Right, and we can see they're going for the high ground again on Tulsa University's side. This worked fairly well on the mid fight until they had to drop down. Rogers State's going to meet them up there, forcing them off almost immediately. You can see Dino playing low ground here, waiting for the opposition from Rogers State, just trying to hold out as long as possible. Down comes the entirety of Rogers State, though. This could be a very disastrous. Ray State's going for a bit of a flank around the corner, trying to create some pressure. Here's the Blizzard out. T-Shop gets taken out. Rogers State's trying to even things out here. Mr. Nutcracker goes down, though, and that's a tank loss. Down comes the beat as well. Tulsa University holding very well, forcing Ray States to play passive as Hadwad gets taken out, going for a couple blinks to get a health pack and retreating. Rogers State starts to lose the foothold here as 50% goes to Tulsa University.
Definitely a good plays here by Tulsa, being able to retake the point. But we see Rogers coming up with a couple of ults soon.
Right, and we have Mr. Nutcracker's Reckoning going off right
there
now.
It is.
Getting 2 or so antis, which is fairly solid as well. We'll see if it's enough for Rogers State to detain, though. They get the kill on the Dino, which is fairly solid. Going in with another one, trying to take out the May. May goes down as well. Rogers State holding on very well, gets a 4K, and still starting the cap here. One shrub gets taken out. Rogers State is able to regain the point, 80% now. We'll see if Rogers State will be able to hold it, or if Tulsa University will come back in with their ult waves, which they don't have a lot. They don't have any at the moment, but they're still fairly close to a decent amount. So if they can stall, Tulsa University will have a very strong fighting chance in this what could be final push.
It definitely seems that Rogers State University is getting warmed up now. They've found a comp that works very well for them against Tulsa here. And it does seem like this might be a very close map here.
There's the amplification matrix with the sound barrier, followed out with the Death Blossom getting another 3K. Absolutely insane stuff from Hadwad as Rogers State takes round 1 on map 5.
Massive Blossom from Hadwad there. Really good play.
Absolutely. I mean, Hadwad on Reaper is just an absolute menace against Tulsa University. Really giving them a run for their money. We'll see if Hadwad will be able to keep that up, or if Tulsa University decides to go for a Reaper of their own. As we can see here, they have actually decided to do the very same thing. We'll see if these two cancel each other out, because this could be a very close matchup. As you saw, Tulsa University still had 80% cap rate, which is extremely close to the wire for Rogers State.
It's definitely going to be an interesting fight going into this next map. The Reaper mirror matchup is going to be an interesting one. We're going to see who's going to be getting the most value, Hadwad or Loftus here, because I really think that's going to be what seals the deal.
Right, and we can immediately see a bunch of fights going on through this little bit corridor here. We can see the Baptiste keeping everyone alive spectacularly. However, T-Shop does end up going down. Richie with a very good early kill there. Throwing out that ammo field, very good deployment, as well as keeping Dino alive. Just fantastic usage all the way around. However, getting taken down by Race. Just the consistent damage, 13 health. That's been called out. They lose the support, and Dino goes down as well. Rogers State creates a ton of pressure and gets the first capture on the second point.
Race's putting a lot of pressure on Tulsa's backline. They're able to force the Baptiste to be juggling a lot of things at once, and it looks like it really paid off there.
Right, and we can see Race playing in a very tricky position with the Tracer again, trying to go for some pick damage onto Lucio, the one shrub from Tulsa University side. Having that pulse bomb, let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Throws it in, doesn't get any kills, gets a ton of damage though. That immortality field coming in the clutch once again. Fantastic work from the Baptiste on Tulsa University side. Here comes the Reckoning, flying out from Rogers State. Antis all over the place. However, Rogers State still didn't get the tank pick. They were able to get the sound barrier off from from Tulsa University side, which is going to allow the tank to hold just a little bit longer. However, here comes the Death Blossom sealing the deal. Rogers State gets the cap charge to 50% as the one shrub gets taken out very late, which is going to be a very slow respawn.
Very strange use of sound barrier here from Shrub, considering they were down both their Baptiste and their Cassidy. Going into this next fight, Tulsa's at a disadvantage here with the ult economy, as they have a defensive matrix, or amplification matrix, but RSU has Blossom and very close sound barrier.
Right, and we might see this the Death Blossom go off any second here. Waiting for that immortal field to go up. And there it is. 1, 2, 3! Rogers State Hadwad gets a 4K! Absolutely insane plays there. And that is just so difficult to come back from. I mean, 70% ult charge for, not ult charge, 70% cap time for Rogers State. Tulsa University really scrambling here. After putting up a very solid fight on the first round, it seems like they've lost their footing a little bit. Loftus was able to get some pretty decent kills on Reaper, but the switch over to Cassidy, I think is going to help them a little bit more. We can see the full farm going out, not able to get any kills. T-Shop rotating back over, pops out that high noon. Will they be able to get any kills? Waiting for that flash and peek over. There's the Lucio, not quite peeking it, doesn't have a shot, gets the kill on the Lucy. That's a huge support pick. Will they be able to follow up on it? Hadwad is very weak, but they can't quite get it. Rogers State starts to lose a couple members as the cap does end up going to Tulsa University's side. They have to hold this for an extremely long amount of time, as Rogers State is at 94% cap time.
Really good play by T-Shop here. The high noon going out not only was able to secure the kill on Ripsy, but also provide a lot of time for Tulsa to capture the point, giving them some extra time on the clock here. But it looks like we got another Reckoning here.
Pops out the ammo field to find a gate. There goes the Amp Matrix as well with the burst healing. Once again, the supports on Tulsa University have things on lock, but Rogers State mimics the exact same formula, and it looks like Rogers State might be able to pull ahead with it. However, Dino putting up a very strong defense here, holding the line for Tulsa University just a little bit longer. 60% charge now. Will Tulsa University be able to hold things out? Loftus with a very good kill onto Alec. Rogers State has to go back to spawn and try this again.
Very close fight there, but the tank loss from RSU was just devastating. Going into a team fight, if you lose a tank, it's very likely you're going to lose it.
And we can see Mr. Nutcracker trying to go back in now after a fairly rough loss. There's the shatter though, a lot of damage. Tulsa University gets the stick onto Mr. Nutcracker as well. He's trying his best to stay alive. Rogers State starting to fall back a little bit. Mr. Nutcracker having to go all the way in the other direction, ends up going down. Rogers State losing 4 members. Hodwad has this Reaper Death Blossom. Let's see, will he be able to pull off another insane play on his next respawn, or will Rogers State lose in the overtime here? 99%. Race Ace trying to hold down the site here. Dino at very low health though. If that tank goes down, this could be very disastrous for Tulsa University. Race Ace gets taken out. Here comes Mr. Nutcracker onto the site. You can see a lot of pressure back and forth from both teams. There's the Reaper Death Blossom. It doesn't get any kills, and a pressure comes in from Tulsa University. The overtime ticks, and round 2 goes to Tulsa University.
Really good work from Tulsa here. Swapping around the compositions definitely seemed to help them up.
Extremely amazing plays. I mean, the supports there from Tulsa University, just insane plays. The Baptiste being able to handle those Reckoning ults from Mr. Nutcracker so well, throwing down that immo field. Then the sound barrier came out, immediately followed with a burst healing from Baptiste, in just recovering nearly immediately. Rogers State had such a rough time dealing with that, and we can see that they are going to be in a bit of an uphill fight. This is going to be the match point for this map. So it's going to be very interesting to see if there's any map or character swaps on either side. So far, similar comps, same comps as the last round, but we'll see as the round advances. Taking a look now, we can see Mr. Nutcracker going in fairly head first into the fight. Dino and the rest of the team deciding to go straight through main on Tulsa University side. Falling down, trying to get some shots off, but not quite a whole lot of momentum here. Rogers State starting to advance even further onto the point, but Dino with a very secure hold on the point as well. Neither team able to get any kills at the moment, but it's starting to heat up quite a bit for both teams. We can see there's a follow-up. Race Ace gets a kill onto one of the supports. That's actually huge. Down goes Dino. It's a cataclysm effect. Rogers State's cleaning up the house, and they're going to be able to get the first cap on round 3.
Rogers State getting the huge pick on Shrub there. Situations like those definitely comes down to who gets the first pick, and it looks like Rogers State was able to capitalize on it.
Right, and we can see Mr. Nutcracker playing the high ground here, which is kind of interesting with Junkertown. You know, it's not really the position you play in with a very short range shotgun here. However, getting those knives, that bleed damage can be very effective. We can see Spy here getting a lot of healing off for Dino, keeping them alive at all accounts. Here comes Mr. Nutcracker with the drop down. The amplification matrix goes out. Hadwad goes down. Rogers State loses a lot of ground, but still hold the site. We can see Race Ace waiting for that cheeky pulse bomb. Goes in for the dive. Are they going to get the stuck? Looks like the reversal of time comes back out. Goes back in with the pulse bomb here. Are they going to be able to stick it? It's an insane reckoning there. Stick down on the ground too late as Mr. Nutcracker gets a double kill with their ultimate. Race Ace chasing in. Gets the kill onto the Baptiste here. Just barely. Follows up with one on the Hodwad, and Rogers State is going to get a team kill holding down the site. 40%. Still surprisingly close despite all those ultimates.
Really good work here by Race Ace, being able to just go into their backline and cause havoc here. Tulsa definitely seems to be having trouble diverting their attention to multiple sides, as Nutcracker and Hadwad being able to hold down the front line while Race Ace is able to get the flanks.
And despite all that, we can see 3 ultimates coming up on Tulsa University side. This is going to be an extremely close end of round here. Hadwad with the 3K on the Death Lotus again.
Ooh, absolutely massive ultimate there.
Absolutely insane. Hadwad is going crazy. It's a team kill again. Rogers State with the insane plays here from Hadwad and Race Ace, really making it difficult. Despite the fact that Tulsa University is about to have 4 ultimates, they can't seem to create a foothold long enough to actually do anything. We'll see if Dino is able to get the shatter off. They're going to be targeting Hadwad. Immediately tries to solo shatter Hadwad, but it misses. It doesn't matter. Rogers State still holding ground. They collapse again. Here comes the reckoning. Back and forth. Tulsa University trying to stall out with the amp matrix. Hadwad goes down. Race Ace gets a kill onto Loftus. 99%, the clock is ticking, overtime is going down. Rogers State holding very firm on the site. Dino almost goes down, gets stuck. That's the takedown for Tulsa University, and the overtime counts down. Rogers State takes map 5, gaining the lead 3-2. Stay tuned for what could be match point for Rogers University after this.
when you gone. I always miss you when you gone. I miss you when you gone.
Starting match.
Welcome back to Southeastern Esports. I am Nano,
And I am Dark Fox.
and we're headed into what could be match point for Roger State after a very, very close series of games in the Overwatch Grand Finals here at the OACE, powered by Taco Casa. Thank you so much for your support. But after the first two maps, going to Tulsa University, Roger State was able to bag 3 maps in a row, which is going to put Roger State at match point. We're headed into Rialto, which is going to be a fairly simple map, but why don't you go ahead and explain it and why our compositions are the way they are?
So Rialto is going to be another escort map, similar to Junkertown, where they do not have to capture a first objective. Instead, it goes with the payload. Now, this map has a lot of long sight lines, so it's going to be good for poke compositions, long-range characters like Sigma and Widowmaker here. So Tulsa with the defense going to look very good here. Echo can be oppressive at times if not dealt with properly, and it doesn't look like RSU has a very good answer to Echo quite yet. But if Hadwad is able to hit his shots, he might be able to deal with it.
Right, the flight and area denial here is going to be very difficult to parry against the Echo for Roger State. I mean, they do have Race Ace, but, you know, Tracer's rounds, they don't go very far, and they do very minimal damage with a large amount of spread. So it's going to be very difficult for Roger State to get a lot of damage off on the Lobsters here, which could be fairly disastrous if they aren't able to get any enough kills or enough pressure onto Tulsa University. We can see here another set of amazing kills from the Baptiste on Tulsa University. Dino playing fairly right around this corner. They gave up that first area fairly quickly. Why do you think Tulsa University let RSU have that first stretch?
Well, on this objective, once the objective gets past that kind of high ground area, usually it's better to play low ground, as you get kind of this, you force the attackers into this kind of funnel, and as you know, as the defending side, you're going to have more space to back up and play around corners if necessary.
Right, so they're able to corner Roger State in a very tough position by forcing them to play in this tight corner. However, Mr. Nutcracker has something sneaky cooking up his sleeve as he flanks around and gets the kill on the Baptiste. A collapse from the top side. That's a support down. Hodwad following as well. They get the kill on the Dino. That's a tank down. Mr. Nutcracker pushing forward. Lop just falls. Tulsa University, a mid-air shot rock! Absolutely insane throw there from Mr. Nutcracker. Love to see plays like that. But that's going to be Roger State getting a lot of space there, which is going to almost allow them to get the first control point. We'll see if Tulsa University will be able to step in. But Mr. Nutcracker being so aggressive up here at the front, especially with these two ultimates, one popping immediately from Alec. Gravitic Fluxes, Mr. Nutcracker getting a lot of damage off, but the Transcendence there, clutch Transcendence there from Tulsa University, forcing Race Ace and Mr. Nutcracker's ultimates to be ineffective. We can see Tulsa University still struggling to hold this angle as Roger State is 0.39 meters away from capping it. We can see Zenyatta pushing around the corner, keeping some very decent heals off, trying to get Race Ace out of there. Race Ace is just being an absolute menace, but it's an absolute domino effect as Roger State caps the first objective with 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Looking at these two compositions, it's definitely a case of which falls first. If the Baptiste or the Sigma dies first for either side, it can be catastrophic, as that denies most healing, as Zenyatta's not going to be having much healing output, and losing a tank in any sense is going to be devastating.
And yeah, I mean, losing a tank overall is just really, really rough, but just as you were mentioning, there isn't a lot of fallback for the damages that Tulsa University has. The Echo is a fairly decent, comparable one, but the Widowmaker is very difficult to work around with as a substitute for when your tank is low. A lot this year actually using the Mimic ultimate for Echo, getting a lot of pressure, and in fact being able to use Gravitic Flux might actually be able to get the kill. Mr. Nutcracker goes down! Roger State at the back foot, which is going to allow Tulsa University to create a lot of space and area to actually defend here, giving them a lot of time to ult charge. They haven't had a large opportunity or a lot of good opportunities to use their ultimates, so now they're being able, now they have the opportunity to salvage that and get back to a solid standing.
Really good copy from Loftus there, going with the Sigma. That's going to allow Tulsa to set up their defense here, as that buys them some time before RSU is able to get back into the fight.
Alright, but Mr. Nutcracker's Gravitic Flux is charged, however very low health, might not even be able to get it off, has to jump out of the window. Alec does have Transcendence, and there's also the Amplification Matrix. Roger State is ready for their next mid-fight. The question is Tulsa University? Here comes the trickle in as well. Loftus with the kill on the race ace, starting off the back foot. However, Roger State trying to even things out, might even be able to get the kill on the Dino there, follows up with a ton of damage. There's the Transcendence pop. Huge plays there from Tulsa University. They start to collapse. Mr. Nutcracker starting to take a ton of damage, but Hotbot with the double kill on Widowmaker tries to really salvage things up. Transcendence from Roger State gets the kill onto Dino. Roger State is going to create a massive foothold and get things almost to the second checkpoint.
Tulsa doing very good managing their ultimates, but RSU just being absolutely oppressive with the picks here.
And we'll see. I mean, that double kill from Hotbot was absolutely insane. T-Shop actually popping Widowmaker's ultimate just to try and get that insight onto where Hotbot will be, getting a very nice shot onto Race Ace there. Mr. Nutcracker with a kill onto the Zenyatta is going to be a massive support loss. Hotbot goes down, which is going to allow the sightline to be completely open for Tulsa University. However, Mr. Nutcracker is delivering a ton of damage. Dino goes down, and Alec is just stalling on the point, able to create so much space. Roger State takes the second point.
Going into this last point, they have 2 minutes left on the clock. Not a lot of time to work with, but it could potentially just be enough.
And this is going to be a very difficult final hold for Tulsa University. They're starting off with no ultimates. They're kind of close to the copy and not too far away from the Amplification Matrix as well. So they're going to have to get a fairly good kill. I think getting a good pick on the tank would definitely allow for Tulsa University to retake this area. What do you think?
It's definitely gonna come down to if they're able to deal with the tank or Ripsy here. We see a Gravitic Flux coming up from Nutcracker. Not able to do much.
Yeah, basically just damage, as most of it was immediately healed out by the amazing supports on Tulsa University. Here comes the Amplification Matrix. Down goes the support and a damage from Roger State's side. Mr. Nutcracker forced to play passive. Roger State down both supports, going all the way for the exit, but they might just chase him. Another mid-air boulder hit. Absolutely insane stuff we've seen on Sigma from Mr. Nutcracker here. Looks like Tulsa University is going to have to play passive, though. I don't think they realize that Roger State has someone on the point there. Hodwad almost solo capped it by himself just out of pure distraction. Good catch there from Tulsa University. Before that was absolutely tragic. 45 seconds on the clock. It's going to come down to this. Transcendence is in Tulsa University's pockets, but Alec also has it, and that pulse bomb could be disastrous. Loftus popping out the copy with the Gravitic Flux. No kills, very unfortunate. And here comes the counterplay from Roger State as they push up the hill. And there's the Gravitic Flux there from Dino, creating a lot of space, throwing Ripsy up in the air. Gonna get a kill on at least one support. Transcendence pop. They're gonna be able to keep Mr. Nutcracker alive. Will Tulsa University be able to stall? Only 15 seconds left. Hotbot goes down, but Dino gets struck. The amazing heals. It doesn't matter. Transcendence popped from Spy. Looks like Tulsa University has a massive advantage. They kill Mr. Nutcracker. 4 seconds ticking down. Roger State has no one on card, and the first half is going to end with 67 meters and 2 capture points.
Definitely a good hold by Tulsa here, but also a good push by RSU. Nutcracker definitely showing a repeat of what we saw in Junkertown with his prowess on Sigma.
Right, and Sigma with Mr. Nutcracker, just as much surprisingly as Junker Queen, has been an absolute pain for Tulsa University. But very good display there from Dino and the rest of Tulsa University for being able to counter Rogers State's picks there. Even if it did cost them almost the very last objective, they were able to stop it before the third point got capped. And ultimately, that can be what makes or breaks a game in Overwatch.
Definitely. It's definitely going to be hard for them to push up, but the potential is there. It looks like we still have Tulsa on a very similar comp. We see a switch from Hadwad on RSU to Ash, probably to try and handle the Echo, as well as put in some long to mid-range damage on the board.
Right, we talked about this before the first half, that the Echo was going to be pretty difficult for Rogers State. They didn't really have any long-distance hit scan damage that was consistent enough. Oasis was able to deal some, but the ability to get away paired with the spread that Tracer has is a very difficult thing to parry. That's kind of an interesting lineup. I don't think I've ever seen that, throwing the Dynamite into the air right at the start, kind of like a signal flare. Dino going for an immediate push through main. Looks like Rogers State's going to do the exact same thing that Tulsa University did. Give up the space on the first corridor, just like you mentioned. It really makes this first site claustrophobic for the attacking team and provides a lot of opportunities. However, Dino is not going to fall for the bait, going for the rotation up through the second floor, trying to create some pressure against RSU from the high ground.
It's definitely interesting seeing all the Sigma flanks on this map. Usually not something you see, as Sigma is very oppressive mid-range in the front lines. Oasis absolutely cleaning up with the Tracer, getting a team kill there.
Yeah, a triple kill. Oasis on an absolute killing spree, doing insane work for Rogers State, definitely slowing down Tulsa University's push. However, they do know he's there. They're going to force him to blink out. Almost very disastrous. Rogers State, really, if they lost any support, Mr. Nutcracker or Oasis, things could go down very fast, very quickly. So it's all going to depend on it, T-Shop and Tulsa University's performance. Hadwa does get the kill onto Loftus, which is going to shut down one of the damages. However, T-Shop in a fairly decent spot to go for a play here. They meet Oasis in the middle, not quite able to get this kill, but they're going to secure back over rotate. Oasis does have that pulse bomb ready to go. We'll see if we can catch Oasis using that, waiting for a lineup. 2:25 on the clock. Looks like Tulsa University is having some difficulty, but they are charging ult. Down goes Baptiste with the pulse bomb.
That's definitely going to force Tulsa back for a bit.
And with that in mind, I mean, we can see Tulsa University now starting to build up their ult. This is going to be a very difficult push for them, but they will have the ults to go into the fight as well. The question is, will they be able to kill Rogers State before Rogers State uses theirs? We can see a pretty dominant push there, getting Dino taken out. 2 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time to capture the first objective. And now with these ultimates, we'll see if Rogers State ends up losing this next mid-fight as we go into it pretty much immediately here with Dino walking out of spawn. Rogers State holding a little bit more forward than they usually have. However, Rogers State can be fairly confident with 3 ultimates on their side, and Alex getting a very early pick right before the fight even begins. Dino dealing a ton of damage to Rogers State, but also taking a lot. Luckily, due to the tremendous heals, it'll be all right for Tulsa University as they can continue their advance. Oddbot does a ton of damage suppressing the front line, but still no ultimate pops. There's nearly 10 ultimates, 5 on each team. Dino nearly getting taken out here, waiting for any sort of momentum. Still a barrier comes out. Here's the Gravitic Flux. This is what we were waiting for. Transcendence comes out from Rogers State. Gravitic Flux on Rogers State's side as well. Just to parallel the exact same plays. We can see it going back and forth for both teams. Out goes Bob from the Hogblot here, creating a ton of space, but Rogers State is going to be able to hold just a little bit longer. If they can get the kill onto Dino, that will completely halt the push. Hogblot gets taken up by Loftus, though. The overclock is absolutely insane. Dino survives, and Tulsa University now has a massive advantage pushing through the first objective. With 30 seconds on the clock, will they be able to capture it as the amplification matrix goes out? Dino throwing a boulder, trying to create some more space here, waiting for the respawns to trickle back through, but down goes Dino. That's a tank loss.
Absolutely insane and chaotic team fight here going into the last fight. Tulsa's going to have to work quickly to be able to contest here. each side using all of their ultimates in that last fight. It's gonna be a matter of who gets a pick on who's support or tank first.
And 2 seconds on the clock. Are they going to be able to touch or not? Overtime ticking down. We can see scrambling to the point Tulsa University, trying to create as much a foothold as possible. No team has any ults at the moment, though. Overtime is ticking down. Is anyone
This could be
there?
it.
Dino's trying to hold it. It's ticking. No one's on the card. The Tracer might not make it in time. And that's
That's
to
gonna
wrap
be
up
it.
the grand finals for Overwatch. Rogers State University wins 4-2 after a spectacular display here at the OACE. That is going to wrap up the Overwatch season. Thank you so much for tuning in, but that is not all. Tonight, not only do we have planned for you the Overwatch Grand Finals, but the Rocket League Grand Finals and the Valorant Grand Finals. So please stay tuned in the stream for more after a short break. Welcome back to OACE Esports. I am Nano. We are headed into the OACE Grand Finals for Rocket League. A very, very close matchup for both teams. OCU going up against Rogers State University. Going to be a very, very interesting series. Sorry for the delayed start, but as you can see, there are 2 goals, one for each team. Back and forth starting already. Jake with possession of the ball, trying to push things all the way home. Bounces it off the crossbar. Nickel with a very good save there from OCU. We can see Tater coming over to take possession, rotating the ball back around. Tater tries to create some more space for OCU. A lot of good pressure back and forth. Both teams working really hard here. After about 2 minutes, it's actually fairly surprising to see where these teams are at. Jake trying to push the ball past midfield now. Gets it over to OCU's side. Will they be able to bounce it out of the corner? K-Storm ends up taking some more control over the ball. We can see 3 minutes on the clock. K-Storm pushing things back down. Benito trying to get things lined up for another shot. Jake takes it past half field. All right, it's lined up almost perfectly for OCU here. Jake trying to get a shot on goal. K-Storm having to regain possession, pushes it out of the corner, lining up past the crossbar. Still in the corner there, very tough position. Nickel actually doing great on defense for OCU. Gives possession of the ball, but Benito gets a very good interception for Rogers State here. Benito trying to follow up on that pressure. Jake comes in out of nowhere for Rogers State, creates a lot more shots available there. However, Nickel getting a very nice follow-up with K-Storm as well, taking it all the way to RSU's side in a matter of seconds. We can see Fry trying to rotate back over to defend. However, Jake is actually going to send it past midfield line, skirmishing back and forth, a bounce off of crossbar. K-Storm trying to follow up with that. Nickel lining it up for almost a perfect shot. We can see K-Storm once again back in position for another shot. Jake playing very defensively. K-Storm several bounces off of crossbar for OCU. Not quite breaking that goal yet. Both teams are at a tie at the moment, and this could be the deciding goal. Considering how slow the rounds have been, neither team has quite been able to create a foothold over the other, and we might end up seeing an overtime on the first round. We can see Fry here trying to line up for a shot, but actually Tater gets the demo onto Jake. Benito tries to come in for a steal. Possession goes back to the midfield. Fry once again coming in for the follow-up, but Tater and K-Storm trying to take it all the way home. Gets the demo onto Jake, and now the ball is back in RSU's favor just for a moment. Nickel sends it all the way to the crossbar, bouncing almost straight into the goal there. We can see K-Storm trying to follow up with their own shot. Nickel gets another follow-up there. There's a bit of a skirmish near midfield. No one really has possession of the ball. A minute on the clock here, starting to get very intense to see which team will end up taking which side. It's counting down very quickly, and this might be an overtime in the first round, which is something that you can expect to see from the OACE Grand Finals. We had a spectacular Overwatch Grand Final before this. We took a little intermission, but being back now, you can see some amazing stuff going on from both teams here. Nearly 30 seconds on the clock and still no tiebreaker goal, which means that these teams are most likely going to be scrambling, because when it comes down to overtime, it's whoever scores that goal first. And that means you don't have the opportunity to make a comeback. It is just first to the next goal, which means these teams desperately want to get their advantage while they still hold it. K-Storm almost gets it and sinks in a second goal for OCU, 2-1. Round 1 wrapping up, nearly 15 seconds left on the clock. Lots of pressure from OCU onto Rogers State. Rogers State desperately going to try and make this kickoff shot here. They have to rush straight to kickoff, try and get as much pressure down as possible. Fry gets a pretty nice lead, but K-Storm with the denial follows up as well, takes it past half field. It's bouncing over. Jake regains possession. It's bouncing back and forth. OCU locking the dominance down. Oh, it almost goes in for a third goal, but the round timer is going to count down. The moment that hits 0, unless Rogers State is able to tie things up, then this first round will go to OCU. It touches down. Round 1, OCU. Stay tuned for more OACE Rocket League Grand Finals after this. Welcome back to round 2 of the OACE Rocket League Grand Finals. This stream is powered by Casa Tacos. Taco Casa, thank you so much for making this stream happen and everything about it. But after a very rough first round for Rogers State, we saw OCU take the first round against them. And now we're headed into the second one with Rogers State taking a very strong offensive early lead to kick things off. However, will this hold up? As we saw, there was a tremendous defense from OCU, definitely stopping RSU in their tracks and putting the brakes on all of their movements. Especially now we can see OCU has a very forward advantage, pushing the ball all the way to Rogers State's side with a follow-up from K-Storm and across the entire field. We can see a follow-up from Nickel as well, getting it out of the corner, almost in a perfect lineup. Fry with a good redirect, taking things out of the area, allowing for Rogers State to reform their defense. Jake going for a lineup as well. Actually, maintains possession despite Tater's dive for the ball. Nickel tries to go back in, ball stalling in midfield with a bit of a skirmish. However, Tater is waiting in the perfect position to follow up. We can see almost a minute and 15 seconds have passed and neither team has scored a goal, which is an extremely astounding measure considering that both these teams are extremely talented in Rocket League. We can see Benito trying to line up for a shot, gets a shot on goal, but it's immediately denied by OCU. Nickel and Tater really slowing things down for Rogers State. Jake gets a shot on crossbar, bounces off over to the midfield. Benito denying things once again. Almost a clean shot. Fry comes in with an amazing save. Fry turning things back around, pushes things towards the midfield with the help of Jake. K-Storm once again denying the pressure by regaining possession for OCU. Nickel comes back in as well. Tater goes for a follow-up shot and gets the first goal for OCU. 1-0. Let's take a look at that. Nickel comes in, bounces the ball out of the corner. Perfect lineup for Tater. Tater takes it all the way home, and that's going to be a very good early start for OCU. Rogers State definitely in a bit of a pickle now. 3 minutes on the clock, though. Still plenty of time to get that comeback goal that they need in order to even things out. But it will all depend on their offense, considering that Tater almost got a second goal. Very, very good recovery from Rogers State, but a very close call. Taking it all the way to the other side of the field. Fry gets demoed by OCU. Benito trying to regain control of the ball. Jake waiting in the back lines. Nickel and Tater both tackle him at the same time. Fry hitting the ball very high up, going for a long shot. K-Storm wasn't able to beat him in the air, and Jake ties it up 1-1 for Rogers State. Taking a look at that, Fry gets an amazing shot off the top of the arena here, and Jake sends it in right over Nickel's head. Amazing tie, 1-1. Let's see if Rogers State can pull ahead or if OCU will pull ahead in the 2 minutes and 40 seconds we have left. Already a much more action-packed round than the first one, really showing that these teams know a lot of their ability. And Tater gets a second goal for OCU. Just as I was mentioning that, Jake tries to defend here, hits the ball up into the air, but they weren't expecting Tater's follow-up, and they weren't able to stop it in time. OCU pulls ahead with 1 goal here. Rogers State now has to go back on the offensive here in order to pull ahead. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time for recuperation, but if they're not careful, things will go very badly in the second round. We can see a third goal from K-Storm on OCU. Just a clean shot. Fry sending it back over to center field, but it's not enough as K-Storm comes in out of nowhere, shoots it straight over Jake's head, and then gets the third goal for OCU. 2:27 on the clock. Rogers State down 2 goals. Very unfortunate in the 5th kickoff. We can immediately see the ball goes to OCU's side of the field. Rogers State starting to regain some ground, but almost immediately paralleled by Tater, who pushes things back over for OCU. Nickel trying to line up for another shot, but it gets saved by Jake. Benito follows up on Jake's pressure, pushes it towards the corner. It's almost at a perfect lineup, but RSU is not in the position to follow up. Jake rotating back around for the defensive as Tater bounces it off the corner again. Here comes a follow-up shot, but it gets denied by Fry. Tater goes in for another shot, also denied by Benito. Rogers State going back and forth on these saves with the constant pressure from OCU compounding on top of them. 1 minute and 30 on the clocks here. Rogers State still has to start getting those goals if they want to start evening things out. And it's starting to look very rough overall if they aren't going to be able to back this. However, there's almost a 4th goal for OCU as that ball flies all the way across the field. Rogers State trying to regain their composure. It bounces off of Fry for another save. Back and forth, this round has been a roller coaster of emotions for Rogers State here. Another demo onto Jake. That leaves a lot of openings for OCU. Benito with a very clutch save there in the corner, rotating back around for some more movement. Benito gets it stalled at midfield. Nickel pushes it actually closer to OCU's goal. Jake almost with a perfect shot, but both Tater and Nickel are there to defend it. We can see 1 minute on the clock. Rogers State still down 2 goals. Very difficult position. They can at least get one now and then get a last second one. That would be perfect. And Fry gets them closer to that with a second goal for RSU. Taking a look at that, Jake bounces it out of the corner, then follows up with Fry out of nowhere, right over the top of K-Storm and Nickel. Rogers State has 51 seconds to tie the game. If they don't, this second round will go to OCU, and Rogers State definitely wants to avoid losing this follow-up round against OCU. However, things are heating up with Nickel, Tater, and K-Storm all having amazing offensive performances, even getting the early demolition onto Fry there. K-Storm regains ball control. Benito comes in for a very offensive push, but immediately gets denied, and then we can see K-Storm taking it past midfield, Fry stalling the ball at the midfield line, 30 seconds on the clock. Tater trying to take things all the way home. Benito stopping, getting demoed there. We can see Tater rotating back around. 20 seconds on the clock. Rogers State has to get this goal, and they do it! Tie it up in the last 18 seconds, 3-3. Let's take a look at that. Jake bounces it out of the corner, straight over to the goal line. Fry sends it straight over K-Storm's head, tying the game. Very impressive stuff. It's coming down to the last 18 seconds. If neither team gets a goal, we will see overtime in round 2. We can see Fry immediately tries to take it home. Tater stopping it in the air from OCU. Benito trying to deny Tater's movements, rotating the ball back over. Nickel stopping the ball in midair. 5 seconds counting down before overtime. The moment this ball touches the ground, we will enter overtime. Will a team get a goal before then? And no, they will not. Entering overtime now. Whichever team scores a goal will take the advantage indefinitely and the round. So, will Rogers State be able to even things out in a 1-1, or will OCU make things 2-0? Jake with a very close shot on goal there, followed up with a pressure from Benito. Fry getting in a perfect position to bounce off of crossbar. Nickel with an amazing defense, turning things back around to midfield. Jake denies it, pushes it back over to the goal line. Benito trying to get into a position to deny the onslaught. Actually gets a perfect lineup, and Rogers State takes round 2 4-3. What an amazing shot that was. You can see Benito knocking it so high into the air, follows up on his own shot. K-Storm unable to stop the ball, which is going to be round number 2 going to Rogers State. Stay tuned because this is nowhere near over yet. And welcome back to OACE Grand Finals for Rocket League Round 3. Immediately at kickoff, we can see OCU trying to get that early presence that they had in the previous 2 rounds. Despite the round loss, Rogers State, it did take the second round, but OCU is nowhere near done. They're going to come back with a flame full of fury and try their hardest to pull ahead again from Rogers State. Tater getting the early demolition onto Benito, but the ball almost flies straight into the goal. Jake with an amazing defense there, pushing things even further out of the way. Nickel almost takes it all the way home, but Fry with another amazing deflect there. Jake trying to line things up. The ball gets reset back over to Rogers State's side. Constant pressure on Rogers State's side from OCU. Amazing offensive plays here. We'll see if Rogers State will be able to repel their forces. Fry gets a pretty good shot over past the midfield line. Tries to get it off the crossbar here. Benito lining up for another shot as well. But Tater steals possession, takes it past the midfield line. Benito gets the demo onto Tater, giving RSU a little bit of a leeway. Nickel tries to stall the ball at the midfield line. K-Storm goes for a shot. Jake gets the denial. 50 seconds on the clock. No, not 50 seconds. 30 minutes. 30,000 years. I don't know what day it is. All right. Tater is getting a shot onto goal here. We can see Benito goes for a follow-up shot. However, Rogers State is losing a lot of ground very quickly against OCU. Still no goals despite it being a minute and a half into the round. Tater goes for a follow-up. K-Storm bounces the ball over towards the crossbar, but it's immediately saved by Benito. No shots have made it into either goal on either side. Truly a spectacular performance from both teams, showing that their impeccable defense is really holding them down in these tight situations when it matters most. Still nearly 2 minutes have gone by on the clock, and it's been a back and forth non-stop offense and defense for both teams. However, 3 shots on goal from OCU. Still, none of them make it in. Nickel has to regain the ball control for OCU. Try and send it all the way home. And then Nickel follows up with their own shot again, but Fry steals possession. Tater was expecting it. Bounces it out of the corner. Benito takes it to the half-field line. K-Storm with the denial again. Fry tries to send it all the way home. Gets a low ball. Nickel ends up redirecting. Possession is still in OCU's favor at the moment. They need to get the ball past the midfield line in order to recover from this at the moment. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Half the round has gone by without a single goal. Rogers State, 2 shots on goal. Neither make it in. OCU coming back with their defensive line, pushing things even further back. Tater is going as fast as they can to get the ball back over to Rogers State's side. Fry with the follow-up on Rogers State's possession. Jake waiting for the defense. Gets a very nice reflect off of into the corner. However, Tater almost perfectly lines it up. Fry with the denial there. Fry then follows up as well. Takes the ball past the half-field line. Trying to get a perfect lineup. We can see Benito waiting for the position as well. K-Storm taking things past the midfield. Bouncing it into the air. Benito gets the denial. Nearly 4 minutes have gone by without a single goal. This is neck and neck despite the fact that no goals are on the board. A minute and 40 seconds remain. Rogers State stalling the ball at the midfield line against OCU. Get almost a perfect opening, but it's denied by K-Storm. OCU is not letting this happen anytime soon. We can see Tater trying to line up for a shot. Fry trying to send the ball into the goal here. Benito once again going for another shot on goal. Gets denied. It's just been a back and forth game. Nearly a minute on the clock. We might even see overtime on a 0-0. This is absolutely insane for Rocket League Grand Finals. Both teams scrambling to break each other's defense and constantly running into roadblocks really shows how strong these players are. We can see a minute on the clock. Fry lining up for a position. Actually gets demoed by Tater. This could be the moment. They bounce it out of the corner. They send it up into the air. Jake's going to try and meet them there. He stalls it at the midfield line, but it keeps rolling. Fry tries to stop it. Tater bounces it off the crossbar. It still bounces back. It goes over to the midfield line. No one has any control over it. Fry tries to take some possession. Benito follows up on the shot. It's still bouncing off the crossbar. No one is able to sink the goal in. Jake bounces it into the air. We're seeing if anyone can make it. 30 seconds on the clock. A denial from Rogers State. Fry sends it into the air. Tater trying to knock the ball into the goal or the other side of the field. K-Storm tried to take possession of the ball, but immediately Benito with the steal. Fry with the follow-up and almost gets a perfect shot, but it bounces off from Tater with the amazing save. Another amazing save from Tater while Benito goes for another shot on goal. 10 seconds on the clock and it's bouncing back and forth between OCU and the midfield line. Tater takes it all the way to RSU. Will it make it in time? 1 second. Touches down. It's stolen by Nickel there. Bounces off the crossbar. The ball is so close, but no team is able to get the goal. At the moment this ball touches down, we'll enter overtime, but it's still not there. Back and forth, both teams enter overtime after 5 minutes with no goals on the board. This is first to 1 goal, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely insane. Neither team has been able to break each other's defense for 5 straight minutes. Fry trying to line up a goal, follows up with Benito in the back. However, Jake is actually in the back as well. A trade-off, demolitions from both teams. Tater trying to line up a shot to push it over to RSU's side. Ends up missing the ball, which allows Fry and Benito to capitalize on the momentum. K-Storm trying to stop the ball in its tracks. Jake taking it all the way back over to the goal line here. However, Nickel is trying to stall it out. They aren't able to do so. Tater with the last second save for OCU. Benito gets a long open shot. Nickel gets the clutch save for OCU. Still no goal on either side. It's been nearly a minute into overtime, and neither team has scored a goal. Jake trying to push the ball over, but here it comes, lowered down. Jake with the amazing save. Tater stalling the ball. K-Storm going for the follow-up. It's wide open, and round 3 goes to OCU. And taking a look at that, we can see Tater bouncing the ball straight into K-Storm's favor. K-Storm taking the ball all the way home, right past Jake. That is going to be round 3 going to OCU, but there's still plenty of rounds for Rogers State to make their comeback. Stay tuned for more after this. And welcome back to the OACE Grand Finals for Rocket League into round 4 after a really close round of 0 goals for both teams. After a full minute into overtime, OCU took the 3rd round, making things 2-1 for OCU. Rogers State has the chance to tie things up with this round. They have 5 minutes on the board, but after the last round, I honestly have no idea which direction this match will go. Tater with the early demo onto Jake. Maybe this is a sign that things are changing on both teams. We can see K-Storm trying to get a shot onto goal. Jake and Fry going for the follow-up past midfield. Nickel there to deny in the corner, pushing things past Jake. Jake ends up getting the possession anyway. Follows up with a demo. RSU with a lot of pressure onto OCU at the moment. Nearly the full minute has gone by. Both teams back and forth. Tater with a pretty nice follow-up onto Rogers State. And Nickel gets the first goal for OCU. Taking a look at that, we can see Tater bouncing it into the corner, up into the air. Nickel follows up with a follow-up shot. Pushes it right past Benito and underneath Jake, giving the first goal to OCU, which is going to put Rogers State at a pretty decent disadvantage, but 4 minutes on the clock is a lot of time to recover, and they will have plenty of opportunities if they play their cards right. We can see Tater regaining ball control, trying to take it all the way home, bounces it straight over to the Benito, but Benito doesn't stop it in time. Second goal for OCU. Taking a look at that. Tater gets possession of the ball, just coasts it all the way home. Jake doesn't make it. Benito doesn't jump in time, and it's too late. The second goal, OCU is 2-0. And we can see third kickoff on the clock here. Nearly 4 minutes on the clock as well. Jake bouncing the ball out of the area. Fry tries to follow up. K-Storm knocking it into the corner, trying to get a follow-up from Tater. Tater sends it over to Jake. Jake gets the save on the shot from goal. Nickel tries to regain possession over the ball. Rogers State does not quite have the opportunity to defend here. Benito gets it pretty decently up into the air, but it gets denied by Tater, unable to create any sort of opening for Rogers State to get an offensive lead here. They're down 2 goals at the moment, which is an extraordinarily difficult thing to come back from, especially with the time constantly ticking. 3 minutes is a lot, but we'll see if they'll be able to recover. Benito gets a demo onto OCU's side, which is going to create a little bit of an advantage. We can see Fry trying to line up for a shot. Nickel sending it all the way over to Rogers State's side. And there's a shot on goal, but Jake comes in and saves it. Redirects the ball. K-Storm going with the steal, sending it over to crossbar, lining up for a shot, but no one's there to follow up. Benito taking it to the half-field line. Tater once again with the denial. Back and forth, these teams are unable to pick a lane. K-Storm tries to stop the ball, but Benito has a wide opening. He's taking it past the corner. He's waiting for the follow-up. Jake has the shot. It's bouncing back and forth. RSU still not making it in. 3 shots on goal, but Jake misses it again as it gets redirected by OCU, sending it back to RSU's goal. Over and over again, Rogers State has had several amazing shots, but just unable to follow up on them. Tater taking the ball at the half-field line, pushing it over to RSU's corner. Jake trying to stop him. A little too late. It's in the air. K-Storm has the advantage. Fry jumps up in the middle of nowhere, gets some possession of the ball. Benito follows up as well. Fry tries to take it all the way home. Tater knocking it off the crossbar, out of the corner, and into K-Storm's hands. Past the midfield line. No one's there to stop it. The ball slides straight in. OCU gets goal 3. Let's take a look at that. You can see K-Storm knocks it off the ground and into the air right over Benito, who's not quite able to make the jump, and it just flies straight through right before Fry can stop it. 2 minutes on the clock. Rogers State is down 3 goals. A very uphill battle. Still not impossible, but it's starting to look very difficult for Rogers State. They have plenty of opportunities to catch up, but it will all depend on their offensive lineup from here on out. They've had really good offensive pushes, but have been unable to either get the demolitions they need or the pressure they need against OCU, which is really, really slowing them down. We can see, though, they have a fairly solid offensive line near midfield now. Fry even taking it past that, closer to the corner of OCU, following up with trying to bounce it out of the corner. Tater beats him to it, though, taking it to the midfield line. We can see Jake taking it back over to OCU's corner. This is almost a perfect shot for Benito. He lines it up almost there. Jake sends it back over for one more lineup, but Fry is not able to get there in time. This sends the ball all the way over to RSU's corner, and RSU loses possession of the ball. Nickel ends up pushing it over to the crossbar. It bounces off, and Jake gets a save there, denying the ball from OCU. We can see a demolition onto Jake. OCU, massive possession of the ball at the moment. Rogers State trying to recuperate their defense. A minute on the clock. Nickel knocks it out of the corner and over to RSU's goal. K-Storm trying to get into position to work with the ball. However, it goes to past midfield, almost straight in, but Nickel with the clutch save for OCU. Very close round for Rogers State there. Sorry, my voice is dying. We can see Jake gets a shot on goal. It's saved by Tater. Fry follows up with another shot on goal. It's saved as well. Jake goes for another follow-up with Benito behind it as well. Several shots on goal from Rogers State. Still not able to sink in. 30 seconds on the clock. It's coming down to the wire. Will Rogers State be able to catch up, or will this round go to OCU? So far, it's looking very rough as there's almost a 4th goal from the demo onto Jake. Jake with several saves. Still not enough. Benito gets the demo onto Nickel after a shot on goal. This is Rogers State's last chance to at least get a goal on the board. But we can see 10 seconds counting down. Nickel sends it into the corner. Jake bounces it out. Another follow-up on the corner. Counting down 1 second. This ball touches the ground. OCU takes this round. Stay tuned for at least 2 more rounds after this. Welcome back to OACE Rocket League Grand Finals. I'm your host, Nano from Rogers State University. We're starting off with match point for OCU after a very devastating last round for Rogers State. A 3-0 after 5 minutes, making this a very uphill battle for Rogers State to come back from. Still not impossible, but looking very difficult. We can see after the first 30 seconds, RSU with a surprising amount of ball control, getting some shots off of crossbar, trying to defeat Nickel and Tater's defensive line. Nickel, Benito trying to get the ball out of the corner. Fry not too far behind. Jake gets the possession control, bounces it over straight, almost straight to the goal here. Tater stopping the ball at the perfect time just to allow OCU to regain possession. Benito bouncing it out of the corner, giving Jake the follow-up. One more follow-up shot, and Rogers State has a chance at the goal here. However, Fry misses the shot as it hits the crossbar. Rogers State loses possession over the ball as OCU regains possession as well. Jake trying to hit the ball into the other side of midfield. A shot on goal from OCU. Jake with the save as well. Tater trying to reverse the situation. Stalls the ball right near the goal line here. Bounces off of crossbar. Another save. 2 saves in a row from OCU. Immediately Fry loses possession of the ball to Nickel, who takes it out of the corner. Benito with the defense. Reflex it back over. Fry takes it higher into the sky. Moves it over to OCU's goal. Almost gets a shot in lineup. Waiting for Benito or Jake to hit the ball. K-Storm denies it. K-Storm starts sending it further. Jake tries to stall at the midfield line. No team has scored. Nearly 2 minutes have passed. This is starting to be an even closer round than the overtime was 0-0. For Rogers State, all of this is on the line for the grand finals. They will not concede easily. However, Jake is being on constant pressure from OCU. OCU with the constant shots on goal as well. One almost making it in. Fry with the save. Benito pushing things out of the way. We can see Rogers State holding things down. Tater sends it back over though, trying for another shot. Pushes it out of the corner. Gives a lineup. Fry goes for the steal, takes it past the midfield line. K-Storm stopping the ball. Benito trying to send it straight in. It gets denied. Tater getting the save there, stalling the ball at the midfield line. Rogers State ends up losing possession as well, playing defensive now. Tater trying to knock it for a lineup here, but not successful from Benito's denial. Jake and Fry both tackling Tater here, trying to keep ball possession out of OCU's hands. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Rogers State is trying desperately to get an offensive lead. Still no goals on the board though, so this is still an even match, all things considered. K-Storm sending it way up in the air, back towards RSU. Benito meets him there, stops the ball from going any further. Nickel tries to stop it, but Nickel actually almost sends it straight in with Fry getting the save. Benito tries to send it past the midfield line. Fry with the follow-up. K-Storm with the denial. Almost a shot on goal from RSU there. Not quite making it in. Benito sends it past the midfield line. Jake with the follow-up. Might not make it there in time as K-Storm tries to deny. Nickel meets him in the air, bounces it out of the corner, almost a perfect lineup. However, Tater is not quite there for the shot on goal, allowing Benito to send it past the midfield line. Nickel with the denial, almost sending it all the way home. Bounces straight into the corner with Jake at an amazing save. 1 minute and 20 seconds remain in the round. Still no goals on either side. Rogers State desperately trying to get an offensive goal and an offensive lead, while OCU has just been compounding shots on shots on shots on shots on goal from Rogers State's side. We can see there's the ball in the corner of OCU's goal. Now Jake tries to get some control, but no follow-up from RSU, which allows Tater and K-Storm to push the ball over to RSU's side. Nickel meets them there, pushes it further, tries to get a shot on goal. K-Storm pushing it out of the corner, almost for a lineup. Benito steals. There's a demo. Benito gets a save as well. Jake sends it very high into the air, but it might get denied. Nickel sends it to the half-field line. Fry's anticipating it, waiting for the bump. Passes possession. K-Storm tries to follow up as well. No success. Pushing the ball even further. Benito trying to stop the ball, but it actually flies straight by. Jake stopping it in the middle of the air. Fry pops it off the crossbar. 2 saves in a row. So close. 20 seconds on the clock. Tater tries to bounce it out of the corner and into the goal. We can see Tater going back and forth. Nickel with the follow-up. bounces off the crossbar. Jake sends it past the half-field line, going with the follow-up on Benito. K-Storm stalls the ball. It's almost in the corner. 9 seconds counting down. Rogers State and OCU still no goals. We will be seeing a timeout in this round if the ball touches the ground any second now. Jake is trying desperately to, but it's too late. Both teams enter a overtime with 0 goals on both sides. This is the defining moment for Rogers State. Match point for OCU. Will Rogers State be able to make the comeback of a lifetime and get that last second goal and keep going? Or will OCU get the goal 13 seconds into the overtime? That is going to give the grand finals of the OACE Rocket League to OCU. What a spectacular display of defensive and offensive abilities from both teams. Thank you for tuning in so far, but please stay tuned because we're going to take an intermission and return with a best of 5 OACE Grand Finals Valorant shortly after this. right, folks. Sorry for the delay. We will be resuming very soon. We're just getting some of the computers set up, and thank you all for being worried about my health. I had a very nice lunch and a very good drink. So we'll be ready for a best of 5 of Valorant in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Also, for the record, I am from RSU. I see you guys. Alright, just got a status update. The players are going to warm up for about 10 more minutes. So if you'll give us about 10 more minutes for that. Also, just want to remind everybody that this stream is powered by Taco Casa. Thank you, Taco Casa, for powering the stream and donating to SE. Good evening and welcome back to the final of the grand finals in the OACE Valorant. This is going to be the last of our finals for the night, but definitely not the least of them. As a lot of people are here for the Valorant and all the other games, this is going to be a best of 5 to determine if Southeastern is better than Rogers State University or Rogers State University is better than Southeastern. The first map of the night is going to be Ascent, and we can see our team rosters on both sides, with the defenders starting out on Southeastern. Why don't you tell us a bit about these team compositions?
Looks like we're running identical team comps here. Pretty standard for this map. KJ is huge on defense on this map, so we'll see who plays better.
Right, and can you give me your expectations or reasonings behind a few of these team picks?
The KJ is really huge on B side on this map, especially holding down lane and boat there, coming out of B main. The quick smokes from the Omen are definitely important on offense and defense.
Right, and one thing to point out that a lot of these players not only are in the grand finals, but were also nominated as the OACE All-Stars. So this is a clash of the titans for both teams. Going to be a very strong showing for the entirety of the night. And I hope everyone's ready because the fun is just about to begin with the walls about to fall. Of course, very formulaic in Valorant, the first round being a buy round, or not a buy round, a pistol round, and then we'll see which team wins that. Usually you can follow a pattern afterwards. Very excited to see this. Tell me, what are your expectations for the first couple rounds here?
We have a pretty interesting strat coming out of Southeastern here, leaving B side almost completely open.
Yeah,
So
that
we'll
is
see how this
fairly
plays
different.
out.
And I'm assuming that SE is confident in their ability to retake because Danny Banks is going to get the spike planted at 121. Fubsy firing several pot shots off, getting a lot of suppression through market there, trying to create some area denial. We can see Nitrogen actually starting to push in fairly quickly here, denying a whole lot of space, as well as throwing the shock dart out. Rogers State all at the backside of B site, though, so seems like SE is a little confused about Rogers State's positioning. And we can see Fubsy and Shax get 2 kills. Shax follows up with the third one. And that's a pretty clean wipe there for Rogers State. They're going to grab the first round. Of course, that's nowhere near the end. It's going to be a very, very intense game overall. So usually what this implies is that the round after is going to get a bye. You know, we're going to see a force buy here from Rogers State. There's the light armor, heavy armor Spectres, you know, Bulldogs. Actually, Fubsy forcing a Vandal. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think it's very important early on to establish dominance, especially in these first 3-4 rounds. The Vandal's a little risky, but if he's feeling confident, I think it could definitely work in his favor.
Right, and we've seen, or at least I have, I'm from Rogers State University here, but I've seen a lot of good plays from Fubsy forcing out that Vandal in the second follow-up from the pistol, so usually it can be very good, but it will also definitely depends on the bonus round because it could put Rogers State at a massive disadvantage if they lose here headed into the bonus. We can see Shax here trying to get some jiggle peeks with intel here, baiting out some shots. Rogers State seems to be playing a bit of an anti-eco here. They know that they have the econ advantage, don't really have to play into Southeastern a whole lot. A lot of back and forth, though. Fairly slow first 45 seconds. However, Rogers State seems to be approaching over on the A site. We can see Rogers State starting the rotation over now, while SE Mr. Goat just hiding right through there, waiting for any disappearance from the smoke there. Nothing overall, waiting for that shorty right near A-Wine. A-Wine's a bit of a finicky position. We've seen a lot of interesting plays with it throughout the entirety of OACE. A lot of back and forths overall. Playboy gets the first kill, followed with Mr. Goat, evening things out. Shax then follows up another double on the board. Trade after trade after trade, leading to a 2v3. Playboy starts the plant, going to get it down at 13 seconds on the clock. We can see here Rogers State with a slight advantage due to just positioning and the spike being planted. Online Thug starting to peek out around the corner here, trying to get some more information. However, Fubsy catches him in the act. Online Thug with the kill, though. Very nice Vandal drop from Southeastern there. We'll see here. Gets the turret taken out from the Killjoy. Nitrogen rotating back around with the Marshal here. Online Thug peeks into Playboy and Clarky, and they both get taken out. Roger State now 2-0, which is fairly expected. But now we're headed into the bonus round, so both of these teams are going to have even loadouts. And with even loadouts on the board here, we can see light armor, light buys for most of Roger State. I mean, they did lose quite a few players there. Pistols, Sheriffs, Ghosts, and then light buys, and one heavy armor for SE, Phantoms and Vandals across the board. So, fairly standard stuff. Roger State is at a bit of a disadvantage headed into this round, though. It's not impossible. We can see Fubsy forcing the Vandal again. We'll see if that comes into play as well. Fubsy did lose it last round, which is a bit of a hurt to Roger State's econ, but it's not impossible to circumvent. We can see Fubsy rotating outside of mid-courtyard, trying to get some shots off onto Blub here. They're both peeking each other fairly slowly, but Blub decides to play a little bit more passive around mid-market, not to go for the dive here, getting some damage off as well. Nearly 45 seconds have passed, not a lot of pressure from either side. Defender side spawn rotation, Online Thug shooting out towards each other. And we can see Clarky trying to get some shots off, watching right around the angle where Online Thug's at. And like I mentioned, a lot of these players are also All-Stars nominated players from the OACE. So they are very, very good at the game, just in general, from Southeastern to Rogers State. Fubsy with the first kill of the round there after a full minute, gets a kill on the Blob. A fairly slow round, but that's okay because now it's starting to pick up traction. Rogers State having gotten 2 kills and almost gets a third, but 2 evening things out. And Mr. Goat on a double follows with another one. Mr. Goat finally gets taken out by Danny Bangs. Very efficient usage there, and Nitrogen clutches up the 3rd round for Southeastern. Very impressive display there. Just Mr. Goat's double kill really came in the clutch despite Southeastern not being in the best of positions after Fubsy and Clarky cleared 2. So overall, very good comeback, and this is going to even out Econ quite a bit, as you can see on the board here. Roger State is pretty low on Econ, while Southeastern is sitting not comfortably, but in a bit of a better position than Rogers State. They could tolerate a round loss. Rogers State cannot tolerate another round loss. Immediately, Fubsy out the gate gets a wallbang kill onto Blub. They're forcing their way through, but they don't predict the judge. And Mr. Online Thug gets a 3K with the judge. Absolutely insane plays. No one can stop this man. Absolutely an absolute menace with the judge coming in and just destroying Rogers State's offensive line. Getting the ult point. Playboy and Daniel Banks are going to rotate back through and head towards a different direction now. Both teams kind of trying to just search for intel at the moment. The other 2 members of Southeastern playing on a site, one near Heaven and the other, of course, near Tree, waiting for any sign of intervention. Daniel throwing out the smokes here, trying to create some presence. However, there's no presence to really create against Southeastern. Everyone's kind of huddled up at the moment. Fairly slow round overall. Not a whole lot to observe. I mean, you can see there's a fake smoke thrown out from Southeastern as well onto B site, and both teams are kind of stalling for time, which is odd because Rogers State needs to be taking a site fairly quickly. 2 is also not rotating at all. It seems kind of interesting. In a 2v2, you would expect at least one person to be split on the other side. Why do you think one person didn't immediately go to the opposite side?
I think a really big thing here is that they're just trying to play numbers, play together, wherever they have util, maybe just anticipating a rotate from RSU there.
And that didn't quite work out for them because RSU didn't ever rotate over to A side, which is going to give things the 4th round to Rogers State in a 3-1. So far, Rogers State is leading by 2 rounds, and they're going to have some decent econ. But like I said, Southeastern can tolerate a round loss. It's not going to do great for them, but they will be able to afford at least half buys or maybe even force. They'll probably just go for another save. We can see some light buys here, a Stinger, Marshall, Shorty, and then some light armor across the board. Nothing too extreme, but we'll see as the walls fall on the 5th round what happens next, because Playboy is immediately going to be playing passive near B site, getting ready for an advance, waiting for those smokes to go out. I'm kind of surprised. We can see Online Thug already using the Jet ultimate, popping out those kunai, waiting for the opportunity here. Danny does go for the peek. They notice Online Thug's in the area. Online Thug throwing a couple kunai out, but not quite getting any kills. Going to decide to dash out of there. Smart move. This ultimate is not entirely unpredictable. Like I mentioned, Southeastern is most likely going to save this round. So in order to compensate for the lack of an affordable weapon, Online Thug pulls out the kunai, which is actually a very effective weapon if you're good with them. And as mentioned previously, Online Thug is very good. So good, in fact, that he is second in average ACS in all of OACE with 254. Also third in kills per round with 18.4. Mr. Goat there getting the kill on the Fubsy, shutting down the duelist. Roger State now in a bit of a difficult position, unable to push up through B main and onto site. They're going to go for a bit of a backside rotation, headed back through mid, while Southeastern's going to be sitting pretty comfortably in both sites without a whole lot of contestment. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Not a lot of time left to create pressure. We can see they're trying to with this KO knife. Roger State, though, Clarky at 5 health, gets flashed out by the KO, but still gets the kill on the Blub. Very impressive stuff. However, 2 comes in with a double kill. 1 actually was the turret. Very nice. And 2 gets a third one. Will they get the 4th kill? They get the 4th kill on the Shacks! Oh my gosh, 5th round goes to Southeastern. That was absolutely insane. I mean, who could have expected a Stinger gets a 4K right there?
That thrifty right there also really sets up Southeastern's economy moving forward. So we'll see how this goes after that.
Right, and I just that's part of the reason these players are all the way in the grand finals. You know, where else do you see 4K kills with Stingers? It's just not something that ever really happens. So I personally just love getting to see all these players' amazing skill come together. Roger State going to be on a save round this time, which is going to be fairly difficult, but still not impossible because Fubsy is going to actually be bringing out the kunai at the start of this round, playing through mid, actually pushing fairly forward in the first 20 or so seconds, trying to create a lot of space here. We're going to watch as Fubsy rotates back through the smoke. It falls, gets the kill on the nitrogen, but immediately dropped by Blub. That could be considered a fair trade, but that was kind of an ult drop for Fubsy. Nonetheless, though, it does end up killing nitrogen, which does give some momentum for Roger State, but it all depends if they'll be able to make something of it, especially with Blub sort of anticipating that Roger State is going to try and push up through mid. You can see he's holding that flash, just waiting for the opportunity. Roger State is actually playing a bit of a default here with the Spike playing backside. They're waiting to push up through A from the looks of it. Online Thug with a double kill onto Playboy and Clarky. Very effective placement overall. That's going to really hurt Roger State for the rest of the round, especially since they're running these Sheriffs. We can see as Shax tries to push up here, trying to create some space with Daniel. 30 seconds on the clock. They do have Spike control, and there isn't anyone watching A site directly, so they might be able to sneak on and actually create some presence, but it all depends on their positioning and timing here. We can see they're throwing out the recon dart now to try and get some intel. However, that actually reveals where they are. At this point, though, Southeastern's caught on to them not going B side. They know they're at A side. Mr. Go gets the kill onto Danny and then finishes off Shax, making things a 3-3 tie in round 6 there. But Roger State is going to have their Econ 2 buy back now, which is going to be really, really helpful for Roger State in this situation and put them at an even matchup. However, I would like to point out, we see our first op in play, Southeastern's Mr. Goat, going between the shorty and the operator. Looks like maybe. I can't quite tell. Indecisive from the looks of it, but it would be interesting to see an operator play. Where do you think operator is most effective on Ascent?
Typically, you have the op placed somewhere in mid or with a long angle. B main is also very common, just to hold that really tight angle there.
Right.
But it looks like they definitely do not want to play that right now.
Yeah, they thought about playing the op. I think we will probably end up seeing an op play on Ascent, if not from Southeastern, then definitely from Fubsy on RSU. But we'll see as the rounds advance here. Blub playing a little bit passive on A site, realizing that there's a lot of momentum pushed around him. Fubsy actually on a very wide peak. Nitrogen trades out with Playboy there. Fairly solid Playboy. a fairly solid trade, but it's going to put RSU at a bit of a disadvantage because on attacking, you really need all the numbers you can get. Getting flashed out, smokes all over the place. Online Thug dropping Fubsy. Shax and Clarky trying to salvage, get a couple kills onto SE. There's the Defender Killjoy ultimate. This is actually very dangerous for Rogers State. Online Thug gets the kill, but Shax immediately returns the favor, and 2 gets taken out by Danny Bangs, giving RSU round 7 and pulling ahead 4-3. So, in the 7th round, I mean, that was a fairly close one. All things considered, I think that Killjoy ultimate was interesting. I don't really know if there was a better time to use it. Would you say that there was a different time that the Killjoy ult should have been used, or why was it used there?
I definitely think Killjoy ult's very strong on retake there. I'd say the only problem is definitely they might have not have noticed that the Sova ult was also online, which is a very easy counter to that KJ ult right there.
Right, and the Sova ultimate from Shax really did come into play, even getting a kill onto Online Thug there. So, very effective usage of the Sova ultimate. You could say that Southeastern even just used their Killjoy ultimate just to bait out the Sova ultimate, which isn't really like totally safe, but it does work to an extent and gives you opportunities to play against later on. We can see though, Southeastern doesn't have any more ultimates to play with, and as a result, Roger State's going to be using their KO ultimate, walking straight onto A side. No contestment onto A side. As a result, though, Fubsy at 5 HP going to play passive on the backside of mid, probably going to get flanked out very quickly. We can actually see an operator in play from Mr. Goat. Start of this round. So I don't know how well this will work. You know, it's a 4v5. They're all on A site. Operator peeking that. You could go for some quick shots, but it's fairly risky overall. Online Thug about to peek around the corner. The entirety, or at least 2 people are playing near Wine there. Playboy gets 1, but immediately traded out, similar to last round. Clarky almost gets the shot, but Danny gets a double kill trying to salvage things here. A 1v3. Online Thug on a 3K. Will he close the gap for Southeastern? Fubsy gets the read on Online Thug. Very unfortunate, but an amazing 3K from Online Thug nonetheless. I mean, just reading that so well, getting both the kills in Wine and then rotating and getting the tap on A side. Very effective usage of the Vandal. As a result, Online Thug's going to have a very healthy economy, even in the round loss. So we can see they're going to go for an operator buy again on Mr. Goat, all light armor. So this is kind of interesting. Do you think the operator buy here is a misplay or just risk?
We'll have to see how it plays out. I definitely think it's a really heavy investment in their economy, especially at this point in the game, considering how long they've been able to stretch what they did have.
Right, and I think that Mr. Goat definitely could be viable with it. I mean, Mr. Goat is a very extraordinary player. Fubsy, however, is going to shut them down before they have the opportunity to. Blob getting the kill through the smoke, though, is very nice. Immediately being traded out, though, by Clarky getting the kill onto Blob. However, Rogers State did lose their duelist here, and this is going to be a bit of a difficult thing to hold, while Online Thug just spraying through here. I'm kind of surprised Online Thug didn't go to save the operator. Any idea why they wouldn't try and save the op there?
I definitely think that is a huge push. And when you're playing numbers games, if you're down in numbers, I really don't think the operator's a great pick.
Right. So Online Thug's just going to go for the safe bet. If they have the chance, they'll try and save the op at the post round. But we'll see, as Southeastern 2 is holding a pretty tight angle here. Gets immediately taken out by Playboy. Clarky follows suit with 1 on the nitrogen spike plant at 36 seconds on the clock. Door closes. Online Thug peeking right through, trying to get a rotation onto site, going through the backside of A here. However, looks like they might just go for a save. Yeah, Online Thug's going to go for a save for SE. Obviously, the best play here. Just let the spike detonate. And although Rogers State will gain the 9th round, saving the operator is a massive 5,000 credits, and it's something that Southeastern needs right now.
Yeah, I think definitely playing the economy game here, especially at this point, is very important if Southeastern want to recover this half for sure.
And operators can make a massive difference, and I'd love to see some op plays here. I genuinely, like, we've seen some crazy stuff in the OACE, you know, last week with the LAN, and here just OACE throughout the entire season. Op plays are some of the most satisfying moments in competitive Valorant, and we can see Mr. Goat is going to grab that operator. We can see a timeout has actually been called, so with the timeout being called, I'd like to take a moment to just talk about the ultimates that we have on the board. We can see 4 ultimates for Southeastern and 2 ultimates for Rogers State. Now, we've talked a little bit about Jet's ultimate. It's usually used as a backup weapon, or it can be really, really useful, or it can be used just to save on econ. What would you say about the other ultimates that both teams have?
So if we're talking about Southeastern right now, I think the KO ult is definitely going to be very useful with any fast pushes put on by RSU, just to slow those down, along with the Silva ult to counter RSU's KJ ult, in case that does come into play, in a post-plant scenario. It looks like Southeastern is kind of stacked with their ultimates right now, so we'll have to see how much gets invested into this upcoming round.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this is, like you mentioned, that they are stacked with ultimates, but in Valorant, unlike Overwatch, which we saw the grand finals of earlier today, it's not really effective to use all your ultimates in combination with each other, because Omen's ultimate doesn't really complement any of the other ultimates that Southeastern has. So instead, we'll probably see one round where they use 2 of them, and then another round when they use other 2. We can immediately see, though, that Online Thug is going to be pulling out those kunai. So let's see what goes on with these as Online Thug, as Mr. Goat gets the kill with the operator. Very nice shutdown on a Fubsy, though. So very good combination there. I think the pairing with the kunai and the operator really was death for Fubsy either way. So good on SE for their positioning there. As a rotation begins, Southeastern is expecting the rotation to mid. Shaxx throwing out the drone, trying to get some intel also. But not a whole lot is to be found as they slowly start their movement through mid here. The A site push could work, but we can see that Southeastern is already kind of predicting it with Online Thug playing in the backside of a defender side spawn here. However, Daniel Bang shutting down that ult is very big for Rogers State. They are going to have to follow that up with even more contestment if they want to be able to lock things down. We can see that Nitrogen gets a kill onto Playboy, tying things to a 3v4, and then there's the KO and Omen ult at the same time. 2 is able to get the kill on the Clarky, turning this into a 2v4. Very, very rough for Rogers State. 2 gets the kill on the Shaxx, but Danny comes in with 2 more kills, and that's going to put this at a 1v2. Danny on a 3k. Can he get the ace here? Rotating out of heaven, watching down the staircase. Almost gets 1. Very close there. Has to rotate back out. Starts the spike plant. 9 seconds on the clock. Will he get it down? Spike planted. They're both on upper level heaven here. He's going to rotate down, play a little passive near A site, go for a bit of a bait. There's the flash. It's a little dangerous here. He gets flashed again and taken out by Blub. Rogers State is going to end up conceding the 10th round to Southeastern, but overall, very efficient usage of Daniel Bang's placement there. Honestly, played that really well despite being down so far.
Yeah, that rotation there, especially in a 1v2 situation, it was definitely the right thing to do. He knew when to move, how to move, and made what he could work.
Right, and we're going to see the ops still in play for Mr. Goat. Southeastern, after not losing the operator in the first couple of rounds, they started to do a lot better. We can see Southeastern still behind by 2 rounds, but there's no reason they can't catch up. Plenty of time for that. We haven't even reached the second half. And we can see Mr. Goat starting for a lineup here, of course, as the walls fall on the 11th round. We're going to see pretty much full buys from both teams. And light armor on Mr. Online Thug here, which is kind of interesting, but it'll have to work. Fubsy gets an immediate kill, followed with another one on Playboy. That's 2 members down for SE, which is going to be very unfortunate headed into the beginning of this round. However, Fubsy gets dropped by Nitrogen. The Nitrogen on a 3k, absolutely wild display there, shutting down RSU's offensive push and offensive advantage, immediately taking a 5v3 into a 2v2. Very efficient play there from Nitrogen. We're going to see 2 throwing gadgets right on top of Clarky there. Clarky definitely feeling the pressure. Not entirely sure where 2 is. 2 is either going to have a rough time dropping down, using that turret for intel here, but they're about to get pincered from both sides as Blub gets the headshot onto Danny Banks. It's a 1v2, throws the flash out. 2 gets the kill onto Clarky, and round 11 is going to go to Southeastern. What an interesting display that was. Honestly, amazing usage of 2's Killjoy util there, and then Blub just going in on the collapse after 2 used the distraction with the turret.
Oh yeah, the team play there at the end of the round was definitely very important. Uh, that initial kill onto RSU's Jet at the beginning of that push was definitely huge in slowing them down.
Right, just losing Fubsy there so quickly, despite Fubsy being able to get a kill, it just wasn't enough. And then Nitrogen's 3K just really contributed to the salt on the wound for Rogers State. So that was very, very close altogether, but Rogers State is going to be calling a timeout. We have more time to look that there's 5 ultimates in play. We have a Killjoy ultimate for both teams, but we don't have a Sova ultimate for both teams, which actually puts Southeastern at a pretty solid advantage here. Southeastern could easily just play the Killjoy ultimate without a whole lot of contestment. Do you think they'll be going for that in the next few rounds?
We can only see. I mean, this is the last round of the half here,
Right.
so hopefully we definitely see as many ultimates as possible. You know, definitely trying to get as much usage out of whatever they can muster up. So we
Yeah,
will see. That KJ ult is definitely very strong without a counter.
right, and it also really depends on placement of it. But I do think the Killjoy ultimates. I think what could happen is if they're placed in conjuncture. Rogers State places theirs down first. Southeastern might go for theirs immediately after. And since Southeastern has their Sova ult to pair, it'll be pretty difficult to counter for Rogers State, especially since Shax is not going to be able to get their ultimate before the end of the half. So Rogers State's going to be banking at a very solid pick round here. If they're able to get early kills to deny these ultimates, that's what they're going for. Fubsy running in with the kunai. Immediately we see the Sova ult before the Killjoy ult even gets played. A lot of kills going off though from Southeastern, turning the tides in their favor in a 3v4, starting very early. There's the Killjoy ultimate from Rogers State. They know that the Sova no longer has their ultimate, which is going to allow them to play very assertively. But the other Killjoy ultimate from Southeastern is going to go off at the same time. Rogers State's going to play outside of it and negate each other. This is exactly what I was mentioning, with the exception of the Sova ultimate. Mr. Go playing right around the corner with the operator and the shorty gets the kill onto Daniel Banks from behind, and that's the spike down even after the Omen teleport there, which is very unfortunate for Rogers State, as they're going to have to collapse back onto Mr. Goat while the rest of Southeastern catches up with him by going up through heaven. Rogers State at a bit of a disadvantage here, but they are able to get a kill onto Nitrogen. However, Mr. Goat shutting down Playboy in a 1v3 now. What will Shax be able to do? Not much, as 2 gets the kill onto Shax, tying things 6-6 at the end of the first half. We head into switching sides now. Very interesting display from both teams, but of course we're headed back into pistol rounds. Rogers State gonna have their chance to show their defensive colors. Now there's a few tactics that Rogers State has employed throughout the entirety of the OACE, and that is the ability to use their Odins. Odin is a very common play for Rogers State here. They usually like to spread out on that util there, just create as much damage as possible. We can see Online Thug playing in the backside of mid link here, waiting for a rotation. Buy phase ticking down in 7 seconds. Online Thug starting their hold. So this is going to be the beginning of round 3, and since a 6-6 tie, this is extremely, extremely close for both teams, and it's literally impossible to determine which direction the rest of the map will go. Mid courtyard starting off, Online Thug pushing through fairly slowly here. Rogers State not watching mid at all, actually, which is kind of an interesting play, but it is going to give Southeastern an opportunity to push fairly forward here. We can see Shax playing passive at a defender side spawn with the Ghost. Rogers State has had a very successful time with pistol rounds in the last season or so, but we'll see if they'll be able to take on Southeastern, who is no foreigner to pistol rounds either. We can see a decent amount of damage going off. Mr. Goat starting the plant, going to get it down at 1 minute on the clock here. Fubsy with the kill on the Blob's going to be a nice early pick, but Rogers State's going to have to collapse fairly quickly if they want to go for the site retake here. Lots of damage from both sides. Online Thug gets the kill onto Shax, but still no follow-up kill for Rogers State, which is going to even things out to a 4v4 with the spike planted. The advantage is heavily in Southeastern's favor. Playboy following up with the revenge kill onto Online Thug, which is going to turn the tide into RSC's favor as Nitrogen falls, as well as Mr. Goat. Fubsy gets the kill on the 2, and that's the rest of Southeastern being eliminated, which is going to allow Rogers State to take the 13th round, pulling ahead by 1, 7-6. And very, very overall back and forth round. Rogers State got the first kill. That was very helpful for them. But we can see a force now from Southeastern. Going to go with the Marshall play. What are your thoughts on an early Marshall play like this?
I mean, it's not much more expensive than the pulling out the sheriff here on the second round, so it could work out in their favor, especially if the other team has no armor and trying to force up what they can. That marshal can definitely make a huge impact.
Right, and it is still a very strong weapon. You just have to be fairly consistent with it. We can see Roger State playing a fairly solid B site hold after the events of last round. However, it seems like Southeastern is going to do a bit of a default, wait for a kill, and then rotate there. After getting suppressed by the KO knife, they might decide to just back out play through mid. We can see Online Thug playing a little passive here, while Mr. Goat's playing on mid courtyard, trying to create some space through there. Lots of pings. That's nitrogen. My apologies. But lots of smoke there through mid courtyard. Rogers State starting to catch on to the fact that they aren't pushing A side after the KO knife suppression there. Starting to push up through mid courtyard, creating some space. Nitrogen follows up through with Blub. Once that smoke goes down, though, Shex is going to have a decent amount of information. We can see they are not quite ready to advance through mid-market. Southeastern taking this round very slow, as they should. I mean, they're technically down in econ here. It's very risky to take a fight when they don't have a lot of intel, and they haven't been able to get a lot aside from the KO knife there. There's the flash out, though, and Fubsy gets the headshot onto Blub, followed with Online Thug shutting down Fubsy, but immediately traded out as well, turning things into a 3v3 just back-to-back. Nitrogen allows Southeastern to pull ahead just slightly with a kill onto Clarky. 2 is going to start the plant and get the spike down at 13 seconds on the clock. Nitrogen's going to get the kill onto Shax as well, which is going to turn this into a 3v1, immediately reversing the roles for Roger State, despite the fact that they had the econ advantage. Playboy getting the kill on the Nitrogen, turning this into a 2v1, but Playboy is extremely low on health, and two is going to be able to get the kill onto Playboy, tying things 7-7 in the 14th round. So, once again, just another very back and forth round. I mean, neither team really had an advantage right there until the end, when Southeastern really got their aim together and landed several good shots onto Roger State, extremely weakening their defensive force. Then Playboy being forced to fight that 1v3 was extremely difficult. Props to Playboy, but unfortunately, the numbers there just did not line up as the walls fall on the 15th round, though. We're going to see Southeastern go for a fairly fast-paced push into B site, waiting for any rotation. There's the immediate smoke from the Omen, as to be expected. The turret watching the long there, trying to push up through B main. Shax is just waiting for that smoke to go down. Online Thug's in a bit of a difficult position here, surrounded from both angles. Can't really peek without getting shot. Could do the dash and then smoke from the jet here. That might be a decent play, but we'll see. That's where Shax is watching the most. We can see the recon dart going out, getting a lot of intel there. Not able to destroy it, so that actually does reveal a decent amount of positions here. Blub getting the kill on the Playboy, though, is going to start a bit of a butterfly effect. We can see, actually, Fubsy is going for a flank play here, playing right near the backside. However, Nitrogen catches them in the act and shuts them down. Roger State having to recuperate after losing 2 players. However, despite this, Southeastern is also going to push A side, even though B side is extremely exposed at the moment. Any idea why Southeastern's deciding to go to A side instead of capping B?
I think they definitely realized that RSU had rotated most of their players over to that B site.
So you think they just weren't expecting that Roger State was going to immediately follow them back over to A?
No, I definitely do not think so. Or at least they thought that they could beat them there, which it looks like they have.
Well, they did beat them there. They did get the spike planted, so Southeastern is going to have the advantage here. Especially, it's a 2v5. Roger State's in a very tough position here, and unless there are some insane classic headshot plays, this is very, very difficult, especially with Online Thug getting the kill through the smoke there. An absolute amazing shot, followed up by a flawless for Southeastern. Is going to allow Southeastern to pull ahead by 1 round in the 15th round there. Very efficient usage of utility, and although they hadn't quite anticipated Roger State's speed, they were still faster and were thinking a step ahead. So props to Southeastern for that round as well. Headed into round 16's buy phase, though. We can see Roger State buying almost full buys. We have a lot of light armors here, which is unfortunate. Roger State has not been able to capitalize on full armor, which is hurting them a decent amount, I would say. Armor is one of the most impactful things in the game when you're not going up against an operator, and going up against more than one operator or even an operator is usually decently rare. Not extremely rare, but decently rare. We can see as the walls fall, though. We can see that both Jets are going to encounter each other. Fubsy gets a kill on the online Thug, which is a very good duelist pick for Roger State at the beginning of the round. 2 starting their hold through mid link, does get some intel, decides not to play through mid though. Blub getting the kill on the Playboy is actually really helpful because that's going to clear a decent chunk of the defenses on A side, and Southeastern immediately starts their push, about 3 or 4 members on the site now, 1 minute on the clock. Fubsy chose to go for the peek there, knows that they're planting right around the corner. Nitrogen's going to fire a dart basically straight on top of Fubsy. Fubsy goes for the leave. There's the KO knife. Very unfortunate timing for Roger State here. Spike ticking down now. Shax gets the kill with the Odin onto Mr. Goat. Very nice placement overall. We can see there's the kill on the Clarky though from 2, and Nitrogen finishes off Fubsy as well, which is going to turn this into a 1v3 once again. Danny gets the kill on the Nitrogen, a 1v2. Danny has the chance here, doesn't check underneath Heaven, waiting for the rotation there, gets that shot on the Blub, turning it into a 1v1. Can Danny Bangs clutch this up in the 1v3 here? Starting the defuse for the fake defuse here. 2 is right around the corner. The Killjoy util goes off just for a moment there. The turret's used as bait just for a moment as well. 2 goes for the peek and gets the kill onto Danny. And Roger State loses round 16 after a very, very close call from Southeastern. And very good plays there overall. We can see that Roger State's going to be forced back to pistols, and even though 2 did die to the spike detonation there, they should still be able to hold. You can see, just looking at your screen now, full Vandal buys, a couple light armors. Why are there light armor buys here? I'm assuming they just haven't bought yet, but why are there light armor buys here?
Southeastern seems really intent on buying light armors throughout the game whenever possible, just to save economy so they can keep that ball rolling even after a round loss.
Right, and it does make a little bit of sense because Roger State is primarily using pistols. Of course, the Sheriff is a menace if your shots are consistent, but you don't need a whole lot of armor going up against the Classic. Nitrogen popping out the Silva ult, getting the kill on the Playboy is actually a very, very effective usage of the ultimate there. We can see Online Thug starting the rotation back around through defender side spawn, trying to push onto A side very heavily. Roger State in a pretty big disarray as Nitrogen lands a headshot onto Fubsy. Online Thug starting the rotation. Mr. Goat gets a kill onto Danny Bangs here. Online Thug just suppressing out mid-market, forcing Clarky to rotate here with a Classic in a 1v5. Very difficult situation. Not much you can do. There's also no point in saving. Just going for the kills there. Nitrogen bags the 3rd one. It's a flawless for Southeastern in the 17th round. Something from RSU Esports that we have talked a lot about in our live streams is that usually when a team hits the double digits, the opposing team gets really nervous. They get really worried because everything's fine until those double digits roll around, and then the confidence starts to shake. You know, the nerves set in. This could be the end of the map, yada yada. But the thing is, Roger State realistically is only 3 rounds down. There's still a lot of time to come back from this, and Roger State just has to keep their composure, not get too worked up, and they should still be able to salvage it if they play their cards right. However, Southeastern does have that 3-round advantage, and Roger State is still going to have to play very cautiously around that fact. And we can see the operator play from Roger State is kind of an interesting one. Playing your B site with the operator, what do you think of the B site op?
Definitely with that op there in B main, any rotation that comes in, as long as he is in that position, it is a very strong position to hold.
Unfortunately for Fubsy, they decided not to go that route. However, Danny with the double kill is helping quite a bit there. Shax following up with a kill on the Blub is going to give RSU a pretty strong hold here in a 2v4. Online Thug rotating back through mid-link the moment Fubsy backs out of the sightline as well. Very unfortunate for Fubsy not to be able to utilize that operator just as Online Thug dashes for some mobility there, although Fubsy seems to be holding an opposite angle, trying to peek around the corner. Does get the kill. There's the op kill. Very efficient usage there from Fubsy. After a very slow round, though, this is going to turn it into a 1v4. 2 doesn't really need to save, so 2 most likely will go for a sack. What do you think?
I believe so. I mean, anything that Southeastern can take from RSU's economy right now would definitely be huge.
And grabbing that ult point, too, I didn't even realize that's actually going to give the Killjoy their ultimate, so that's a huge util for the next round. And looks like they are going to save, which is kind of interesting, 5,000 credits. Maybe they want to rebuy the op next round, so they're deciding to save for that. But the round timer is going to expire. Roger State is going to take the 18th round, and slowly closing that gap, just as I said. As long as they don't get too worried about that being a double-digit number, they still have a very solid chance. But they have to keep up that flow because Southeastern's economy is absolutely fantastic. I mean, look at Mr. Goat there, who had 8,000 credits before buy and 4,000 afterwards. So that's with a full buy and full util, which is very damaging for Rogers State because Shax can barely afford an Odin with full util and full armor at 500 credits remaining. So Rogers State really needs another round win on top of the previous one to secure it. Fubsy using the operator to watch mid this time around, while Online Thug immediately pops the kunai, pushing straight onto B side, getting some amazing movement over there. Playboy gets taken out by the kunai. Very unfortunate for Rogers State. However, we'll probably see the Killjoy ultimate this round if they're feeling a little worried about it. In fact, here it is now. Two's getting the lineup for it. Most likely going to go to the corner here. And that's going to completely deny Rogers State from this site unless Rogers State doesn't have anybody in the backside to actually deny here. The Killjoy ultimate goes out. Shax knows that it's in the right area, but not going to die for it. Really would just die if they went in too deep. Going to rotate back out with the Odin. And especially with the Odin, even though the Odin has a very fast fire rate, it has a very large spray, and it can be very difficult, even in a 1v1. It's a lot better for suppressive and getting kills through smoke here. Waiting for that rotation, Rogers State starts to push up to the backside of B. Looks like Rogers State's actually just going to let this round expire because the spike detonates here. Blub and Nitrogen get taken out by the detonation, which is very unfortunate for SE, and however, they were able to kill Clarky in the end. So Rogers State there, a very rough round, all things considered. And the buy for round 20 is going to put things in a different position here. Rogers State still has enough econ to afford an operator. Fubsy has gotten a couple kills with the operator, but would you say that the operator is too risky, or do you think that they should have gone with the Vandal, or that the operator is okay?
Just with the state of their economy, the operator in itself is a huge risk at this point. But I mean, if they're feeling confident, if they think they can swing with it, if it gives them around, with those early picks, it could be well worth it.
Right, but they are going to need those early picks in order to actually pull ahead, and the question is, will Fubsy be able to pull it off with that operator? We saw him land a shot, but unfortunately it was on a turret, so it's not going to be as effective placement as possible. We can see Fubsy rotating over now to A Heaven, while Online Thug's watching from the top side of A Main, waiting for a bit of a push here. I would be surprised. Usually we'll probably see someone go up through mid here, go to a tree, and then immediately start the rotation onto A site, which is going to be fairly rough for Rogers State because they are kind of expecting it. You can see Fubsy watching A site with the operator, but it depends who is able to get those kills first. Here comes the drone. They hear the drone, immediately get out of sightline. There's the flash as well. Very unfortunate timing for Fubsy. The dash in. There's the kill with the operator onto 2. Online Thug trying to even things out, spraying through the smoke, trying to create some suppression here. Fubsy with the shorty kill onto Online Thug as well. Blub trying to spray through the smoke. Spike does not get planted. Mr. Goat does end up taking out Fubsy, though. Clarky gets taken out by Nitrogen. It's a 3v2. Shax is firing out the shock dart here. Spike planted on the ground now. Playboy has to play very, very cautiously around this. It's a 2v3, but there is less health on Southeastern side. Playboy with the kill onto Mr. Goat. Shax with the headshot onto Nitrogen. It's now a 1v2. Rolls a reverse. Blub gets the headshot onto Playboy, and then they know exactly where each other are at. Shax is about to jump down with the Odin. Blub is watching the top side and doesn't quite know where each other are at, circling around. But Blub gets the headshot onto Shax with the clutch, and round 20 goes to Southeastern. So, we're headed into match point of the first map. Very, very fantastic display back and forth. Rogers State put into a difficult position right here near the end. There's still the opportunity to close the gap, but they cannot lose any more rounds. And if they were able to close the gap, we would see an inevitable overtime. So, with that being said, Rogers State does have 3 ultimates. I would be surprised if they don't use all 3 of them this round. Do you think Rogers State will assume that they can win this round and not use all 3 ultimates, or will they use all 3 this round?
Looks like they're already pulling out the Hunter's Fury here, so I'm assuming that they are willing to dump everything possible into this round to keep this game going just a little bit longer if that's all they can.
Right, and that seems like the safest play here in this situation. They are 4 rounds down, and that's usually about enough time for their other players that don't have ults to at least rebuild theirs. So at the very least, they could go back into it. But the worst possible scenario for Rogers State is losing one of their operators before they have the chance to actually deploy their ultimate. We can see the Killjoy ult going off now. Very effective usage of it with the Defender Killjoy starting. Playboy getting a lot of damage taken from Nitrogen, though, having to play passive as a result. Shaxx getting the kill on the Blub here, but Nitrogen with the double kill, and then Playboy finishes off Nitrogen. Rogers State barely able to clutch it up with a detention there. All things considered, though, Rogers State is going to take the 21st round, and looks like now only 3 rounds away before things are tied up. Can Rogers State pull it off? So we're headed into another match point here. 3 ultimates on the board this time. Southeastern's going to be going into this with 2 ultimates. I would be surprised if they didn't use their Sova ultimate at the beginning of this round. They know Rogers State doesn't have the Killjoy ult. They know they just used it last round. And on top of that, Southeastern has been using the Sova ult very, very offensively. Why do you think that is?
The Sova ult's very useful to clear space early on, especially if you have any kind of info. You can pull players out of corners, anything like that. So definitely a very impactful ult there.
Right, and I think they can be very effective with it if played properly. Mr. Goat with the early kill on the Fubsy as well is a massive pick for Southeastern. We can see a rotation back around watching Heaven. Nitrogen gets the kill on the Danny, but Nitrogen very weak on health here. Might not have the opportunity to use Sova's ult. Actually goes for it right now and hits Shaxx twice. That's another member of RSU down. It's a 2v4, or 2v5, my apologies. Clarky trying to watch the angle, throwing the KO knife, getting 2 suppressions, about to peek right outside, but they don't see Mr. Goat. Oh my gosh, that was so close. Nitrogen gets the kill onto Playboy, and 2 with the wallbang kill onto Clarky. Map 1 is going to go to Southeastern, but stay tuned because this is a best of 5, so after a short break, we will be right back. Good evening and welcome back to the second map of the OACE Grand Finals for Valorant. After a fairly close first map, Southeastern did end up taking Ascent, which means we're headed into the second map of the night, which is going to be Fracture. Bit of a wild card map for both teams, but let's just talk a little bit about the map and why they picked what they picked.
I mean, we have two very different approaches here when it comes to our team comps. Southeastern running double initiator, you know, a little more fast pace, more support for the duelist specifically. And it looks like RSU's going for more of a, with that Viper and that Brimstone as well. Just having map control, being able to cut off, you know, almost as many angles as they want to. So we will see definitely two very different play styles here when it comes to this map.
And one pick, like looking at Southeastern's composition, I see a lot of damage potential. You know, with the breach, the gecko, the jet. You know, they're very damage oriented operators, especially with gecko. You know, I find this to be a very interesting pick. We've seen gecko a couple of times, just now being able to be playable in the playoffs and onward. But gecko is a very good hybrid pick, and I think it's going to complement Southeastern really well. Immediately we can see Pupsy getting an early kill onto Nitrogen though, shutting down Gecko before they even have the chance to really come in and take that move here. As a result, it's just kind of a cataclysm effect though. Southeastern going ahead in numbers with a triple kill on the Frenzy from 2. Very impressive to start. Follows up with a 4th one on the Frenzy, a Frenzy 4K. That is absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. And that's like the second time tonight that 2 has just gotten an insane like 4 or 3K. So very impressive stuff from Southeastern in the first round.
Yeah, we've seen some very explosive plays out of him today. That tower position is so strong, especially with a close range weapon. You know, they have to flush you out, or that post plant scenario, or even just getting the plant down becomes very difficult.
Right, and walls are going to fall in the second round. Roger State's going to be down. There's going to be a force buy from Southeastern, what's going to put them in a pretty advantageous position. However, they're still going to have to play cautiously. Sheriffs are still very powerful weapons, but it does depend on how Roger State plays. We can see Roger State playing a little passive. They know that they're down on Econ here. They know that the Sheriff, although good, is a very difficult weapon to work with at even medium to long range here. Online Thug taking a shot with the Marshall there over to RSU. They're going to go for a couple more jitter peaks. Fubsy playing passive on top of a drop here. A drop has just been quite the interesting spectacle overall, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some insane plays from it later on. There's the peak over with the Marshall, causing Online Thug to play passive as a result of missing those shots there. Fubsy being forced off of a drop because of the smoke. However, Roger State still creating some momentum over to A side, despite the fact that there hasn't been any kills. You can see about to be an encounter with a 3v1 here, which Mr. Goat takes anyway and gets a triple kill. Okay, hello. Mr. Goat on an absolute rampage. Amazing stuff there with the Spectre. Roger State not able to parry that, leaving it all up to Fubsy and the rest of RSU here peeking up around the angle. We can see Fubsy just hard locked with the Sheriff here. Nitrogen getting the kill on the Danny. That's going to leave 15 seconds in the round with not much to go off of. There's no point in saving though, so Fubsy's going to go for a sack around here, just maybe try and hurt the econ of Southeastern as much as possible, but it's not going to work out as they're taken out by the turret, and it is going to be a flawless in the second round for Southeastern.
Yeah, and that run and gun there with that 3K from Mr. Goat was absolutely huge, and I will say completely unexpected, even from me.
Yeah, like that was an amazing play from Mr. Goat. Just top tier gameplay from Southeastern as a whole, really showing that these players deserve to be here. They've really worked their hardest here, and as a result, though, this is going to be the bonus round for Southeastern, which means Roger State is going to have the econ headed into it, which could change things. It's all up in the air. We'll see as the walls fall on the third round. Pubsy playing passive with the Vandal here. Roger State has to take this kind of cautiously because losing this round is a massive, massive harm to their eco. They're practically sent back to round 0 with no econ whatsoever, forced to play from pistol rounds all the way up. which against Southeastern they're going to have, full buys, even stronger econ. They can stack if they need to without having to worry about it. So Rogers State is definitely dependent on valuing their lives in this round. In fact, they're leaving the spike down in default just in case they aren't sure of a site. So they're waiting for those picks here, but because of their cautious playstyle, they're having difficulty even creating momentum. There's the smoke out from the brim there. We can see 50 seconds on the clock. About 60 have already passed, and it's starting to become a pretty difficult battle. They do decide to rotate with Spike now. It looks like they're going to just hard rush A. Even though they don't have a lot of intel, they do have Killjoy on Rogers State's side. Shax in the backline. Very solid flank position from A drop here. Online Thug, though, headshotting Fubsy is going to hurt quite a bit, and getting flashed out is really rough. And there's the breach charge as well. They really did not want Online Thug to use that. Clarky with the double kill following up as well, starting that spike plant. Gotta get it down at 17 seconds on the clock, and a 2v2. Playboy with a very nice headshot on the blob. Nitrogen spraying through as a Gecko here, trying to create some space. That Viper wall is actually in a really good spot for Rogers State at the moment. It'll all depend here. There's still plenty of opportunity. Ooh, that Viper molly is also very solid. Forcing into the opposite position. Nitrogen clears the right side. Will they peek while he's clearing right? There's Playboy. Doesn't quite get the kill. Clarky gets the 3K there. Rogers State is going to grab the third round. So although Southeastern wasn't able to grab the bonus, they should still be all right headed into the fourth round.
Yeah, and like I said, you can obviously see there, those smokes and that wall that is available to Rogers State is just absolutely huge for them. You know, being able to kind of section off the map almost however they want it. Definitely played in their favor there.
Right, and I think that's where Viper is really effective in maps that are kind of wild cards like this. We were talking about this. I'm from Rogers State, and my co-caster is from Southeastern. We were talking about how this map pick is so odd, and how it's a wild card for both teams. And I think the Viper pick actually kind of complements the wild card factor, because you can just create your own pseudo wall and not have to worry about a whole lot of the angles you're not confident in. So that won't pay off every time, but it's a good utility to have, and that can still be replicated with Southeastern. More with smokes than anything else, though. Online Thug with the early kill on the operator to Shax, though. Pubsy dropping Online Thug's going to be unfortunate, too, getting the follow-up and a double kill, actually. Turns things into a 2v4. There's the ultimate from the Brimstone. Kind of an interesting ult use for SE. It was a 4v2. Do you think an ultimate in that situation is required for a 4v2? And Clarky getting the kill onto 2 there, trying to follow up with some more damage. It turns into a 2v2, despite the fact that the Brimstone ultimate was used. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words here. The Breach ult is available for Rogers State. I don't think they'll use it. They'll probably just try and plant Spike. They have pretty decent econ after winning the last round. However, Breach charge does a lot of good placement there. Playboy gets a kill onto Mr. Goat, turns it into a 1v2 here. Gecko trying to rotate around the corner with Nitrogen. Nitrogen playing in a fairly similar position to last round. However, I think this time Nitrogen has a much more confident understanding of Rogers State's positioning. Immediately checking the left side, Spike clear, smoke up, doesn't go for the fake defuse, which is kind of interesting. Instead spraying quite a bit, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but very revealing as well. Playboy at like 1 or 2 health, easily a simple wall bang here through the paper wall. Could get the damage they need. He knows like they're right around the corner. He gets both kills on Playboy and Clarky, and that's going to be round 4 for Southeastern with Nitrogen at 5 health. Very impressive performance there.
Definitely redeemed himself from the 1v2 earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that was overall very good play. I thought it was kind of odd, just free firing without a whole lot of intel, but I mean, what intel could you get in that situation? You know they're not playing behind you or to your right, so it was just kind of, all right, I'll try and get some wallbang damage, and it worked out in the end because he just caught them off guard by rushing them. So good play from Nitrogen there, really securing that 4th round for Southeastern. And we can see here, like I mentioned, Rogers State, they're in a better econ position, but they're still going to be forced to save here. They might go for light buys. We can see some armor popping up, but then full buys for Southeastern, as expected. You know, they've had a very successful few rounds. They're going to be staying with their full buys as well. really covering things and all ground here. We can see Fubsy rotating back around with the Sheriff. Knows that there's going to be someone right around the corner. There's the Brimstone Smoke, very, very expected in this angle here, so Roger State might not be able to push it. They might decide to go lower here. Roger State, though, does have the Raze ultimate, Fubsy's Raze ultimate. I'd like to see this come into play in a good way, but there's also the Jet ultimate from Southeastern side, which is going to be an interesting one to work with, because in the state of Southeastern, they don't have to worry too much about econ, so they can switch between their primary weapon and Jet's ultimate, which creates this very deadly combination of just being able to switch from one deadly weapon to another extremely deadly weapon in a shorter amount of time. Bubsy pushing onto site, gets one of the Killjoy utils taken out, but then immediately smoked out and mollied out as well. Gonna rotate off the site here, 30 seconds on the clock though. Starting to become a bit of a difficult push through the site here. Blub getting the first kill onto Clarky. That's the spike down as well. 2 and Blub following up with more. Fubsy finally shutting down one member of Southeastern. Fubsy once again with the Sheriff there, getting a second kill. Blub on a 3K though. Can't look past that, and Blub actually gets a 4K, almost acing for Southeastern. Very, very effective performance. Southeastern played that so well in terms of positioning.
Yeah, that early information there and that just the stall utility coming from Southeastern's KJ was absolutely huge in being able to get all of the members to rotate for that push.
Right, and they just read Roger State really well. They just knew what Roger State's plan was. Were able to catch him out at the right time, get him at the right angle, and a lot of that, definitely helps that their econ advantage was there, because then they didn't have to go and play into Roger State. They could wait for Roger State to make the mistakes, and they played into those mistakes really well. Roger State now going to have a better buy though, so we'll see if this pays off for them. They do shut down Blub after a trade with Fubsy. However, losing Fubsy is a pretty major hit to Roger State as well. It all depends here on this next push. We can immediately see Playboy getting a pretty decent shot, killing Mr. Goat there. There's the Brimstone ultimate going off as well, which is a lot of major effectiveness there. A minute and 5 on the clock. The spike is planted. Roger State now having the advantage here, also throwing down the Viper ult. It looks like Roger State is really just trying to guarantee a round win here, especially since they've been having to save for so many rounds. They just want to be able to keep their weapons, or at least keep their eco in a good place. And we can see Online Thug here with the operator trying to hold a little bit passive here. Online Thug actually is not in a position to sack. I mean, you have the operator. You also only have 100 credits. Online Thug's just going to play for a save, which is the smartest move. You could also play with a sack on the Killjoy, but the Killjoy doesn't need to sack either. So Roger State is going to end up taking the 6th round here out of Spike Detonation. But Southeastern will be able to recuperate, and since they didn't lose the operator, it's actually a very good hold for Southeastern.
Yeah, the tides have definitely turned in terms of economy here.
Right.
So we will see what RSU is able to do with this momentum.
But despite the fact that tides have turned in econ, the fact that Southeastern was able to hold on to the operator is going to make a massive difference here. Because despite the fact that their econ is low, everyone was still able to get autos or phantoms, vandals or phantoms there. So although they're at light armor, that's not going to affect them too much if they're consistent enough. And being able to keep that operator, like I said, that's 5,000 credits you don't have to spend there. Getting a good molly off there from Nitrogen at the beginning just to try to bait some people out. It seems like Southeastern is already expecting Roger State's push there. In fact, the defender Killjoy, that is really unfortunate. Wow. Bubsy gets the destruction on the Killjoy ulti there. Southeastern's Online Thug takes out 2 members of Roger State, shutting down Fubsy, but at 15 health. So a very difficult position despite all that. Roger State at a 3v3 now. Shax is going to start the plan, get it down at 58 seconds on the clock. We can see Online Thug dashing through with the Vandal now, getting a kill, and then Blub just cleans up along with them. All 5 done by Online Thug and Blub in the 7th round. A very good aim right there.
Yeah, that flank definitely came in huge. I mean, they were able to get behind before Roger State were even able to execute there.
Right, and I mean, Rogers State had a very strong start there. You know, in the first 20 or 30 seconds of the round, it seemed like Rogers State had that in the bag. Fubsy got the destruction on the Killjoy ulti, and then that flank play was just spot on timing for Southeastern. Really was what they needed in that round, and immediately salvaged the loss of the Killjoy ult because it just caught Rogers State off guard so much they weren't expecting it, and that is going to hurt Rogers State a decent amount. They'll still be able to buy this round, but I mean, running with a Guardian this time is going to be a little rough. And the rest of Rogers State's going to be saving or half buying. We can see not a whole lot of pressure overall. Nitrogen's going to throw out that Gecko Molly. Extremely powerful usage, but Fubsy's actually going to get him with the grenade. So that's a good kill for Fubsy and Rogers State as a whole. Trying to get that wallbang damage of not aware of where they're at. Picking up the operator. Oh my goodness. Online Thug with a very nice shot onto Fubsy there is going to shut them down. Online Thug peeking around the corner here after getting the op back into a decent position. Two playing inside this small area at a pretty decent spot, albeit Danny realizing that the operator's up there doesn't want to play into that again, but actually does take out Online Thug, losing the operator. Mr. Goat's probably going to rotate back around, maybe try and get some damage through the wall here. But Rogers State does have the spike down, so this is a difficult spot for Online Thug to be in. He could save and go for the op, but already in too deep at this point. Clarky does end up getting the headshot onto Mr. Goat, which is going to give round number 8 to Rogers State 5-3. Only 2 rounds off for tying the game up. Rogers State has a chance of pulling back up and tying things out, but Southeastern is they still have at least another round of a half or full buy here, so it'll all depend on Rogers State's ability to take this next round or not.
Yeah, these half shields coming with Southeastern are really helping out their economy, especially after a round loss like that, allowing them to buy just a little more often.
Right, and you know, if they're gonna be able to hold this round, Rogers State's econ, it's not in a terrible spot, but it'll really help SE's econ, just as you were talking about. And so it's really important for Rogers State to win this round if they want to gain an advantage here. So Southeastern actually has a really good strategy in this round, which is playing passive, let RSU make the mistakes here, let Rogers State walk onto site, then we'll bait them out, or even go for the retake game, because right now they just have to play passive around Rogers State's util, and so far they're doing fairly well. Fubsy does end up getting the kill on the 2. The spike is going to be planted, but now Southeastern can play the retake game. Fubsy ends up getting the kill on the Nitrogen as well. Double kill's fairly rough for Southeastern. They're going to have to start creating some pressure at some point. There's the attacker Killjoy as well. That's definitely going to hurt. Southeastern's so far having some difficulty retaking site, but at the very least they might be able to just hold on and save if they end up losing another member or 2. Do you think a save in this situation is the right call for Southeastern?
I do think that's what we're looking at right now, is that they are going to save. I am not 100% sure if that would be the right call. Maybe get some exits, hurt RSU's economy, but with that op in hand, sometimes it's not worth the risk.
Right, and we can see Online Thug is going to be able to hold the operator, which at the end of the day is at least salvageable for Southeastern. And the timeout is going to be called for Southeastern on their side as well. With that in mind, let's take a look. We can see that the Gecko from Southeastern does have their ultimate. Now, Gecko's fairly new to my mind. I'm a bit of a casual, so if you don't mind explaining to myself and many others that may not know, what does Gecko's ultimate do?
Gecko's ultimate kind of it acts like more so like a sky dog. You know, you can control it. It moves pretty quickly, but it's also, when triggered, is a small KJ ult in the way that it will detain any players within a small radius. So it would be interesting to see how that plays out. Gecko itself is a very interesting pick on this map, I think, especially with it being just now able to play here in the after the playoffs. So
Right, and I was talking about that with Rogers State. You know, their pick of Viper was really good because it's a wild card to be able to use those walls in a map that neither team is really familiar with. And then Nitrogen playing Gecko is the equivalent for Southeastern. You know, it's just not really something you'd expect to see on here. So it throws an already uncomfortable map with an uncomfortable pick, and I think that honestly is helping Southeastern. Now, one thing I did notice is Southeastern doesn't have a whole lot of walls. Would you say that as a result, Southeastern is suffering because they don't have walls in their util?
I definitely think here on this defensive half, it is creating quite a bit of an issue to not be able to, create more of those choke points and just slow down pushes from Roger State.
Right, but I do think, you know, as we switch sides, that this composition that Southeastern has will actually benefit them in offense a little bit more, but I also think that Roger State's composition will benefit them in defense more. So ultimately, it seems like these teams tailored their compositions to one side of the map to the other. We can see a bit of back and forth from both teams. Southeastern losing nitrogen fairly quickly is going to prevent that Gecko ultimate from ever going off, which is a little unfortunate. Danny Banks following up with a headshot onto Online Thug there as the spike gets planted. It's a 5v3 now. Roger State with the spike plant is going to be very difficult to go up against in a 5v3, especially with the health you can see at the top of your screen there. Online, Mr. Go is going to get the kill on the Playboy. Blood follows up with one on the Fubsy, and it's just the trickle effect all the way down from a 5v3 to a 2v3. Roger State immediately loses a lot of ground. Clarkey barely able to sink that kill in on 2 there, turning it into a 2v2. And the defuse goes off, so it doesn't matter. Round 10 is going to go to Southeastern with a very sneaky spike defuse. Good play from Southeastern there. I mean, Roger State was literally at a 5-3 position. They were doing really, really well, and then just the back-to-back kills from just all different angles. Roger State was not expecting that many different angles from Southeastern. And then, of course, the sneakiest spike defuse we've seen all night, just coming out of nowhere. Roger State was rotated in the opposite position, and the next thing you know, spike was diffused, and that's very unfortunate. But it does mean that Roger State is going to remain 2 rounds behind. By no means a lot, but still is going to hurt them a decent amount. We can see Southeastern is on a pretty low econ though, so Roger State does have has the opportunity to really capitalize on that. Mr. Goat though with the double kill might go in for a third one here. Shax gets a kill on the nitrogen, trying to even things out. Shax takes out Mr. Goat as well, turning what could have been disastrous into a 3v3, really starting to make things a little bit easier on Roger State. Overall, very good plays from Southeastern there. Just being able to catch Roger State so early in the round is, even though they're at the same numbers, definitely going to hurt, because now Roger State has to think of a different attack plan here. Danny's going to go for a fake plant, and there's the ultimate going through there, sorry. Online Thug's going to get the headshot on the Shax as well. Very efficient playstyle. Following up with a 3K there onto Clarkey and Danny. Wow, absolute magnificence there. Round 11 is going to go to Southeastern, strengthening the gap and putting us at the last round before the swap with 3 ultimates, 2 on one, 1 on the other. So we've covered these ultimates several times, but I think that now's a good time to point out that there's the Raze ultimate and the Jet ultimate. So Raze and Jet have very similar playstyles, but they're also fairly different at the same time. Jet's ultimate can be drawn out over a long period of time. Raze's has a time limit, but it can be used more effectively than Jet's ultimate. And I think it's going to really come down to who utilizes their ultimate better in terms of these offensive duelist ultimates. We can see a bunch of back and forth with the Brimstone ultimate going off on Roger State's side. Mr. Goat getting traded out with Fubsy, but immediately another trade out with Nitrogen and Danny, turning this into a 3v3 in the very first 30 seconds. Shax goes for a fake plant, then rotates for a different area. Online Thug still has those kunai though. So, since Roger State doesn't have any ultimates in this 2v3, it's going to be a little awkward, but the kunai are really effective if you can land them. We'll see. Online Thug does actually bag one on the Playboy. They're getting that guaranteed kill, and Blub is going to land the headshot on the Shax, which is going to give Southeastern round 13, and we're going to end up switching sides here with a 4-round differential for Southeastern 8-4.
Yeah, the right click with those jet knives there was honestly quite crazy.
Yeah, a very efficient usage of Jet's ultimate there, basically guaranteeing that you get that kill. Waited to see them, then immediately threw them. Was probably the most efficient usage that Online Thug could have gotten out of Jet's ultimate there.
Yeah, and I think especially with that round, uh, getting that Raze ultimate off the board early in the round really helped them secure that round.
Right, because that's what I was talking about. You know, it comes down to however they're able to use it, and since Roger State wasn't able to use the Raze ultimate at all, you know, it really hurt because that was one of the ultimates that they needed the most to go into the next round. However, kicking off the side swap, Roger State is going to be on the defending side this time, so we'll see if Southeastern will be able to keep up the same momentum they had on defense, or if Roger State will reverse the rounds, because we talked about their compositions pairing with the opposite sides more. However, Online Thug with a very early kill on the Shacks might not be the case. Southeastern starting to push very quickly on the B side. Gonna get that spike planted at 1:10. Club getting the kill on a Fubsy as well, turning this into a 5v3. Roger State very low health as well, not able to get any kills off, with Mr. Goat finishing off Clarky before the opportunity arises. Nitrogen getting ready to throw out this flash here. We can see turning into a 2v5 very quickly. Danny Banks holding this angle, waiting for a rotation, but it's just going to end up going to 2, who's going to bag 2 more kills and turn into a flawless for round 13 in Southeastern. And this 5-round differential is starting to look a little rough for Roger State. Roger State's going to have to really start pulling some cards together. So, with that in mind, I've got a bit of a question for you. If you were in Roger State's shoes, what would you say is the best attack strategy in order to turn things around?
I think definitely early on here, you have to build that economy if you're looking for a comeback. So, getting those guns out of Southeastern's hands and kind of just rolling as much as you can from that. That first pick is huge, especially in rounds like this.
So you think that Roger State should basically just focus on picks and keeping Southeastern's econ low?
100%. Economy is the only way, typically, that you're going to come out of a situation like this when you're behind. So.
Right, and it is starting to come down to the wire for Roger State as well, with Online Thug getting a double kill there. Very efficient usage of the Spectre, going in for a third one on a Fubsy, finally being shut down by Shax. But it's still a little too late, as Shax is trying to even things out, but it's already in a 3v1. And here comes the breach charge through the wall. They know Shax is right around the area, 22 health. A very, very difficult fight there. I mean, Online Thug just basically running and gunning and getting 3 kills is extremely unfortunate for Roger State, but just, once again, an amazing display of skill from Online Thug there. And we can see Roger State trying to hold this, but, I mean, all you can do is just sit here and hope someone walks into your sideline. Shax has 4 health. Even if he does die here, it's not that big a deal, because they had already lost their round. They had already lost the pistol round, so this is to be expected. Roger State is going to be at 10-4 with SE taking the lead here. 6-round diff here is going to be pretty rough.
It has definitely been very interesting to see what both teams have pulled out so far on either side now, with this being the wild card map. So.
Yeah, and we're nearing the end of the wire as well. I wonder if we'll see any, because this is the bonus round for the second half. Roger State is going to have their full buys. This is their biggest chance to do what you mentioned, keep the econ for SE down, get the kills, and play passive. If they're unable to do that, then Roger State is going to be facing basically an insurmountable wall, but this is their best bet at turning things around. We'll see if they'll be able to do that. A very early kill from Fubsy is a good indication for Roger State, but 1 is not enough to win a round. So we're going to have to see that pattern continue throughout the rest of it. First 30 seconds, Online Thug is immediately smoked out of tower. Roger State has seemed to caught on to Online Thug's pattern of playing in B tower and just creating as much space up there as possible. To getting ready to throw this grenade up here, just making sure that Online Thug is clear there. And then Shax getting the kill on the online thug, actually. Nitrogen following up with a trade, though, and then immediately getting traded out as well. So Roger State's going to lead the advantage with at least one more member, but the health is not quite there. But then it's just a bit of a domino effect. Bubsy fuddling up with the headshot onto Mr. Goat, and with Spike down, honestly, Roger State can just play extremely defensive here and just surround and wait for two to either go for a save or go for a sack here. And I don't really see what. Do you think two should go for a save here? I don't really know. I don't think two should go for a save here.
I mean, with the Bulldog on hand, carrying anything you can forward, the Bulldog is definitely very useful. I think farming the ult orbs here is also very helpful in terms of their economy, especially when it comes to ultimates. That KJ ult is very powerful on attack side on this map.
Right, and being able to get, I think there was 3 of them that two was able to get, and then the last kill on the Playboy there. Like, I mean, even though Southeastern knew that they were going to lose that round, two was farming ult points, and getting that kill there is actually really, really advantageous. So it might be enough there because two was actually able to bag their ultimate by farming ult points and getting that last second kill, which is gonna create a massive opportunity for them headed into this round. Roger State is slowly narrowing down their round differential to from a 6 to a 5 now, but we'll see where this will be in the next 30 seconds or so, because these first early kills have usually been a fairly large decider as to the pattern of things. Excuse me. Fubsy with the double kill there on the 2 and online. Thug is a very efficient start now. And this online goat, Mr. Goat there, not online goat, peeking around the corner, getting a trade out with Fubsy. Fubsy on the 3K, very solid so far, but Southeastern is creating a bit of a pattern here. They're traveling together, which is very useful. They can't really lose Spike in this situation. It'd be much better to bait a plant down. We'll see if they'll be able to get to a rotation like that. There's the alarm bot being triggered. We can see Roger State's going to know that. Most likely start rotating back over. We can see Nitrogen trying to play slowly around the area. The Viper wall going off is a bit unfortunate. Roger State's predicting that they're moving to A side as well. You can see them rotating over at the top left of your screen. Nitrogen getting ready to flash, or volley through, my apologies, and create some space here. Looks like Roger State does notice them, though. They're going to be able to collapse fairly quickly. Nitrogen was able to get a solid kill, but Fubsy with the 4K and Clarky finishing the round off is going to give round 16 to Roger State.
Yeah, and like we said, with Roger State taking that round, it's absolutely huge for their economy, especially gaining momentum to try to close the gap on this round differential. Economy is the name of the game.
Right, and you know, maybe they were listening to us when you mentioned about playing a passive and getting the kills and focusing on lowering the econ there, because that seems to be what RSU has been doing in the last couple rounds, and it's been fairly effective. I think overall, though, Roger State has just been valuing their lives more. You know, they've been playing a lot more conservatively. They haven't been rushing in too much, which, you know, usually rushing has been actually a fairly consistent thing that Rogers State University has done well with. But in this situation, it's actually hurt them more than helped them. So I think the change in their survivability and their consciousness of their surroundings has really helped them, especially with checking corners as well. Online Thug being able to get away with those 3Ks was really hurting Rogers State. But we still have 3 ultimates on the board, 2 in Southeastern's hands, the Killjoy and the Jet both holding that, with the Raze in the back of Rogers State there. Fubsy, gonna see if we can pull off this Raze ultimate. Unlike last time, it did get dropped before it was able to be used, but there's still plenty of opportunity for it here. We'll see, though, because this is what I was talking about in the end of the last half. If Roger State's able to get this Raze ultimate off before any real damage is done with the Jet ultimate, they will stand a fairly solid chance of just continuing the dominoes of just going from this round to the next one, because if they can keep Southeastern's economy low, like right now they're on a save, then that is very effective. However, two starting off very strong with the Judge there, getting the kill on the Clarky. Danny's going to end up canceling them out, but that's okay, because the trade-off with the Judge there, not the Judge, the Sheriff is going to create a lot of opportunities. Nitrogen playing a little bit passive here, rallying backwards with the Marshal. Mr. Goat holding things down. Online Thug waiting to play with this. You know, we've talked about this before. This ultimate's actually really good to play when you don't have a lot of econ. Getting taken out there is a little unfortunate, but they were able to take out Playboy, turning this into a 2v3. Now a 3v1, which is a little bit more difficult, but do have the Stinger being able to throw out that smoke. It's not an impossible situation, but it's going to be a very difficult battle for Mr. Go playing around this here, rotating around the smoke, trying to get some position. Fubsy is going to be able to catch them out. And although a very solid round, all things considered, getting 2 kills on Roger State is good for Southeastern. It's a little rough overall, but they will be able to go in with full buys into the 18th round. And we can see, yeah, there it is. There's the full buys, some of them going with that half armor strat that you've been mentioning. I do agree with you. You know, this has just really been saving them so much econ. They've been able to salvage it in rounds when they would have had to either force, or rounds that they would have had to save. They have an extra round to fall back on, although it is a little risky because, you know, half armor is still half armor. So there will be some things that just kill you faster, but I think Southeastern already had adopted the philosophy of valuing their lives before Roger State did, so it gave them that early advantage of not having to worry about their armor too much because they already valued their lives a lot. We can see Mr. Goat here actually doing a very solid job of playing in a fairly defensive excuse me, a very defensive position there, creating a lot of pressure overall. We can see us turning into a 4v5. Online Thug at a very low, about half health here, but honestly, Southeastern at a fairly weak state, so they're going to be playing fairly passive. We can see Online Thug with a very nice headshot onto Fubsy, though, starting his rotation around the corner. Blub as well following suit. Roger State is going to have to play into this, though, as because the attacker killjoy is going to start ticking down. The moment that expires, Southeastern will most likely have Spike planted, and that's going to force RSU to play into them in this 3v5, which is actually a very dangerous situation. 0 detentions going off, but just as I mentioned, it gave Southeastern the opportunity to plant Spike. And Clarky gets a very nice headshot onto Online Thug, which is going to slow down Southeastern a little bit here. Nitrogen playing around the corner. All 3 of Roger State is right there. And he gets a wallbang kill into Playboy. Very efficient usage of the Vandal there. And very nice shots overall. The other 2 rotating back around. They have to get on site somehow. But in this 4v1 is just so difficult. Clarky with 1 kill onto Nitrogen. Gonna go for the plant. Try and get it to halfway. Gonna have to jump up here though. But doesn't do it in time. Looking the wrong direction. Mr. Goat gets the kill onto Clarky. And that's gonna give the 18th round to Southeastern. Very, very good positioning from Southeastern there.
Yeah, I think they played that post plant very well, especially in conjunction with the KJ ultimate, just to make more space and more time for them to get in position. Now we're looking at very even economies.
Yeah, and this is a reversal. I mean, Roger State was able to get their round differential from 6 to 4, but it's still a very, very, very steep hill, especially since if Southeastern takes this next one, it will be match point for the second map. And Roger State really doesn't like the thought of that. Cubs is starting off with a very strong op kill there. Nitrogen following up with a headshot onto Playboy. 2 rotating around the corner here, trying to create some space with the Vandal. Roger State's actually going to go for a bit of a stronghold on A side, but Southeastern is going to go for a re-push over to either B side or mid from the looks of things. It's a bit confusing at their placement. What do you think Southeastern is thinking right now?
I really think they're trying to figure out, positions of players where weak points could possibly be in the defense, and it does look like they are going to go for another late A hit.
And they use 2 ultimates. There's the Gecko ult and the Breach ult coming out as well. I would say very efficient usage there. I mean, even though Roger State isn't really on the site, it is just going to lay down a lot of suppression. And that's going to allow them to get 2 kills there, putting things into a 2v3. Blub's going to start the plant, going to get it down at 30 seconds on the clock. Very efficient placement to start things off. Down goes Shax's Killjoy ultimate immediately. Shax gets taken out, turning this into a 1v3. no detentions, and since the spike is pretty much straight in view of long here, it's going to be difficult to even push for Clarky. They're going to just watch him as the detentions expire, and 2 gets the headshot, and the 19th round is going to go to Southeastern.
Match point.
All right, and that's going to put us at match point for Southeastern. So this is coming down to the wire in the second map here. Roger State has a chance. 5-round differential, though, is looking pretty difficult, and they're back down to low econ. This is pretty much their last gambit, because we can see there's a Spectre, full armor, and then light armor buys with Vandals. So this is going to be basically their last gambit, their last trick up their sleeve. We'll see if they can pull it off. And both ultimates, the Breach and the Brim, at the very start of the round from RSU. I don't know if that was the greatest play, but Pubsy was able to get 2 kills off of it. And then a third one with the help of Playboy getting a 4th, which immediately, in the first 20 or so seconds, takes this from a 5v5 to a 4v1, which is actually insane gameplay to see right there. Online Thug going to be playing passive as a result. Doesn't really have to worry about econ, so could just go for a sack here just to try and ruin a bit of Roger State's econ here. Even though Roger State is going to have a fairly solid round next round, even if Online Thug gets a kill here, it's still worth to try and trade out, and does exactly that, getting the kill on the Fubsy. Playboy getting them down. Round 20 going to go to Roger State, 12 and 8, which means Roger State's now 4 rounds behind here from an overtime. But Roger State was able to salvage their econ a little bit. We can see full buy Vandals here. Half armor Vandal for Danny, but everyone else going pretty much full armor. And then Playboy, interestingly, with the Judge in full armor. What do you think about the Judge play?
With Roger State having the Viper ultimate online currently, I do think the Judge is very useful within that ult, especially. You could lock down almost an entire site by yourself.
And one thing that I think is one very interesting to point out is that I think that the Judge plays that we're seeing today were actually inspired by the All-Stars game, where ReZero just went absolutely ham with the Judge and had so much fun with it. ReZero, if you're here, that was amazing display. But the Judge plays can be very effective. I mean, we've seen them work very well in serious settings and casual settings. But Blub and trading out for Danny there, Fubsy popping out the Raze ultimate, throws it straight onto Spike, but looks like Southeastern was kind of anticipating the ultimate from Fubsy, and kind of turned out to be a little rough for a usage there. However, Fubsy is going to be able to get a bit of a fake defuse off, trades back and forth, turning into a 1v1. Fubsy at 12 health, and the round is going to go to Southeastern, 13 and 8, which is going to give map 2 to Southeastern, which is going to put Southeastern at match point. So stay tuned for the third and or possibly final map after this short break. And welcome back to OACE Esports Grand Finals for Valorant. This is match point for SE, and I'm Nano.
And I'm Koma.
And so, match point for Southeastern is going to be a fairly interesting map. We're headed into Icebox. Roger State has had a rough go of things for the last couple maps, and this is their last chance to tie things together before or if Southeastern is able to close the gap. So, headed into Icebox, looking at our team compositions. What do you think of these team compositions?
Looks like we're gonna have identical team comps here again on the third map. Looks like similar roles as before. Pretty standard for this map, honestly. So we'll have to see how this goes. I guess it really is just whoever has better plays and plays better is definitely gonna take this one.
Right, it's definitely gonna come down to who has the better positioning, better usage of util, better econ, and then of course ability to aim, which is just usually implied with mechanical skill. But as the walls fall on the first round, we're gonna be following Southeastern on the defending side first, picking up the map with online Thug going to be hugging over this Sage wall, waiting for any rotations whatsoever. Fubsy waiting for that Sage wall as well. Looks like they're going to force their way straight through it. We'll see if they're predicting online Thug right around there. They don't actually predict it. Clarky gets taken out, but they are able to shut down online Thug before anyone else goes down, which is at least a trade until Nitrogen follows up with another kill and 2, gets things down from a 5v4 to a 2v3, which is going to be very unfortunate for Roger State. Still not impossible. They might throw this Sage wall down, start the plant right now. Going to get the spike planted at 53 seconds on the clock. We can see Danny just peeking over the corner here, trying to create some pressure down, rotating back around. There's 2 just waiting to the Viper wall. Very clean headshot for Blood. But it turns out that it's going to be traded out both times, and since the numbers advantage was in Southeastern side, they're going to end up taking the first round. So Roger State's going to be down a round, but Southeastern is going to take the first start, which means they'll most likely take the second round, and they might end up taking the bonus round. That's where things start to get interesting. Alright, so we can see Bulldogs this time around. Not as many Spectres, which is interesting. There's the Marshall, usually fairly similar. There's a Marshall play on the Force here. Kind of interesting that they use Marshall on Icebox. In my experience with casting Icebox and playing Icebox, Operator and Marshall are not very popular weapons here. Why do you think the pick for Marshall was used here?
I think honestly it all comes down to confidence here. Holding tighter angles, maybe even just predicting some play there.
And we did see online Thug get the first kill with it, so I mean, I don't have much room to talk. Very, very nice kill. It immediately throws Roger State into a 1v5. Playboy was able to pick off 2, and then online Thug with a second kill on the Marshall. But, I think you're right there. It is a confidence thing. Are you confident enough in your aim? Because this map isn't much of a sniper sideline map. It's much more. It's fairly boxed in. That's why it's called Icebox, believe it or not. There's a lot of crates and a lot of short angles as well. Honestly, the judge does fairly well here from my experience as well. But now Roger State's going to have full buys. They're going to go full armor and Vandals. So we'll see if this is the turn that Roger State's need. This is going to be 2 Marshals on Southeastern, not just 1, 2. So that makes me wonder if Southeastern is a little confident on not just 1, but their efficiency with it on 2 people, which I find interesting. We can see Mr. Goat watching the top side there, trying to deny the area on A site. Complete, almost rush from Roger State here. Not a whole lot of damage though, pretty much just util spray. Fubsy trying to create some presence there with a bunch of util as well. Nitrogen trying to destroy that Sage wall, forcing Danny being unable to advance on a spike plant here. Almost a full 45 seconds gone with neither team losing a player, which is kind of interesting as well. Nitrogen rotating around. Shax playing not too far behind, pushing up with Playboy and Danny. Online Thug waiting for the rotation as well, holding down this Marshall. Oh, barely misses the shot, and then it hits the follow-up, but not in the head. Fubsy gets the headshot onto Blub, which is unfortunate for Southeastern. Very overall good positioning from Online Thug, like a very solid read on that flank play. Unfortunate that those shots were just a few pixels off from being very effective. We can see that Roger State still hasn't planted. 17 seconds ticking down. Danny's going to start the plant. We should be able to get it planted down. Roger State's going to hold there. Southeastern does end up getting 3 kills immediately after, though. Still a 2v2, though Roger State has the spike planted as well, putting it slightly in their favor. However, this Marshall might actually be fairly advantageous here to just hold an angle while Online Thug rotates the other opposite direction. However, immediately swapping that out for a Vandal makes sense. They hear the fake defuse. Then Online Thug and Mr. Goat get the double kill into Playboy and Shax, which is going to allow Southeastern to take round 3, throwing Roger State's econ all back to the beginning.
This is fun. Who needs training?
Yeah, taking that bonus round there for Southeastern is definitely huge for momentum early on in this half.
And this is, yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to throw a lot of Roger State's momentum off course. You know, they're gonna be scrambling for another 2 rounds even. They might be able to go for full buys next round, but that's kind of questionable. You know, they're all going for half buys. Here, the Sheriff, the Marshal, very standard lineups that we usually see for these save rounds. The Marshal, though, for Fubsy, gonna be kind of interesting because this is probably the best spot for sniping, at least on offense, playing right on top of Tube here. But getting the kills with it is going to be pretty difficult considering that Southeastern has been very confident with their long-range accuracy, and not just confident, but also being able to follow up on that confidence as well. So Roger State's going to be in a difficult position, forcing them, as you can see, defaulting the spike near the backside of attacker side spawn there. Danny's going to get the headshot on Nitrogen with the Sheriff, which is pretty interesting. Online Thug getting the kill on the Shax, though. Only a minute left on the clock. Roger State really kind of playing out time here, and Fubsy with the headshot onto Blub. Not entirely sure where Blub was there, but still very solid for Roger State. Not going to be able to get things out with 2, though. The Vandal, when they know exactly where you are, is pretty difficult. Same thing there with Danny. 2 on an absolute rampage. Once again, doing very solid work for Southeastern. 30 seconds on the clock. Playboy's going to rotate a little bit around the corner here. Try and create some space and area denial by pushing up through B-side. 2 on a 3K, gonna maybe be able to get this 4th one, and does exactly that. I mean, 2 is an absolute menace for Southeastern, and definitely shows why they deserve to be in the grand finals. Looking at that KDA, I mean, 8 and 2 is absolutely fantastic numbers. Southeastern's gonna be able to maintain their buys. Excuse me. Gonna be able to maintain their buys. In fact, they're gonna go for an operator. We were talking about the viability of snipers. I think viability, it works really well on B sites. A site's kind of a wild card for this sort of play. What do you think? Do you think the operator performs better on A side or B side?
I feel like the angles that you can hold over on A site with the operator are definitely very limited. Limited play that you're going to be able to get out of that. Over here on B though, you know, you could hit them early, fall back, and just continue to do some damage after that. Right,
and Shax is actually gonna doesn't actually get the spike planted. That's very unfortunate. Literally just a tick or so away. Now as a result, Roger State just drops number after number, leaving it down to a 3v1 here. Clarky at 3 HP, literally ticked vulnerable as well. That's one of the worst combinations right there, being revealed by the recon dart. They're just going to collapse in on him from both sides. Goes for the headshot onto Blub. Blub's going to shut him down, and Southeastern's going to take the 5th round. So far, Roger State's really looking at a tough game. 5-0. Roger State been up and down with their recon, but not able to hold out. I asked you this on a couple, I think the previous map, but if you were in Roger State's position, how would you come back from a situation like this?
Honestly, I think finding space and finding gaps in their defense, you know, pretty pretty textbook. But Southeastern are seeming very solid right now.
Do you think that Rogers State should do like a fake site push and then rotate over to, I don't know, B, let's say for example, because it seems like they're able to get to a site but not actually get the plant down, so it might be better to fake a site plant.
I definitely think anything that they are able to do, you know, to get in the heads of Southeastern would be absolutely huge for them. Any advantage they could get at this point.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense as well, because you're right, they do need pretty much any advantage they can get. Looks like that might actually get a detention, which is very rough for Rogers State there. But good usage there for Southeastern, which is going to slow down Rogers State's offensive line. But we can see Playboy trying to rotate back over. They have the spike now. They're done defaulting, but they have to be done defaulting. I mean, it's a 2v4 with 35 seconds on the clock. Southeastern's going to catch on pretty quickly that Rogers State's going to be pushing over through B site. So, not a whole lot they can do. Rogers State's just going to play forward here. Hope they can get a good peek and then maybe get spiked down out of just constant pressure. Clarky with the kill on the nitrogen, solid. And they do actually get spiked down, which is surprising, but also very good for Rogers State. We can see Playboy and Clarky trying to hold this angle both. Clarky did have the stinger, picked it up, but I guess might have run out of ammo there. Rotating around with the operator. The attacker killjoy ultimate's interesting. I think that might actually be what they need here, because they're not going to be able to destroy the ultimate or defuse in time. Rogers State's just going to be able to stall a little bit more time. They're going to have to stall a little bit longer with the spike, though. They can't just wait for the defuse, and the defuse is already at half without any contestment. Clarky on a double kill here, and gets the 4K for RSU. Incredible play with the stinger and sheriff there. I don't know what else to say about that. Clarky was a menace right there.
Oh yeah, that 4K was very, very important for them. That KJ ult also came into play. I think there probably is no better way they could have played that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any other way you would approach a 2v4 like that. The KJ ult could have gone very badly, but I think the placement of it was actually really efficient. It was close enough to the spike where they couldn't defuse it, but it wasn't too close to the spike where it was exposed, and Rogers State was able to just capitalize off of forcing them off to allow it to tick a little bit longer, force them to have a member down while defusing. Clarky took advantage of that. Really, really good positioning overall. Rogers State definitely needed that round win, but they're going to have to take at least 2 more to really start hurting Southeastern if they want to keep up this pattern here. Shaxx getting the kill onto Mr. Goat. It's going to be a very solid start of the round. But they're going to have to keep up this momentum as well. Online Thug getting the kill onto Fubsy. Doesn't really help in this situation. And less than a minute on the clock as well. Rogers State's going to have to start making some plays around the area right here towards the... Looks like they're going to push up through tube. Clarky maybe going to try and check through left side as well. And probably push onto B main. But 40 seconds on the clock is very rough. Rogers State was able to salvage a 35-second 2v4. But right now they don't really have the util for it, I'd say. They do have the ultimates that they could use in this situation, but they're a little... They don't have the intel to really know where to use this util. We can see the spike's going to start planting at 17 seconds. Nitrogen's going to get the wall bang on the Shaxx. Spike is going to get planted, but everyone dies the moment it does. So, Southeastern's going to end up taking round number 7 with a very quick defuse there. Rogers State ended up losing that follow-up round, which is very unfortunate, but I mean, it did boost their economy just a small tad. It's still going to probably force them into a save here. So Rogers State's going to be on the back foot still for this 8th round. But they are starting to get the hang of the map a little bit. It might be a little too late, but they are starting to get the hang of the map. There is a 5-round differential, and Rogers State's going to have to start using these ults. I think using their ults a little bit more liberally will actually help them in this situation. Because if they start worrying less about when to use ultimates, they will actually have more efficiency with them. Similar to with the Killjoy ultimate a couple of rounds ago. They just used that. They didn't think too much about going into the round and using it. They used it and it actually got them the round. So I think if they follow a similar pattern here, it might actually work, which seems a little redundant, you know, not thinking as much on something. But I do think it could have an effect here. A pretty solid trade, despite the fact that Danny just walked into a team of nearly 4 of them there. Rezzing Playboy as well, that's immediately turning a 4v5 into a 5v3, and very solid stuff overall. Going to end up using that Sova ultimate just to try and get an additional kill down. And Southeastern doing fairly solid in this, but Rogers State, like I said, using those ultimates more liberally, creating a lot of space here, and the Sage ultimate really did give them the numbers advantage they needed. Mr. Goat is just going to try and trickle out Rogers State, but Rogers State knows that Goat's in the corner. Nitrogen does end up taking out Clarky. Rogers State's just playing in such tight angles here that makes it difficult to push on. However, Southeastern with the double kill there is going to get a lot of space for them. Then there goes the Viper ultimate as well. That's really tough for Rogers State in this situation. Starting the defuse does end up ending the ultimate, but Nitrogen immediately follows up with a double kill, putting this in a 1v1. The spike's ticking rather quickly here. Will they notice each other, or will one kill the other? Going back for the defuse, doesn't have any time left. Nitrogen thought that Danny left. Danny gets the headshot. The spike does end up detonating, but Rogers State is going to take round 8. That was a very thrifty round, as Valorant calls it, but it was definitely very back and forth, and despite the ultimates, I think there were 3 ultimates used that round. Despite that, Rogers State was still able to pull ahead with theirs.
Oh yeah, definitely with the shots on the sheriffs there, they were on.
Yeah, and we can see here that Rogers State's going to be a little bit up here. They didn't lose everybody, but Fubsy going down immediately is rough. And I'm sorry, did Online Thug just die to fall damage?
Yes, I believe that is what we just saw there.
I've actually never seen a fall damage death. I wasn't sure if that's what that icon meant. So, well, there are reason these players are all stars. All right, they are genuinely really talented people, but sometimes stuff like that just happens. And it's so rare that that's the first time I've ever seen it in 8 months of broadcasting Valorant games. So, despite that, though, Southeastern is able to follow up on those kills and continue to even things out. We can see 3v3 spike down for RSU, so it's pretty difficult to go up against. But Goat and 2 are really just putting in work here. I mean, just getting all that damage. Shax is going to be able to take out 1, but it's not going to be enough here, going 7-3. 7-2, sorry. Southeastern doing very, very well after that, despite a little bit of goofiness going on in that round. Still very, very good for Southeastern and recovered very well. Of course, Online Thug's going to be able to buy back, 6,000 credits is nothing to scoff at. As a result, actually, interestingly enough, not a timeout call from RSU, but a timeout call from Southeastern. Why do you think Southeastern called a timeout here?
I mean, I could definitely imagine those last couple of rounds were definitely a little too close for comfort, especially with the show put on earlier in this mat. So, I mean, Coach may be having a word. Maybe Southeastern's feeling like Rogers State is getting just a little too much momentum for themselves, trying to slow that down. So.
Right, and that's kind of reinforced. Like Rogers State has been getting more picks, but they haven't been able to get the rounds. I think that's what it's really coming down to. I mean, looking at the KDA here, it's fairly solid for both teams. Obviously, there's a small disparity between Online Thug 2 and then the rest of the players for both teams. But overall, it's fairly solid, and I can see where Rogers State's kills is really coming into effect, and why Southeastern would want to try and prevent these picks, because it is kind of hurting their econ. I mean, taking a look at Nitrogen and Blub, they're both very low, sub 1,000, and in Blub's case, literally 0 credits. So I can see why they would want to prevent Rogers State from damaging the econ as much as they have been, despite the fact that Rogers State has had some difficulty with round wins. Bubsy popping those kunai immediately at the start of the round. Online Thug getting the early kill on the Clarky. Shaq shutting that down. Blub with the kill on the Danny, though. Turning into a 3v4 in the first 20 seconds or so. Creating a very eventful round. Just long enough for Blub to get the res on the Online Thug. Very good use of the res there. Just guaranteeing the additional player into this fight. As a result, Online Thug's able to get the headshot onto Playboy. Fubsy with a headshot on the kunai, though, onto Online Thug. Very nice. Followed up with another one onto Southeastern. Nitrogen shutting down Fubsy, though. No more from Fubsy. Jack's playing in the backside of tunnel. And Nitrogen with a very clean headshot again. Props to Nitrogen. Those were some very nice flicks and very nice shots. But that is going to be the 10th round for Southeastern.
Definitely what's interesting about that round is both of the Jets utilizing the top of tube there in mid.
Yeah, the top of tube, like I talked about this earlier when Fubsy fought the operator. That is where I feel the operator has its strongest ability, and Online Thug playing on top of the tube there was just so powerful as well. Even though he did die, he was able to get 2 kills just from standing on top of it after getting res. So tube is a very powerful position when even defending or attacking B site here. We can see at the start of the round, Blub is going to get taken out by Shax fairly early, which is fairly rough for Southeastern, but Online Thug is going to go for a cheeky flank play. Let's take a look at this spike planted. It looks like Playboy is actually predicting the flank and trying to flank the flank, but flanking the flank did not work. So although Roger State is able to follow that up with 3 kills, leaving Online Thug to be the only one left inside the Viper ultimate with 1 health. Talk about a risky play. Having to play outside of that, and this is a very difficult situation. I mean, I think that Online Thug might do better if they tried to go for a save here. What do you think?
I definitely think the save is very important here, but you know, sometimes it's not possible. He may have the opportunity now.
Yeah, getting that kill on the Danny might be exactly what he needed in order to create the space, and looks like he's going to be able to get away with that save. So honestly, once again, another one of those rounds where, yes, Roger State took it, but SU was able to save there. And that's really, really important when their eco has been hurting these last few rounds. Blub is going to barely be able to buy again. I think it has to do with that light armor build they've been doing. I mean, look at that. You got the Phantom and light armor pretty much exactly. And then pretty much full buys across the board, minus Mr. Goat as well. So I think that that save is really solid because it allows Online Thug to really disperse some of that extra credit. And we'll see if Southeastern will be able to get their econ back in this next round. Roger State's slowly closing the gap, still a 5-round differential. So it's still very uphill, but it's not impossible. It's just a rough match for RSU. The Killjoy ultimate going down as well. But 2 ultimates from Southeastern, the Sova one being placed to specifically take out the Killjoy ultimate. Interestingly enough, the Sova ultimate was unable to take out the Killjoy ulti, and that gets a detention and costs Blub their life, which is actually insane. And Online Thug still having those kunai there. Here's the Defender Killjoy, but this time Sova is actually going to be able to take it out. However, Sova being the only one left and using that ultimate is very interesting. Clarky getting the kill on the Online Thug with the headshot, following up with 2 getting the kill on the Clarky, and Mr. Goat's going to get the defuse. That's going to be the 12th round for Southeastern. And I think that was interesting. Like, the Sova ultimate from both sides, the first one for Southeastern didn't work, but the one for RSU did, but it was too late.
Yeah, that was a very interesting round. A lot of, you know, surprising things happened there. I don't think it really went as planned for either side there, to be honest.
But I do want to point out, like, obviously there wasn't really any other time to use that Sova ultimate. It was last round before the swap, and sure, everyone may have been dead, but, you know, if Clarky takes out the Killjoy ulti and then has a chance to 1v3, that's better than running away or being detained and then still having your ultimate afterwards. So overall, it was probably the best play, but it's just unfortunate timing. You know, no one else was up to really cover him after he got the ulti down. It didn't have a massive impact, all that sort of thing. He was already low on health. But switching sides, we can see Southeastern's going to be leading the forefront, immediately pushing onto B side. Shax getting the headshot onto Nitrogen very early on. Playboy with a follow-up headshot kill onto Online Thug after being traded out for Shax there. 3v4, Roger State has a bit of a lead here, bit of an advantage, but Blub's going to get that spike down, going to turn things around fairly quickly here. Out comes Playboy, but immediately gets taken out by 2. Mr. Goat takes out Danny, turning things back over to Southeastern's favor in the 3v2 now, as well as having that spike down. Difficult position for Roger State. Mr. Goat starting to hold this backside of B Orange, while the rest of Southeastern is now holding basically directly on top of B side here. Clarky gets the headshot onto Mr. Goat. Has to start rotating fairly quickly. That spike is ticking really fast here. About to throw out the shock dart. Goes for the fake defuse. They hear the defuse, and Blub and 2 are able to take out Clarky and Fubsy there, which is going to bring things to 10-3. Rogers State down 7 rounds now in a very difficult position. And only 3 away for match point, and not only match point for this map, but match point for the entirety of the grand finals. So Rogers State's in a rough spot here.
Yeah, that second half pistol round, especially when you're not leading in terms of rounds, is very, very important in terms of recovering the differential in those rounds.
Right, because if you follow math here, and just usually general formulas, these are not set in stone, but if you win the pistol round, you tend to win the second round, and then most of the time you win the bonus round. So if Rogers State had won the pistol round there, that would have put them at 6-10, which would have been a 4-round differential instead of a 7-round differential. So Rogers State's really gonna practically have to brute force this in order to hold things down. But they're actually gonna go for a save, and Fubsy and Clarky are immediately taken out by Online Thug and a double kill with the Spectre, which is very unfortunate. I think Rogers State here in this situation, it's pretty tough round altogether. But I think if they're able to even get just 1 or 2 kills to hurt Southeastern's econ, that would definitely be the right play. However, Nitrogen and Online Thug just cleaning up in a flawless there is going to give the 14th round to Southeastern, putting Rogers State at their full buy round, but only 2 away for Southeastern at match, 1 away from Southeastern at match point, and 2 away for Southeastern for taking the series. So this is really starting to heat up for Rogers State. They're going to have to put all or nothing, can't pull any more punches for the rest of the map.
Yeah, this round, especially being their first full buy of the half, is very important.
And the walls are going to fall on the 15th round. Sorry, my apologies. Immediately after, we're going to see the Sage Wall rise. Rogers State's going to start their rotation back over. Online Thug getting into a position on the high ground here with Jet. Very powerful to be pairing with these dashes, because just like that, Online Thug can get the kill onto Shax, pick up that Phantom, and have a better weapon to go back into the fight with. Rotating over the top, he gets the sightline into Clarky, gets that consistent spread, drops that. Fubsy and Playboy with the double kill, stopping the spike plant, which is actually very helpful for Rogers State, but they're going to have to do that very quickly. Southeastern's 2 here, getting a very clutch kill, but Playboy with the 4K is going to end up bagging the 15th round for Rogers State there.
Yeah, and Southeastern with their economy, even with the round loss, just those 3 kills really take a toll on Rogers State's economy.
Exactly, and we can see that very clearly affected with Shax, Playboy, and Fubsy here. They're all going to still be able to force, but they literally cannot afford another round loss because they'll be forced back to saving, and if they save, then they are going to have to force in the match point, which is not something that Rogers State wants to end up doing. They want to be able to have comfortable eco, which means they're going to have to take the next couple rounds consistently in order to keep their constant eco here. Online Thug rotating back around with the Vandal on the top side of A belt here. Minute 20 on the clock, of course. After the first 20 seconds, Clarky immediately notices that there's a couple of them over the top side, at the back side of A side here. Online Thug very weak at the start of the round, however, going to get healed pretty quickly from the Sage there. And that's where Sage really has a lot of utility here on Icebox, just being able to come in clutch and keep things afloat for the team. We can see 2 getting the gadget kill with Clarky. I talked about this, and I don't know if Southeastern experienced anything similar here at Southeastern's esports facility. But at Rogers State, we saw a lot throughout the entire OA season of since Chamber was nerfed, there wasn't a whole lot of familiarity with Killjoy being in rotation, and so there were a lot of gadget kills and gadget deaths this season just to not quite predicting their positioning. And Danny getting the headshot as well on the 2. Rogers State's evening things out 4-4, but with 30 seconds on the clock, Southeastern's going to have to make a pretty major move fairly quickly. Spike going down, Fubsy creates a little bit more leeway for Rogers State, following up with even another kill, putting things at a 4-2. Nitrogen shuts down Fubsy. 12 seconds on the clock. Southeastern is going to get the spike down, but it's a 1v3 now, and Danny ends up getting the kill on the Nitrogen, which is going to give Rogers State, I believe, sorry, my math is a little funky, a 6-round differential, so they are closing the gap. I mean, that is another round that they got in the bag. They just have to basically keep that up all the way up until overtime. So it's a very uphill fight, but Rogers State is taking it. They're taking it head on, and now they're starting to have a bit better of an economy. And they're also hurting Southeasterns. I mean, we can see here most of Southeastern is sub 1,000, so Rogers State is in an advantageous position at the moment, but they still can't afford to be losing rounds. And as the walls fall on the 17th round here, Fubsy is going to be watching mid-boiler, watching over the top here, trying to create some space. Not a whole lot of positioning towards mid-boiler. No one's really playing tube this time. I think Southeastern decided that playing tube was too harmful for their eco because although, yes, it got a lot of kills against Rogers State, it also costed them a lot of econ. Danny Banks getting the early kill on Mr. Goat's very solid. The attacker Killjoy ultimate coming out from Southeastern side. That's going to be counting down any second now. Looks like it's not going to get any detentions, but that's fairly standard. It's still forced Rogers State off of the site. Still no spike plant during that, which is kind of interesting, but 2 kills on a Fubsy and Shax, which is going to be very, very strong for Southeastern. Blub rotating back over. The defender Killjoy goes off. They're going to get the spike down regardless, but then they're going to have to leave fairly quickly. Clarky tries, defends the ultimate from being destroyed here, and that's going to take out Online Thug while the rest of Southeastern is forced out. There's actually a detention, and there's the Sova ultimate coming out from Southeastern. There's actually a team kill. Nitrogen ends up taking out Blub instead. That's very unfortunate. So Clarky ends up getting a 3K as a result, and that's going to give RSU a 5-round differential instead. So very unfortunate team kill from Nitrogen's ultimate there. Not sure what exactly happened. I think Nitrogen was just kind of trying to clutch things up, knew that they were going to go for the defuse, and accepted that Blub would be a casualty of war in that situation. But that did hurt quite a bit because now you can see Southeastern's econ is at a pretty rough spot. Rogers State's isn't much better, but they do have the operator, and they haven't lost everybody every round, so they've been able to maintain some of it. On top of that, Rogers State is going into this round with 3 ultimates in their favor, and I think they're looking at a very solid round unless someone on Southeastern gets a really, really good kill, which is always possible considering that these are the best players in Oklahoma. And we can see Online Thug playing around the corner here, trying to get some shots off. Knows that Clarky's right around the area as well. Fubsy waiting for the rotation, gets the shot onto Blub. That's a good early kill, and the spike down just for a moment. It's going to be rotated back out. But it looks like Southeastern might not go for the push onto A site, instead rotate over to B, which is going to be a bit of an interesting play. We've seen a lot of B side pushes from Southeastern. They've had a bit of a rocky difficulty with them, though. They tend to be able to get spiked down, but RSU is really good at those retakes on B side, and it's been difficult for them to hold. Shaq's just spraying through the smoke there, trying to get some damage off. Not a whole lot going on. Toxin's going to fall, so down goes the bubble, but out comes the wall immediately after Online Thug pushing through. Spike's going to start the plant, going to get taken out by Playboy. Immediately traded out with Shax, though. Spike is going to have to start to be replanted, though, and going to go down at 20 seconds. Online Thug on a killing spree at the moment. Still slightly in RSU's favor, but with the Spike planted, they don't have a whole lot of time. Ooh, that res from Danny Banks onto Clarky is a very solid hold there. As long as Rogers State can keep up the retake here, they should be all right. But Mr. Goat comes in with a kill on the Playboy. Clarky's able to shut down Mr. Goat, and the defuse succeeds at the last second, giving RSU the 18th round. Wow, this is, I mean, we talked about how Rogers State can't be losing any more rounds, and I mean, this is honestly crazy. They've taken 4 rounds in a row so far. That's a very, very good advantage, and Rogers State is starting to see a very real possibility of tying up this game.
Yeah, they have definitely taken over the momentum here after the second round in this half. I mean, in terms of economy, they're doing very well. They're playing very well.
Yeah.
They seem to have stepped it up in this second half.
Yeah, they seem to have really figured out what was going on with their plays, their positioning, and all that. And I think, once again, it's just an example of them just taking our advice, you know, playing more for kills, picks, and focusing econ here. And that really turned the tides. Another thing is, the side switch, I think they're, although these compositions are equal, it seems like Rogers State is more confident on the defensive side of the map. However, this might be where the streak ends, because the Viper ultimate paired with a double kill, Rogers State doesn't have a whole lot to go into this. They're going to have to rely pretty much solely on intel here, especially with Blub bringing back online Thug. You can see all 3 ultimates from Southeastern were in play right there. So Rogers State, basically with their backs up against the wall, is just going to have to brute force their way onto this at this point. Nitrogen gets the kill onto Clarky, traded out almost immediately, but Blub's going to shut down Playboy, and online Thug with a kill on the Shax is going to bring Southeastern to match point here. So, after a 4-round win streak for Rogers State, this is the all or nothing. Rogers State is going to be able to at least get half buys here. They're in a bit of a rough position. Playboy doesn't have a whole lot, but they're going to have to force here. If they don't force here, it's an extremely risky move, and it's practically announcing that they believe that they can win this next round without having to buy.
Yeah, and this buy here is definitely, they're scraping together absolutely everything they can to try to keep this going.
And we can see Fubsy's going to pull out those knives almost immediately here, try and hold things down, because they don't have the econ to spend on anything else. Fubsy is just going to have to rely almost entirely on that until he gets a pick. Rogers State has to play around picks this round if they want to pull ahead here. They can't be playing too disadvantageously. Fubsy playing fairly passive on the backside here, trying to get a sightline at all, but they know that operator, or not the operator, the Phantom is watching. That's a dangerous spot to be rotating. You can see online Thug knows exactly where Clarky's at. Blub is also watching that angle, just waiting for the peek here. Out goes the drone. They're just confirming Clarky's at that angle. Fubsy, still no intel on either side. An extremely slow round, which is actually okay for Rogers State. Fubsy getting the kill onto online Thug is a very good start. That's a duelist down, and that might be what Rogers State needs in order to hold the ground here. Looks like Southeastern, after a very long delay, is going to have to rotate to a different site as a result of being unable to create any momentum. 30 seconds on the clock now. Southeastern peeking out over B side, creating a lot of space, getting a lot of intel, dealing so much damage there, almost taking out Shax. Rogers State able to get another kill on the 2 there, trade out back-to-back, leaving just a 1v3. It's just Nitrogen in the back with no spike or plant here. Looks like Nitrogen might just go for the dive to try and get the kills. Gets one onto Shax. It's just Clarky in the back and Danny behind him. Looks like Rogers State's just going to play their sightlines here. No reason to advance. And the round is going to go to Rogers State. 12-8. A 4-round differential from what was a, I believe, 7-round differential.
Yeah, the second half has definitely been very, very interesting. You know, momentum swapping back and forth throughout this entire game.
Yeah, and that is I mean, this is an absolutely insane match point match for Southeastern. I mean, what looked like it was going to be very rough for RSU has turned into almost a complete comeback and force into overtime. Of course, they're not quite there yet, but that was their scrappiest round in quite a while, and they were able to really, although pretty roughly, pull through. Bubsy is able to get the early headshot onto Blub, and that's going to give an early start with the Killjoy ultimate coming out on Southeastern side. Going to be very difficult to deal with. Roger State's going to pull out that Viper ultimate, and Bubsy with the double kill there onto Southeastern, immediately taking this 3v5 to a 5v2, and that's going to be very rough. But Nitrogen almost evening things out all by himself. Danny tries to even things out by taking out Nitrogen, turns this into a 3v1. Defender Killjoy ultimate. RSU is not pulling any punches. This is what I was talking about. It's a 1v3. RSU doesn't want to take the chance. They're going to ultimate on 2 here and just go for the spike defuse. They don't want to take any risks here. 2 is going to try and get into the sight line and prevent the spike defuse. They know they're right around there, but it's too late. Roger State takes the 23rd round, I believe. I'm losing track of time, to be honest. 22nd, 21st round. But there's going to be a timeout called from SE. This makes a lot of sense because it's been a very rough few rounds. I mean, their ultimates are in a tough spot. So, Southeastern has the round advantage. They have an ultimate, but they don't really have a whole lot of econ. In Southeastern's shoes, what would you do in order to get this final round against Rogers State?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. Both teams are putting up a very good fight. I mean, things like you said are definitely getting scrappier towards as we get higher in these rounds. I mean, taking space, I think, a different part of the map has definitely been working in Southeastern's favor.
Do you think that if they went for a tube push and then tube push and then pushed onto A side instead of going B, because that would kind of throw RSU for a loop, I think, because RSU, when they see a tube push, they assume that they're going to go B side, and then if instead Southeastern pushes tube then goes A, that might give them the false intention throw off. If they're able to get a couple kills along the way, that might be what ends up happening. It all depends on what they talked about during this timeout. And we'll see if their timeout ends up paying off, because they are all doing the light buy armor strat within the full buy Vandal and Phantom here. So very, very good strategy. It's worked very consistently for them throughout the previous maps, and we'll see if it has what it takes to take this final round, or if Rogers State continues to strengthen the gap. Immediately, that stage wall is just going to be ripped to shreds by Southeastern. Very expectable, something that just is done strictly to stall the attacker side force. And there's Nitrogen with the Sova ultimate, dropping Danny Bangs. Wow, that's a very interesting play. And Online Thug immediately following up with the kill onto Clarky as well, turning this 5v5 into a 5v3. Blub's going to start that plant very early. Look at this. This is a site rush that is really working for Southeastern, and definitely benefiting them. I feel like after they started playing with their ults more liberally, like Rogers State did, that things really started to turn around. Bubsy pulling up the staircase here. Playboy getting the kill on the Nitrogen. Online Thug predicting the push from Bubsy, and 2 getting the double kill onto Playboy and Shax is going to end our OACE Grand Finals with Southeastern taking the Valorant Grand Finals. That has been an absolute amazing display overall, and I don't know about you, but I had a ton of fun today with all these Grand Finals. And shoutouts to Southeastern. Congratulations on the Grand Finals victory. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to all the coaches. They've put in a phenomenal amount of work, an insane amount of work to make all of this happen. OACE is an extremely amazing organization, and I had a ton of fun today, and I'm sure pretty much everyone else did here. However, I have been live for 7 hours, and I hope you all enjoyed it just as much as we all did. This has been a great season, and we hope to see you all next season of OACE. I've been Nano.
And I'm Koma.
And thank you all for watching.